So all this whole time you're saying you're just not kind of black, but we know what black and white looks like. Literally what this whole thing's about.
I'm going to try this again.
He wants to get you caught up in semantics without actually addressing any kind of argument, which is kind of funny.
He's like walking around the bush the whole time.
No, white passing was an active activity that black people can participate in.
I'll grant you this. I accept this. I'll even grant you, Joe. I'm not to interrupt you, but I'm granting you this. I agree with you. This can happen. But my argument is saying we know what black and white is. So if we have a woman like Jasmine Guy, you would automatically be like, oh, that's a black woman. Do you think most people would be like, oh, she's white? She's got to be white. Yeah, yes. I doubt it.
Some people would cock her as a white woman.
If I have to yell at Coder because Coder rated the stream, and for a Coder, strangely, the whole system went weird right after he rated us. He probably was backstage somehow clicking buttons and doing his little things like, I'm gonna fuck it all up.
Someone should someone should like contribute to the goals and kick him out because he's such a bad coder.
Coder's president.
I will say, chat. I'm very brokenhearted tonight. I know it's Thursday, maybe paydays tomorrow, but the donos for the evening have kind of made me. I might cry. Because we go through all this work to bring all of this fun to you, and you got to pay for entertainment. Buy your ticket.
Well, I think it might help if I give
for yellows. Are you asking for yellows or orange super chats tonight?
I mean, shit.
Are you taking anything?
I mean,
it's
something.
Yellow's in the goal, but so maybe I can help because once
Ryan, give color or cultural context here. Because
Ryan, give
I'm asking for a black super chat.
Is it black or is it like culturally black?
Right. Is it privilege? Look, from my favorite white girl, Kissy Cat, sending the love. Thank you, Kissy Cat. And if you want the best Southern Belle accent, you have to go listen to her. I know she jumps on Abe Dinkus's stream sometimes, and she talks like this, and she's just so sweet and so thoughtful and so nice and quiet. But yes, a lovely Southern Belle there.
Yeah, I'm not trying to relitigate the mixed race debate, especially with someone like Jasmine Guy, excuse me, who is Portuguese, by the way. She's Portuguese and African American. And then the question comes again is like, I would argue for mixed race people, just go with their self-ID and don't fight that battle. But it is reasonable to say for some mixed race black people, they'd probably be clocked as non-white. But again, like the nitty gritty of like what they could be might just be a matter of self-ID. And then
so we know, but pretty much outside of this, we know what this would be. If we make a judgment blind of anything else, we'd most likely be right to say that this person would be hung in the Deep South or not.
It's possible, sure.
Oh shit! Okay,
guarantee.
I think Marte. I think it's actually a really interesting point. Yeah, that kind of is along. It's related to what I actually want to say here. I think I didn't watch most of the discussion, so I'm coming in. Since I got here, is what I've heard.
I know but it sounds glitched when you showed up. I expected that
because I changed the electron spin of Sarah's router.
Go ahead.
So anyway, in terms of clocking someone as black or understanding that someone's black. I mean, there's not like a real fact of the matter here, right? There's not a tangible reality that we can identify whether someone is black or white. These are categories that we invented and imposed on people or granted to people, depending on which one you were assigned. And we associate them with certain skin tones and certain phenotypical features. But at the end of the day, if people look at you and clock you as black and they have an idea of what a black person is, then that's how they're engaging with you, right? And that's really that's ultimately as far as it goes as a real category. Outside of the one more thing. Outside of the implications of those things, right?
Yeah.
While we gotta give our white privilege over here to the lovely Evan. because he sent money for his privilege. He says, I'm planning on heading off soon because I'm tired. And I'm using this to take a moment to say my question and to send my thanks to Miss Sarah. Evan, what's your question?
Oh, you're here. Sorry.
About I don't know, like from my own like insulated kind of like off the wall sort of thinking. When I heard like white privilege and stuff like that, I assumed it was more of a cultural context of a bit of like there. My thinking goes like there's a primary culture in each society, and different subgroups try to go and assimilate into that culture, and it's easier for different white cultures to go and assimilate into the American culture because that was Anglo pretty much primarily. So they were trying to get into that. And it's a lot easier, say, if you're Northern European or French to go into that. It was a bit harder for the Irish because they were oppressed and they hated the English. But going to like the bigger level, I also know that it's a bit hard for other different groups, for like say the Germans that had to change their last names, abandon their language to go and basically put a foot forward where they're willing to erase their identity. But there are certain groups of people where there are certain phenotypical differences where I don't think no matter how much you bleach your skin, like someone from say Ethiopia can't go and look like a Irishman, like in terms of like paleness or whatever. Or if someone's hair is a certain way, you pretty much have to go and shave your head bald and buy a wig to go and present a certain way, to go and try to assimilate into like the white culture. And I know like in certain cases, there can be cultures that feel an inferiority complex and almost sort of have a like a resentment towards that culture while also valuing it more than their own culture. And when I heard the white privilege, I assumed that it was like the ability to go in to assimilate in a way where like a black person who wanted to genuinely be white couldn't.
But Evan, good to see you and hear you, but like God forbid or heaven forbid, it's none of those things. And it was just that somebody asked you to go, pick up a little more, go read a little more, go take a little more with you before you say that Ethiopians can't be Irish.
Huh? I hear you, Evan.
Was that a foreign fucking language? Did I just speak a foreign language?
Yes.
No.
It sounded very effeminate.
He said maybe you should read some more before you imply that Ethiopians can't be Irish or whatever, right? Was that kind of the...
Yeah, I understand. To be a little, I don't know this again. I've run into the trap of being nice to people, and apparently they have histories. I understand what Evan's trying to say, in that for Black identified persons in America, the steps that you have to go to be not only considered white, but to fully pass as white, like the active activity of doing that, is pretty extensive. And the question is like, why would you even want to take those steps to go there in the first place? Like, that's why I even asked in terms of Mariah Carey. There are people who generally did not know that Mariah Carey's mixed race, and they just thought that she was a white woman. And then there's also a thing like in terms of Doja Cat, where,
people thought Mariah Carey was white.
No one thought that.
She's obviously mixed race.
I did not know she was mixed race until like 2 years ago.
Evan, it's been an absolute pleasure. You enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah. And sorry if my question was not completely thought out. So I'm sorry in that sense. But thank you for kind of like answering to it. And good night, everyone.
Yeah,
Good night.
Good night, Evan.
And to point to Nate's push is that, like, when it comes to ethnicities, people of different ethnic groups can be of mixed ethnicity. That's like a true thing. However, there are like historical pointings, right? Like, for instance, there are one of my closest friends is an Ethiopian Jew, and her father's a rabbi. They have a whole Jewish heritage, but they're black. They're black. They're black Jews, and that alone.
So we know what black looks like. Joe, we know when we grew up watching Saturday morning cartoons. I know this is like looking in a mirror right now, but I'm telling you, we know what black looks like when we see things growing up as kids. Watching Saturday morning cartoons, we know what a black family looks like when you saw the Cosby Kids, which they had a cartoon, by the way. There's a Fat Albert doll. When little girls pick up dolls, there's a white one and a black one. Even 6-year-old girls know the distinction between black and white.
What's your point, Marte?
That's my whole point. Is we know what he's telling us that we don't know what this is.
No, I'll ask it.
That's literally what you were saying the whole intro.
Your Ethiopian Jew argument is semantics too, man. There's a difference between being Jew culturally and being Jewish ethnically. They're still not Jewish ethnically. They just follow under the Jewish spectrum of religion.
What? That's not true, but I'd like to hear you.
It is. I mean, even
a lot there,
and of course, Marte says I used my EBT card to pay for this. Thank you, Marte, for your kind contribution.
For sure.
So,
Angry Man, you want to? Angry Man, did you want to chime in? I know you just joined us. I didn't know if you had some basic thoughts to add in here.
You guys covered a lot. You covered a lot.
Can I ask you a quick question? Did you get your sign from LCC Signs? Tony there at LCC Signs?
Dang
it.
I made it for him.
But the problem with the race with the entire concept of race, it's a made up concept. And whenever something is a made up concept, you're gonna have a lot of made up rules. And depending on who's in a position of power or not, some of those rules become more important than others. And everybody knows race has a whole sordid history.
Sure.
But we know, like what you were saying, Joe, we know what white is and we know what black is.
God damn it.
Like to a degree.
You're supposed to send a yellow. Damn it.
Well,
it's okay. Let him talk, please.
See, that's the thing. See, the thing is we're starting to get to a space where even those lines are getting blurred. You know, I come on YouTube and I've always identified as being black, but according to black people that are darker than me, I'm not black. You know, I fall into some other category. I have absolutely no idea.
You in those corners of the internet. Good
God. Oh yeah. The battle is real. Trust me.
Yeah.
I've been called a Mexican. Everything you could think of, right? So, you know, to answer the question of white privilege, it exists, but people don't understand what it is. It's not, because we're in America, we rank everything by race. But to me, it's just tribal nepotism. And everybody doesn't partake of it because everybody doesn't have a person that is in a position of power to give them whatever privilege that they're trying to get, in my opinion. Now, I personally believe that if, you know, let's say for argument's sake that America, you know, back in 1776 or whenever, was founded by predominantly black people, and white people, as we know, black people and white people were the minority. Well, you would see the same sort of thing happening in instances with black people, which is tribal nepotism. It's people looking out.
But real quick. Just because people are going wild on social media in order to represent their FBA or, you know, I'm not racist, but I think white lives matter. You know, all this nonsense. I still don't see how that gets into this tribal nepotism. Like, I'm not doubting it, but where is the data? Where is the actual facts and information there?
I'm like,
what do you mean? What? Hold on.
Angry Man, I want you to finish your thought too.
What does he mean by that? Like, could you elaborate?
No one ever knows what he's talking about. I do want to say we can, instead of going to some kind of fake argument, we can look at South Africa, bro. So right now, there are white people in South Africa. They're being racially profiled by black South Africans and being murdered for it. So you don't even have to go to.
They committed.
How about I talk about that? Seeing as
So basically, that's real. Exactly what I just described.
Afrikaners
going on in South Africa.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can go to a real world example.
Yeah, what up?
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. Chris is from. You live in Africa, right, Chris?
I am a white Afrikaner. What's up?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
6th generation African, bro. What's up?
I can tell by your accent.
So what do you guys want to say? Let's suss it out.
Afrikaners committed an apartheid. I think it's not doesn't get any deeper than that.
All of us.
Afrikaners were the majority. They were the minority government, but minority of people were the majority. They were the minority. They were the minority group of people in South Africa, but still committed an apartheid. But that I think that's just like that's kind of where it starts and ends for me. I don't know.
But again, that doesn't have anything to do with anything for me, man. That was many years ago. America had their stuff.
Sure.
He's not saying you personally are liable for it. He's just bringing this up as a case to go against that if black people were the majority, then it would just be reversed.
What about your police? Aren't the police all corrupt in a lot of the black slums? The blacks don't have the same policing in South Africa.
No, dude, everybody has the same police. But yeah, the police aren't super solid. But yeah, everybody has the same police departments, bro. There's just different units that cater to different areas.
So okay, I really wanted Angerman to finish what they were saying. Because he never got to land his plane and everybody just kind of started talking over him. Do you remember where you were at, friend? Because you have a response to what you were saying.
I was basically trying to say that, like, whenever you're having the conversation about race only really makes perfect sense to racists.
Sure.
Because even in this day and age, when you look at America, you look at the history of America, it's like, how do you even gauge who's who and who's what? Like, I get your part, I get that part of the discussion. Like, we can look at each other and be like, oh, that person's black or that person's white or whatever. We can do that on that sub level, looking at phenotype, and even then sometimes the lines get blurred. Like somebody like me, for example, my father is considered black, my mother's considered black, but both of them have white grandfathers. So how do you gauge that?
I mean, I don't see why it's wrong to ask someone to self-identify in that case.
Yeah.
To be totally honest, right? I don't think we have to walk around asking, like, do you identify as black or do you identify as white? Do you identify?
But do you understand how this is an overcorrection? So,
it's
Doug, this is unnecessary. The reason why it's unnecessary is because nobody's going to go around saying, I have to give an identifier, you have to give an identifier. What Angry Man is saying, if I can just still man his position, is that we can see somebody and generally just make good assumptions, positive assumptions, but beyond that, it's all just made up shit. To be honest with you, it's all just the construct inside the mind, and all we do is just use this for moving victim ideahood to another person, to another hood person, and liberals do this a lot. That's all I'm saying. How am I wrong with this?
Well, I guess, like, to push a little bit of what Anger was saying, so because he said a lot there, some of it was very good. So maybe we can tease some stuff out. That just because something is a construct doesn't mean we don't exist within it, right? Like it or not, America America was constructed that basically said whites only for a significant amount of its history. And then when they finally had to ask the question, hey, do we include black people? They literally went to war with each other. Numerous horizontal white on white violence everywhere, just to clarify what to do with black people.
Joe, that's accurate, but it's also hyperbole. I just want to mention.
No doubt.
There's, so as long as we agree on that.
I'm immensely oversimplifying.
But
I say that. I say that to say that we live under these sort of sorting hats that we're under. And every once in a while we get different cracks of like, oh, this is actually all just kind of bullshit. We're probably more in line with our ethnic groups that we find ourselves in, as opposed to some type of racial categorization. America is in a very particular problem where I can like speak for myself. My family tree literally stops in 1894 and there's just no more people. It's just apparently my history doesn't exist. I don't have any great-great-grandparents or great-great-great-grandparents, but in reality, was just that, like, yeah, I'm a descendant of slaves, so my lineage just stops at a particular point. And then also, I don't have any type of attachment to whatever ethnic group I have. All I have is American, and that's a unique experience for Black Americans, which then creates these like really weird problems that Angry Man's alluding to. Like, he has, you mentioned you have like white grandparents or something.
Yeah. So on my father's side, there's like European Jewish. And then on my mother's side, there's like Scottish and Irish.
Yeah, and then like on its face, like that doesn't matter. Like for like it's like in 2025, you and me talking, if you say you're Black, it's like all right, keep the ball moving. But for some
Joe,
people,
I wanna find out something from you. You just said when you trace back your lineage. So do you guys identify as African then? The fellas on panel that are in America.
No,
you guys African?
All I know is America.
No.
Yeah.
All I know is
that's good.
Like,
that's actually a base take, because I don't like that.
Good.
This whole take of African American if you're past second or third generation, y'all ain't African. You ain't ever breathed African air. You don't know Africa. You never visited Africa. You don't speak an African language. Don't know shit about the culture. So I don't understand why that term even gets used.
But like,
well, the reality is some of us. There were some people that were indigenous to America. They're not from Africa, so there's that
exactly.
Too. Like
I also had some retards that are from the Caribbean tell me they're African, and I'm like, you know where the Caribbean is?
Well, hold on. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or trying to get a rise, but
I'm not trying to get a rise. That's
right,
the truth, right?
You're Dutch too, right?
Like, am I Dutch?
Dutch?
If I'm sixth generation African, am I Dutch?
No,
so 300 years.
But see, this is where the problem comes in, because in America we view everything through race, when really the best way for people to be categorizing themselves is through nationality.
Sure, and like, that's why I'm asking you. Oh, sorry, not to cut you off. Go for it.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, so who was that talking? It was Chris, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
if
Chris, you call me Dutch. How am I Dutch? I don't speak Dutch. I don't even. Sure. I can't even find that shit on a map. How am I Dutch?
He also said he was sixth generation?
Yeah, I'm sixth generation, so 300 years, bro. How am I Dutch?
But you still have a lineage that comes about by being of Dutch descent. I'm not saying you ought to.
What does that got to do with anything? What does the lineage got to do with anything? What does that play into me as a person? What does my lineage play into me as a person in any way?
It plays into all of us. Stop playing. Let me tell you, I'm born in America.
I was trying to respond, but like I was hesitating because I didn't know you were finished because you don't have a camera on. So like, I think Bad John is about to dog walk your ass. So I'm gonna like anticipate I'm gonna curve the dog walking.
Yeah, I think the lineage does play a role, because I had red hair.
The only reason why you like
you had red hair.
Yeah, I was a redhead kid. Yeah.
It's crazy work.
That's hard to think of that.
Let me just say something. Let me just say something. You know, you can row your boat with your family crest and all this bullshit, but at the end of the day, if you didn't have the opportunity to get an education, to get a stable housing situation, to get stable employment, at least in the United States, your life by societal standards isn't going to be shit. Row that boat a little bit more. Keep going.
I got you.
Look, I don't have to look like a hobo just for you to make a good point, which wasn't good at all.
Gemini was trying to chime in on that thought.
Yeah, go for it, Gemini.
Go ahead, Gemini.
I'm being a gentleman tonight because I got this good booze in me. If I was on Hennessy, I would crash out with y'all, but I'm on bourbon tonight. But anyhow, so all I want to say is this. Look, lineage has a lot to do with everything, because here I am born in America. You know what I get the most flack about when we talk about people like, yeah, I'm foundationally Black. You know what I'm saying? And what do you know? Like, look, all I know is my folks, don't discredit them because they were in Haiti fighting for their freedom. And you look at the state of Haiti now. Their reward is you're gonna be one of the poorest nations, and you got your freedom.
Yeah,
like
your reward
that's
is
not much better.
By the United States.
Yeah.
Like,
So when I look at privilege, I think there's two categories. The problem is it's not even about white privilege. Everybody else looks at American privilege. Like we get into white privilege. The first privilege is American privilege. They start there. So when you get American privilege, they like, because you're in America, you have a shot to make it white or black. Then us as blacks in America distinguish that and say, well, we see there's an advantage for whites in America compared to blacks. So they don't see the all they see is American privilege. We're the ones who come with the color. So but that's how I look at it. And so that's how I look at it.
I see it as a classist issue. Victimhood idea is woven all throughout this on the liberal side. Yeah, I mean, tell me how I'm wrong, because when we talk about,
I will.
Son.
Well,
I'll tell you why.
Only in America.
So I want to engage with Marte. What Marte said about it.
No,
real quick.
I nailed it down, dude. All of you Americans.
That's great. Well, let me respond to Marte.
I do want to respond to
Gemini. Hold up. You know what? When you guys do this, I read money. Okay, Kissy Cat comes up with a big 10 just to say, y'all just got Duck Road. I love that. And we do have our own duck in the emoji section, ladies and gentlemen. So duck row away. Get all of your ducks in line.
I would row 500 pounds for Cat just because Cat's one of my favorite people too. I like her.
She is a sweetheart. I'd probably row 1,000. Go ahead, Chris. Let's start with you, and then we'll work Ryan, and then we'll work around, and then I do want to let Def Not chime in here too shortly because she hasn't been able to say anything. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Gemini, are you cool with? Before you, I just want to ask Gemini super fast. Do you mind restating what you said once everything's done? I want to engage with you, but I want to make sure I heard you right.
Yeah, I said what everybody else looks outside of America. They just look at American privilege. Once we're inside of America, we look at white privilege, black privilege. What they're saying is because you're in America, you have a better chance than all of us. So we're looking at you have American privilege, which means you have an upper hand, whether that's military, whether that's being capitalist, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And so once we're here in America, that's when everything gets kind of gray. And because we're looking at the race, not saying it doesn't exist and it's not true. I believe that it does exist and it's true. But the point is, I still have a better shot than somebody else outside of America. So what am I going to do with my shot? And that's how I look at it. Because look, Angry Man is out on here putting in work. And I'm throwing all these examples. All the subscribers he got, people can be like, well, it's hard for YouTubers, black YouTubers. We can't make it happen. Look, he's out here he's putting in work. So he is an example of American privilege. Because if I was stuck on race, I'd be like, I can't make it. But he's like, when I look and see he's out here doing the content daily, that's the American dream that people talk about. So you can be stuck on that from an emotional standpoint, or you just can put in the work. And that's what I'm going to do. Put in the work, no matter whatever it may be. And that's the thing. People who have those arguments are typically the ones not putting in the work because that's an easy argument to rest on. I'm this color. I'm disadvantaged. Life should suck for me. No, because you still have American privilege.
Gotcha.
Well, Bad Gemini, that's a point that I wanted to make. I like that you said that because that's the truth, right? If America's number one, you guys are number one. So as an outside perspective or as a foreigner, especially an African, most of us look at people in America that cry and we're like, well, you guys are a bunch of bitches. You are winning. You are literally winning compared to the whole rest of the world and you fucking crying. Like, wow, like what's the point? Are you really going to do that? You are the one that actually is smart enough to think about it from an outside perspective, saying, yeah, compared to the rest of the world, you guys are winning. You landed in the money shot. You guys are in America.
All right, I'm ready, Ryan. What you got?
I agree with that. Obviously, hang on. Obviously, I agree. Like American privilege is a major thing as well. Am I going to the back again? Or no, Duck is this time.
Duck.
Okay. Do you want to read that?
And I want to kindly remind the chat, you have less than 7 minutes to meet your dono goal, folks. I want to see the chat take a W. We've been taking too many L's, and I think you deserve better. So get your W, but in order to do that, you have to complete the goal. Duck, you're heading back to the back of the line. And I'm gonna actually cut line here because I haven't seen Mr. Life in so long.
What's up, friend? How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. I had to join you all tonight. You and my just jump straight in?
Yeah, I'm gonna be toxic, straight in, and then we'll kick it back. I think Ryan was going.
I'm gonna be toxic, and this is the jab to Ryan.
I'll sit my white ass down. I got you guys.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do a jab to Ryan a little bit. Listen, friend, there's one thing that I learned about conservatives, and that is there's black people in it. So like the libs on these apps gotta fucking step their game up because it's like a Negro free zone when it comes to these. I mean, you and I know. I think you don't understand what I'm throwing down, but a little tongue in cheek thing. No, we wanted to fight with what's his face, right?
Yeah.
Am I?
Let's let Ryan and then Def Not and then Mr. Life will move over to you.
Appreciate that. Yeah. So I was first I was gonna say obviously I agree American privilege is a thing, but then when we're looking like Gemini was saying, when we look at that at America, then there is still going to be relative advantages that we can examine, right? And we can say, oh, you're crying about it, like if we can still complain, like the reality you live in is the reality around you. Like you're not always comparing yourself to everyone starving across the world. Like you have day-to-day problems that are not like, yes, you can be happy that you are not in those other situations, but you can still address other like problems that exist around you, right? And so Marte brought up the example or the idea that there it's class privilege. It's all just class privilege. But I agree to some degree, but the reality is that class privilege intersects with racial privilege because historically black people was legally categorized in a way that did not allow them to gain economic autonomy, right? And so this is it intergenerationally it has resulted in people who have less access to that economic agency, and they therefore have worse health outcomes, more issues with education, housing issue, like all of these different things, all down the board, all class-based issues, but they're impacted by their racial descendants. So yeah, that's just what
the push that I would give to you, Ryan, is that one, I just want to make it clear, I think white privilege is bullshit. I think American privilege is bullshit. I think that this is the example of like how privilege is miscategorized, but we'll get to that later. But like the push that I would say is that the one thing that we see is that there is a level of maneuverability that you can have as an American. That is objectively true. However, just because you're American doesn't automatically mean that you have this level of maneuverability and access. One of the things, like even with when we talk about like, oh, you know, like if you're in America, you have it so good, like tell that to the people tell it to the black people in Mississippi. Like tell that to the black people in West Virginia, all like 7 of them. But like there are conditions in America that are absolutely dire. And that doesn't, and like the thing that I get really frustrated about, I'm not saying this is happening on this panel, but like we forget that these communities exist in discourse and then we just kind of ignore them. Like say what you want, like there is some truth in the argument of mobility of like, when it comes to like black people, I'll speak to black people specifically, right? It's very easy to just be conservative, put your head between your legs and just keep the ball moving, right? Like when I say black people are the true believers, I mean that. If you want to find the most down bad conservatives, go to the black community. If you want to find the most religious people, the most like Bible thumping Christians, go to the black community. If you want to find the most devout Muslims, go to the black community. There is a level of truth insofar as if you move in a particular manner in the United States, you can dodge a lot of this nonsense. Like if you are black, I think it is an understandable argument to live in the suburbs. Don't even bother going to the city. Strive to live in the suburbs. Find a suburb. Doesn't really matter where, but you can dodge a lot of things by raising your children in suburbs. There is a barrier that exists there in maneuverability, but that's not because you're black. That's not because even if you're white. It's just that there's certain bars of entry in certain communities. That's just a fact. So like even if you're trying to strive,
I know you're gonna go for like another 30 minutes, but just let me cut in real quick.
Sure.
I did want to give you a little pushback. When you say you're going to find the most religious people in the black community on either end, That's not necessarily true. You're just asserting that. You have no evidence for that.
Yeah.
The most Muslim people are the most Muslim people are the one who are literally murdering Christians. That's
There's an
probably the most
entire
Muslim you're gonna get.
community. There is an entire community of black people who believe they are the first Jewish people.
The Hebrew Israelites. That doesn't mean they're the most religious.
They are like.
They're the most ignorant of the Bible. I've talked to these people. They're just the most
Most
ignorant
of the
of the
Bible.
Bible.
Okay.
All right.
You
Def
speak out
Not.
of both sides of your mouth.
Hold
bro.
on. Def Not, would you like to chime in here?
Sure. I was gonna say that I pretty much agree that it's mostly a class issue. Like, for instance, I would say Obama has way more privilege than I do.
That war
I
criminal?
feel like there's probably more. There's probably going to be racism in some form always. I mean, we're probably the least racist country. There's all kinds of racism throughout the world, and it's best to strive to not have it, but to keep saying, oh, well, one race is privileged is probably going to reverse the progress, because if people feel like they've been told, oh, well, you're the problem, you know, white people are the problem, I feel like that might just drive up tension when we don't have to. I feel like we've been going, like, racism has been decreasing over time, and it's fine to just kind of let it die off. And the more we kind of rile people up about it, the more it can go in the opposite direction. So, and it's also probably harmful to kids. Like, I don't have data for this, but I can imagine, like, if young black kids are told, well, all these white people that have all the privilege, and, you know, no matter how hard you try, they're just privileged. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't change the color of your skin. So I feel like that might be harmful psychologically. I don't have data for this again, but it would suck. Like, if I was a kid and I was told, well, I can never change the way I am, and these other people, just based on the way they are, they're going to be better off in life than you are. I would feel like I would just give up. Like,
the privileged white person doesn't exist. Like, the high, like, that's the one part that's really funny, because then when you talk to, it's mostly white people that do this, where it's like, it's never, or and some liberal black people, like the most democratic of Dems, like, they'll say, like, well, you know, it's not the white people I fuck. It's not the white people I'm friends with. It's not the white people I'm married to. It's not the white people that I work with. It's this particular group of white people that are privileged. And anytime you try to pin down, okay, what does this privileged group look like? How do they move? They can never articulate what that is. And then when you finally, like, try, like what I mentioned in the conversation earlier, like, once they got Donald Trump, they thought, like, oh, that's our champion. But that man was committing atrocities to people. And then, like, do we want that to be the bar of what, like, privilege is? And, like, and again, like, privilege is this idea for me that, like, you want to strive for that. Like, I think it's fair to say that people want to have maneuverability and access in society, but I don't think, like, we want to ascribe privilege to the wrong things. That's all.
Yeah,
I was unaware that Donald Trump was committing atrocities.
Was that?
Just real quick, I
He's
do
the
also recognize that
president. He's a war criminal by default. You know?
Wait a minute, you said Donald Trump is a war
Hold
criminal?
on. The lady was trying to chime in. I know she's
different than
so,
listen.
I know
different
she's
than
very
Obama,
soft spoken, but
Clinton.
Def Not was trying to chime in on that, and then she kind of got overrun.
Yeah, Joe,
Sorry,
check your black privilege.
Okay, real
Yeah,
quick.
no,
I just
crazy.
wanted to say that I do know that there are disparities. Like, it is true that because there has been a lot more racism in the past, that still kind of trickles over. And if your family was poor in the past, it's more likely to be poor now. But at some point, like what are we gonna do? We can't, if we just start doing something like reparations now and punish the white people that are alive now, well, that's just gonna drive up tensions again. That's just gonna be worse. Like weren't the Irish oppressed at some point too? Like, how far back do we go?
Everybody was
And
oppressed at some
if people
point.
who are alive today, they weren't the ones doing all of this naughty, evil, racist stuff, like, why punish them? That's just gonna make things worse, I think. But that's my 2 cents. What was that about Trump being, you know, evil or whatever?
By virtue of him, I saw who was that? Mad Media? Is that your name, friend? I want to make sure I get it right.
Oh.
But Mr. Life.
Mr. Life, yeah.
Mr.
Man
Life.
made me,
yeah. I saw you perk up a little bit, but like by virtue of the presidency, they just adopted whatever atrocities that the previous administration did before that. Like the same drone technology that Obama modernized, Trump is using right now to bomb countries. It's no different than Joe Biden bombing countries. Like it's just a lineage where like
that part I can take.
Yeah,
that part I can take. But if you see, it's nuanced because you said something that was the big key, that he picked up on something, right? He picked up on something. So you were pretty much just saying that it was already there. He was cast in to deal with it, and you want to say he caused it. That's not quite necessarily true at that point in time.
No, that wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't my point. Exactly. That's cut you off with.
Yeah. So, but I got some other things to say because I want to address my guy that's from South Africa, and let me preface this with this. I am a well-traveled man. I've been all over the world, and a place that I go a lot is South Africa. More importantly, I go to Cape Town, and I also be inside Stellenbosch. I stay inside Stellenbosch, and I work for some Black Africans. So we have commerce back and forth. So let me give y'all some misnomers and flat out lies that he told. He said that African white farmers was being murdered. That's already been debunked multiple times. Matter of fact, the World Security Studies already said, and the U.S. State Department already came out and said in February of 2025 that was not true. There is nowhere. It was. Hold one second. You've been talking all night. So once again, the farmers that was murdered was people that were Black people working for a farmer, and it was 3 of them that was murdered. 3 Black people working for a farmer, and it was 1 white farmer in the last year. Do you want to know who get murdered the most inside? Do you want to know who get murdered the most inside South Africa? It's going to be Black Africans there. It's one thing that I will give you. Hold one second. I'm not going to let you have this. And you also said that Americans are pussies, or however you said it. You want to know who has the most privilege in any country? Africans. They have their own community inside Cape Town where they blocked off everything and cannot one Black person step foot on there. How do I know? Because we went by. We can't go in it, but we've been there. They have the exact same thing inside Johannesburg. Bro, you cannot out-talk me on this one right here. You see, he get mad. Bro, let me talk. Let me keep on cooking. Let me keep on cooking because I've been there. I've been there. I go there. I work there. I literally said that I work there. See, you broke there. We come down there with money. Now, it's one thing that I will give. Is one thing that I will give you about South Africa. Black Americans. Just Americans alone get more privilege than the Africans there. I went with my boss, which is far richer than I am. Far richer. They looked at us because we came with. They looked at us because we came with this American accent, and they treated us like we was the kings. But the Africans there, they don't get treated the same, sir. So for you to say that Americans have privilege and we suck, no, you have the most privilege than anybody that I ever experienced in any country, and I've been on every continent on this planet.
Are you going to keep spurging, or can I say something?
Oh yeah, I'm going to keep spurging because you've been spurging all night.
Okay. Where's I spurging, bro? Tell me which community is closed off from Black people in Cape Town. Tell me.
Which one? Let me look it up because you know exactly which one I'm talking about, sir.
Look it up. Quickly tell me which community is blocked off from Black people in Cape Town.
It's not millennial. It's not millennial.
Tell me. Yeah, tell me, bro, because you know everything, bro. You're gonna educate me right now, huh? You're gonna educate me on your 3 holiday trips that you did as a rich American.
Just don't let it die down. Just don't let it die down. Just keep on talking, and I'll find it. Go ahead and talk. Say whatever you need to say.
Have you been in the rest of South Africa, or were you just chilling in Stellenbosch with your rich boss and spending dollars and all of that, huh?
No, we were doing commerce because we were doing
the rest of the country.
Just like I said, we was doing commerce because she's trying to start a wine farm there, and we have trade going on. Yes, we do. And let me tell you something else about it. She couldn't even buy it herself because she's Black. She actually had to buy it through 3 other people through a LLC because they will not let Black people buy farms there. Did you know that?
Dude, don't talk shit, bro. Don't talk shit.
Do you know that? Do you know that?
Exactly. You're going to stand on that ground that Black people can't buy farms?
Oh, yeah,
here.
so I'm right, huh?
The government gives out farms, you retard, bro. What are you talking about? Do you know anything about our country?
Vineyards, sir? Vineyards in Stellenbosch.
Farms are given out
Vineyards
to
in Stellenbosch.
black people.
How many black people in Stellenbosch that you know that own a wine farm?
What does
that
Stellenbosch got to do
owns
with
a
the
wine
rest of
vineyard?
the country, bro?
Answer my question.
What does Stellenbosch got to do with the rest of the country?
Bro,
are you saying that the government does not give out
that
farms
she
to black
owns a
people?
wine farm. Did I not say that?
You
and did I not say that she has to actually buy it
farms.
through 3 LLCs because they wouldn't sell it to her because she was a black lady?
Is it because she
Did I
was
not
black
say
or she
that?
was American? Is it because
No,
she was
I
black
said
or she
that she
was
is South
American?
African. I said she is
Is
South
she South
African.
African? Bro.
I said she is South African, bro. Did I not say that?
Oh, so that's why.
I said
that's why
I
she
work for
couldn't
an
buy
African.
it. So she couldn't buy it because she's black in our country.
Exactly. Exactly. We go
Really?
there.
Well, can you
Sir, I've been there
display
3
any
times.
evidence for this? Because you've been saying a lot of stuff, like the farm murders. You've been saying a lot of stuff. Only one person's
and you've been saying
killed.
a lot of stuff as well. Just like
I
you
haven't
say that,
said shit. You've
they
just been
committed
yelling,
mass
bro.
genocide against all these Africans. Miss Sarah, can I pull this up, please?
Yeah, pull it up, bro.
First things first.
Let's see what you got.
Hold 1 second.
I co-sign this right on right violence. Let's get it. I disagree
Right
with
there.
some of this. There you
Debunk
go.
genocide. Do we read that? Debunk genocide. A South African court ruled in February 2025 that claims a white genocide were clearly imagined and unfounded. Organizations like the Institute of Security Studies and the U.S. Department have also found no evidence. Who said that? United States Department have also found no evidence to support genocide narrative. Am I right or am I wrong on that one, sir?
Well, if Google AI says
it,
it should be true.
definition of genocide?
Give me a moment. I'm trying to find the other one. Sarah, take that down. Y'all continue to talk. I'm gonna go find the community that black people cannot actually go in. Give me a moment, please, for that one.
Find me that community, bro. Find me that community.
Yeah, thank you.
While
Thank
you're
you.
finding that, let me hit a couple super chats. Rude Mud Crab comes in over on Dusty's side and says, "Flu state returns. All hail the king." Yes, I hope you enjoyed your man cold time off. And Kissy Cat says the Big Ten, is it law that she couldn't buy it or the seller didn't want to sell it to her?
No,
Yeah,
it
no,
is.
dude. They're talking shit. He's talking shit, dude.
Oh, I'm talking shit. So I just proved you wrong one
Yeah.
time. You want me? Yeah.
You-
It's
wait,
always
wait,
an
wait,
excuse.
What did you prove
It's
wrong,
always
bro?
an
What did you
excuse.
prove
You sit
wrong?
up here and lie. I already proved that you're a liar. I
What did
literally
I
just
lie
proved that
about?
you're a liar, and now you're going to try to keep going. So,
Sarah,
sir,
why is this
sometimes you
grown
just need
man
to shut
crying
up.
like a fucking woman on your panel?
Sometimes
Why
you
are
need to
you
stop
crying
lying.
like a fucking
Kissy
woman,
Cat
bro?
follows up to say, so we're just going to believe the corrupt South African government? Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you not see
yeah,
the?
bro.
It also
Google
said
AI
United
is
States.
Google AI
We're gonna
is
believe
It also
this
said,
black-
oh, now we don't want to believe.
This
Oh, yeah.
American
Google AI,
privileged
bro.
guy
Yeah,
that came down to South
always
Africa.
convenient, right? It's always
Bro,
convenience.
You
It's
quoted
always
Google
convenient.
AI. And what's your source? What's your source? Google AI? Since when is Google
Yeah, bro.
AI?
what's your source?
See, boy, don't you just love these people right now?
see,
Because
I'm
as soon as
just
you
gonna
prove
make a
it
lot
wrong,
of noise that makes
it's
me
Google
smart.
AI. Oh, it's Google AI. Oh, it's Google AI.
Mr. Life,
That's
have
what you
been
call white
selling-
privilege right there.
Jesus.
That's what you
Sarah,
call
can
white
this guy be
privilege when they
quiet
get
for a
asked her.
second so somebody can make a point.
Look at
bro?
all the
Can
answers,
somebody
white
make
people.
a point, or are you just gonna keep yelling over
Look at all the
everybody,
answer
bro?
white people. You can tell when they answer because they start getting on. Oh, Google AI.
You can tell
Google
when people
AI.
answer when you're
Google
yelling over
AI.
them.
Google
You can tell
AI.
when people are answering questions when you yell over them and not give them a chance to speak.
Because my mic costs a lot more than yours because all this black privilege.
No, because it's halfway down
you-
here,
you-
bro.
you-
bro.
you-
You see this?
Well,
This is $400 a mic.
Speaking
Are you
of
hating on Africans
privileged
right now, bro?
gentlemen,
Literally,
You see this? This is $400 worth of mic right here,
You're
sir.
discriminating
One
on
more
Africans
time.
right
Is
now because I
nobody-
can't afford a microphone.
Boy.
Sounds
Hey, you
like
see
some
this
American
roadcaster right here?
privilege, bro.
This
Sounds like
roadcaster that I
some
pump is
fucking
$800,
American
sir.
privilege right now.
Boys. I'm going to white privilege this.
This message is sponsored in part by
P. Fletch says, Mr. Life, have you been selling more property in Arkansas?
Selling more property. I'm trying to. Waterfront too. So if you need some, call me.
Surrounded by
You hit the
black
hot
capitalists.
springs.
Oh Lord. So
All right.
okay, so like while a Google AI source is not the greatest thing on the planet,
bro.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'm
However,
not wrong.
Also,
that was just a quick search because the content say I'm trying to keep this going. So if y'all want to just hate on it, go for it. But still in all, the facts still remain the same.
It also
no, you didn't say any facts. You just always feelings and anecdotal bullshit.
It also
no matter what I bring, y'all going to debate it. So man, it is what it is.
It also
you just brought up anecdotals and bullshit, bro.
So it's
did you not?
So
I didn't even get a chance to speak, bro. How could you hear when you're yelling like a female?
Because, like I said, my mic costs more than yours.
Go get a better mic. Of your good microphone and your bad attitude.
I told you one time, use some of that white South African privilege.
All right.
You don't know shit about
Cat
shit, bro.
says, bro, I've been to South Africa many times too, but that doesn't make me the authority on African geopolitics.
I didn't say it made me authority.
Annoying,
I said that I
actually
that we do commerce
doing,
there.
Bro.
See, no matter what I say, these people, no matter, they're going to find a reason to say that I'm lying.
What do you mean
they're
these
going to find,
what do you mean
they're just going to find reasons.
Beat me to it.
All right, Flow Stay. Yeah, you've been quiet. Kick it out. What you got?
I don't have anything. I think that the whole phrase is a race bait, just like black fatigue, white privilege. All these things, they don't exist until they get thrown into the vernacular, and then all of a sudden people start seeing them everywhere, and they become a sacred cow. So,
I disagree because I definitely have black fatigue.
I got black exhaustion. What are you talking about?
So do I.
There you go.
Kissy Cat says that these people.
But there's a lot of the one thing that really frustrates me is that the intellectual community is just fiending for the new word to describe people being assholes to black people, and it's I don't know, we just gotta bring back calling people assholes. That's really all it comes down to a lot of times when you pin down what they're trying to say. But here's a better source for that Afrikaner thing. I'll put it in the side chat. But basically, even your Lord and Savior Donald Trump didn't do the best job in defending it, when even his source that he used came from violence from the Congo and not South Africa. So
yeah, but that's not got to do with anything, bro. He's saying one person was killed, which is a lie. A lot of people are killed. Do you guys think that some of the people that get taken out or reported on in mass media, do you think there wouldn't have been an issue if that was the case? I personally know, dude, if this guy gave me a second to talk, I personally know 4 people that got killed this year that worked on farms. But he didn't.
So is that not hearsay?
He just kept yelling like a female.
Prove it.
Okay, so
I can pull up stuff if I had time. Yeah, I can pull up stuff if I had time, bro.
So what are you trying to say,
bro?
Chris?
No. Do you know what his problem is? He made the distinction of saying a genocide didn't happen. A genocide is a specific term.
You want to know what a genocide was?
White people were killed. Is a different
you want to know what a genocide was?
Yelling, bro, for a fucking second.
It was the Boers' War, sir. It was the Boers' War when y'all came down there in 1910 through 1920 and obliterated all those black people that had no guns.
Shut up, bro.
And then you took their land. And now you get mad because they want to take their land back.
Bro, do you know who killed the tribes? Who killed the tribes in South Africa first?
I know history.
Okay, who killed the native South Africans? Who killed the native South Africans? Who killed the native South Africans?
You can wheeze and laugh or address the comment, though, dude.
Yeah, who killed the native South Africans? Come on, you know history, Mr. Life. Big
the Polish,
fucking
right?
mouth.
There was a time.
The fucking Polish, are you retarded? It was the Zulus. You fucking idiot.
Bro, you all ran them out.
Do you even know the tribes in Africa? Do you know the Xhosas? Do you know the Zulus? Do you even fucking speak Isitswana? You speak Isitswana? You don't know shit about our country, brother. Fucking yelling all the time and not letting anybody address a point. Like a fucking retard.
Are you done now?
Chris, to be fair,
I will tell you both you're done because $50 came in over on Powder Dusty's side from Mike 23. Do you want to read it, Flo?
Mike 23 says the term white privilege doesn't exist and it only exists for those who claim why they can't make it in life. It's horseshit and you've been brainwashed.
Any thoughts?
I, of course, agree entirely with it.
Anybody disagree with this?
I agree. I think it's a liberal term that they use. I think victimhood and victim ID moves from goalpost to goalpost all the time. And I mean, I do generally agree with Joe, what he's saying. So back to Gemini's point, he's right. Hard work does mean something in America. If we can work hard, then this turns into a class issue and all you can do is play the blame game. That's literally all we have. And to Angry Man's point, all the rest of this shit is just made up when it comes to race. And then it's just name calling. It's going to switch to where it's like narcissist doesn't even have any meaning right now because we can't even call people assholes anymore. And now another thing that have a meaning that's going to change and be meaningless. So it's all made up shit, to be honest with you. But we're having descriptors that we're putting on other people. But it all boils down to liberal victimhood ID. It's really all this is. For the most.
I don't really believe in this idea that hard work is enough. I think there's a bunch of different factors. You probably agree with this already, but like it's not just hard work. If that was the case, everybody would be doing it. You got to be in like the right place.
Yeah. I'm not making the maps blue here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I disagree with that because there's a lot of lazy people out here that pretend like they work hard.
Sure, that's a different thing though, right? Like we can recognize that. Hey, there's a certain level of like. Listen, at the end of the day, no matter how devout to the leftist somebody may be, I think the only like left person here, so I think the one that's left, but it's like at the end of the day you still have to engage with the systems that are in front of you. Like as much as people want to like drag like what's his name, Sam Piker, like he's still a capitalist. He's gonna have to play the game in some degree or some capacity when it comes to doing the streaming shit. Like it's just the end, it's what you have to do. Otherwise, you're going to have to make some different options. I think something that is true is that I think people are very poor with risk assessment. So like some people think that they can just kind of zig and zag whenever they want, but in reality, like, no, it's not necessarily the case. That's where maneuverability and access comes into play.
Let me say, go ahead. I know you're reading the comments, Sarah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna do this and then I'll hand it over to Defnot and then to Gemini. Kissy Cat says, everybody would not be doing the hard work. Get the fuck out of here. I love it when Kissy Cat sounds off. Go ahead, Defnot.
Oh, I just wanted to make a note real quick. I don't know a lot about what's happening in South Africa, but I do want to say that calling it genocide is inaccurate. There's very specific details of what a genocide is. So there could still be a lot of violence happening against white people, but if you call it genocide, that kind of weakens your point. So either way, whatever it is, it's not genocide.
I would have said that's the problem with what he Googled. I agree it's not a genocide. If he actually let me talk like a human, I would have said that. I agree it's not a genocide. Oh my God. But to say there's not killings
does not say it was a genocide. That was literally your term.
I didn't
and
say
you're still
it
using
was.
that same term. If you would let me talk,
I didn't once say it was a genocide.
Man,
bro,
I'm mute right now, sir.
You brought that up. Bro,
I feel like I reopened a can of worms on accident.
Why do you keep
No, you're
talking
fine,
when I'm
Def
talking,
Not.
bro?
But Chris, let me finish because it was kicked over to me. I want to say this. When we're talking about hard work, we have to understand this. You can't confuse hard work from just what it means just in general. And then now you have to assess it per industry. That's the problem we have. You can work hard in your industry and not be what these people are in their industry. That's why people get mad at pro athletes. You know, oh, this kid started was he in middle school or elementary, and now he becomes this football player, basketball player, makes 40 million. I work hard. And it's like, well, I work hard too as a teacher. And now I got to get these $42,000 that they're going to give me. And the thing is, your payout is depending on what America says it is. So hard work does accomplish a lot of stuff, but it depends what sector you are. And people get frustrated because if you happen to be in the industry where you work hard, but the payout is not the same, then you're going to be pissed off and frustrated. It's not that you didn't work hard. Like that person worked hard, but their industry had a different buyout. And so the thing is, do you now say I need to change my industry? Because what I really care about is the money more than the hard work. Because it's like, if this industry pays more, I'm finna just go indulge in that. And if I can give it 70% and make twice as much as this industry I've given it 100% in, then that's a different assessment. So that's why the hard work is always tricky, because if everybody was doing the same thing, you could quantify it better.
Yeah, but that goes,
because we're in different industries, it changes.
Yeah,
it's also about hard work in the right direction. So you can work hard at work all day and not be recognized and not be given $1. But are you going home? Are you earning extra credentialing? Are you going to be like a real estate agent? Are you studying to do anything to make money on the side? Or are you just working hard at work? There's working hard, and there's actually working hard.
But that goes back to what I was saying a second ago. And, you know, Gemini, he nailed it, because you could be the hardest working employee at McDonald's that drop fries. But how hard is that really? You know what I'm saying? But the way we are as Americans, you got people that want to make $25 an hour dropping fries. It's like, no, you don't get to make $25 an hour dropping fries. It's a bullshit job. Like,
I think it's reasonable. Not to cut you off, I think it's reasonable to say if you're working 40 hours a week at a job that should be able to sustain at least a baseline of living. No?
Not if you're not if you're dropping fries at McDonald's.
Not all jobs should support a household. There's entry level jobs, there's high school jobs, you know.
But I'm asking a question here, right? So if you work 40 hours a week, it shouldn't matter then, because you decided
if you're a grown ass man and you can't do better than to be a fry dropper, then you don't deserve better.
Exactly. Damn. Exactly. You don't get to have a mortgage and an entire family has
no, but I'm not saying I'm not saying. Yeah, I think I'm kind of obfuscating what I'm saying here is that I think it's reasonable to say that if you're working full time at a job, whatever the case may be, there should be some type of baseline of what the compensation might be.
Because
there is no baseline for compensation, sir.
Not worth the same as everybody else's.
That builds off what I was saying.
Baseline is whatever you can negotiate for yourself.
Wait, hold on. We just had an OF model that made what she just turned 18. The one that turned 18, she just came out with a comment and said, literally, if you're 24 and you're not a millionaire, you failed at life. Like, this is the ridiculousness we've gotten to, but they're right about this. You shouldn't be able to make $30 while dropping fries. You're making this choice yourself.
If you're my age and you're a fry cook, you've dropped the fries.
That builds off what I was saying.
No, okay. So
well, I think essentially, right, we can't have these big expectations for big things if we're not willing to do the big work, right? So I can't just walk into an industry and be at entry level and expect to make the same amount as the CEO or even like a senior level role. Right. I think a lot of people I'm noticing, especially with these younger generations, tend to say like, well, it should just happen automatically because I'm there. I showed up. I'm there. I should just have this. I've seen young kids have this concept as well for athletes, and they should say, well, I either have the talent to do it or I don't. And none of them are willing to put in the effort or understand the idea that like you realize those Olympians or great athletes have been working at this day in, day out, nonstop for years. They didn't just show up one day, right?
Right.
Well, it depends on the industry. I'm a pro athlete myself.
I'm also broke.
But I'm a pro athlete myself. My industry doesn't pay millions of dollars, but I chose willfully to do this, to get into this industry and turn pro in two different sports, knowing it doesn't pay a shit ton. But I know this. So we're choosing to work at McDonald's, knowing that we're not going to get $30 an hour for dropping fries, and rightfully so. You can choose wherever you want to work.
Right, but at the very least, your job should be able to compensate some aspect of your living. I'm not saying that like people who are fry cooks should have a home.
There's a threshold. I'll give you that.
Right. Yeah. Like, because here's my pushback. Right. Not my pushback, but Gemini knocked on this. Right. You're a teacher, right?
No, I was just giving examples.
Well, guess what?
You did sound like you were leading off as a teacher.
Let me honest with you.
I'm not sure the way you were saying that.
I'll be honest with you. Like being a teacher, if you're a teacher, in a lot of cases, in a lot of states, you guessed wrong. Where it's like you're doing it for the love of the work. You're not doing it for the money. But if you're doing it for the love of the money, you got to recognize that you're not going to get paid for being a teacher. It's no different than like for my students. Like a lot of my students who are very talented, they want to say, like, hey, I want to be a professional musician. And I just tell them straight up, like, you got to have something else that's with that. You can't just be a professional musician. You need to have something that engages with this world that's outside of the arts. And a lot of times I tell them, like, hey, as much as you don't want to do it, learn some pop tunes and join a wedding band.
You got to be
like,
a DEA agent.
You want to be getting.
Please let me change the term, man, to low skill work, because we keep on saying fry cook, and that skews how people see it.
Sure.
When you are a low skill worker, you don't get the opportunities to make a lot of money because you don't have any skills. I think the bigger conversation is, are you willing to skill yourself up?
Exactly. What are you doing to
Mr. Life? Mr. Life.
That
First of all,
eliminates
we gotta establish.
But again, like, there's nuance.
Fry cook is
Even when it comes to
listen, enough. You guys are all yip yapping a lot, and none of you are hearing anything. Angry Man was trying to chime in on something, but you couldn't hear him over your big fucking fat mouth. Go ahead, Angry Man.
It was a really funny joke too. Yeah, I'm just saying that whatever a low skill worker is, a fry cook is below that, bro. Like that's a job for like a high schooler.
That's teenagers.
Time, you know what I'm saying?
Which leads to another point, because we keep on, and that's another great reason, because those jobs were intentionally set up for high schoolers, for that they can get some type of skills. So for us to say that you should give a living wage to a man that's doing a high schooler's job, I think that's that's crazy. I couldn't get the word out, but that's bonkers, man.
But at the end of the day, you still need people to commit different tasks of your business, right? Like, I don't enjoy having to put the mental in my DJ contracts of paying 5 roadies, but I have to put the mental in that if my contracts expand. And I'm not going to sit there and brainwash and I don't know what words you want to use. Basically, like, gaslight a kid and say,
"You out here DJing?"
But do you understand, Joe, that it's baked in the premise that we're graduating high school students at a great level still at this point? So that's high schools
for my roadies when I have roadies, I pay them at the rate that I think it's appropriate, because I know the task at hand. Like, they have to be there before the party starts. They're there long before the party ends, and I'm not paying them $250 for that work. That's ridiculous. Like, a 15-hour day should be commensurate with a 15-hour day. But if I can't pay that, like, if I can't pay a roadie, that means me as the business owner, I got to do that work myself. I don't have to go and try to find the lowest common denominator to get the job done. I need to make sure that I do that work instead. That's where my mental's at. And that, I think a lot of people, especially in the DJ industry.
I'm just impressed. He said he DJing out here. I just want to
know.
Listen,
I comes in with a big 10 to say, work your way up to managing Fry Dropper to support your household.
That's it. Show up on time.
Right. But it's not even that.
Well, I think that somebody nailed it earlier by saying the skill set, right? So are you doing a job that is a very specific skill? So yeah, to me, I look at it, can anybody do this? If so, like, we're not paying a whole lot for anybody to do. What's the guy that like climbs to the top of those light things? It's like $20,000 for him.
He goes once a year and changes the light bulb. He gets paid
in. Right.
Yeah, he gets paid bank. Yeah.
Could let me ask you this? Could anybody do that?
Yes.
Fuck no.
You think, Joe, do you think anybody could just go and know how to scale it, know what they're doing, not die along the way, and know how to replace that?
Bro, you wouldn't make it, you wouldn't make it 50 feet up them ladders, bro. I know people that work in industries like that, and you're not doing it.
No offense,
so
dog.
let me give you an example. Right? So we had a 20-foot overhang truss for this bar mitzvah. It sucked. And two of the spots were just fucked up. I knew what they had to be. I tried to explain to 3 different roadies how they had to be set up. And at the end of the day, I had to lug up my black ass and do it myself. At the end of the day, when it comes to professions, whatever the case may be, there's going to be a point where you have to ask yourself, am I willing to do this work? So in the case of whatever job it is, if it's between me and being decimate on the streets, I'll do that job. And
I would tell you not to do that.
And a lot of people don't have that grit. A lot of people don't have that grit. And it's like, look, I might die, but hey, I get paid.
For a bar mitzvah, we all know bar mitzvahs are where the money at.
So like, we recognize a barrier. We recognize a barrier. There's a reason why fat people don't serve in the military, but we have fat cops because there's different things that are required for the job. So if I want to get that job, I can't just go in there and willy-nilly and just say, oh, I want to do this thing. There's certain conditions that have to be met, and I have to work towards those conditions. If I wanted to be in the armed services, which I wanted to be for a while as a musician, I had to drop a significant portion of weight when I was in high school. But at 410 pounds, that was unattainable. So what I did instead was like, hey, I got to make sure me as a musician is working in any way possible. So that means taking wedding gigs I don't like, learning how to DJ, learning how lights work, learning how to use different AV systems. Because even for a fry cook at a McDonald's, that you want to position, at least in my eyes, you want to position yourself in a way where people don't have to worry about whatever it is that you're doing. So like in the case of Mr. Life, if he's a fry cook, he wants to be the fry cook in a way where people are disappointed when he's not there. Because
he has a bad back. So he can't be a fry cook. He has a bad back.
Let me interrupt because another big 50 came in over on Dusty's side from Mike 23. Flo, would you like to read it?
If I may. Athletes make more because they are entertaining millions of people. If a teacher wants to generate more money, they have to expand. Example, teach on an international level. Money is reward for services rendered. I 1,000% agree. It's supply and demand.
Yeah, and most athletes are broke and poor and will never be professionals. There are more people who are getting spit out that are semi-professional, lower tier professional athletes than actually professionals. And you have to ask the question.
And there's not a demand for those.
Yeah, I think the lowest paying like football player, I think is like something like $50,000 a year.
No.
I mean,
we talking about it's 700,000. Oh, that's semi-pro.
Lowest.
Yeah. Pro is 700.
But all the ones but Joe's talking about all the ones that don't make the Joe Montanas, right? Everybody else.
Yeah.
There's not demand for pretty good athletes. That's why there's not money for.
There's a demand for pretty good athletes. It's called the practice squad. But you can only have a set
practice
number
squad
of
still
players.
make a lot of money. But when you think about the low level ones,
yeah, but like think about it this way, like, hey, you get to just be a test dummy for ideas for 7 weeks for $22,000. Sign me the fuck up. Like, that's
$22,000 a week.
That's your seed money.
Really put that out there. That's $22,000 a week. But when you think about it, there is opportunity because you can go play inside the arena league, which could pay you about $75,000 a year. To most people, that's an absolutely great living to get to do what you want to do. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and then not for nothing, it's like you don't have to be engaged. I'm speaking specifically to athletes. There are more coaches and positions for coaches than there are actually professional like positions available. And a lot of situations where it's like, I think it's totally reasonable to say, hey, if you can't make it in the league, I'm knocking on doors to try to be an executive. I'm knocking on my doors trying to be player personnel or some type of side coach and strength training. My friend is a fucking doctor for the Eagles. And like, you
can't say all what you just said and said doctor. Like you went and got education. I was like, you ain't just gonna pull up does not equate.
He went to school for sports medicine and he wanted to get in.
Saying.
So
yeah,
like
so he's not a doctor.
I hate to harp on this, but you said that when someone's a fry cook, they got to be the type of fry cook that when they're not there, it's like they're missed or something. Like, bro,
that's
crazy.
Award.
You got limp.
They give you.
You can apply this for any
like a fast food place. The only award they give you is if you work there for like 30 years and you never missed a day. Like,
sure.
So that says a lot. The only award you get is for showing up.
No, but
let me ask you this,
you don't get an award for that.
Let me ask
it's a video.
The question I would pose would be, who wants to stay in that position?
Right.
Exactly.
We did a story about that.
Fries.
Yes,
we did a story about that. It was a man worked for Burger King for 30 years, and they gave him a Kit Kat. They gave him a Kit Kat and tickets to the movies.
They gave him
Anger Man, the point I was trying to make there.
They gave him a fucking Kit Kat.
He got a Ziploc bag. No, he got a Ziploc bag full of like Dollar Tree snacks and treats.
They did give him.
It was
I
like,
think
thank
they
you.
did.
Not a gift card.
His job is saying you dropped the fries in like, man.
If the only award they give you at your job is for showing up, which is what you're supposed to do anyway, it's not a skilled job. I'm sorry.
No. The point that I'm trying to make here is that like every job and every approach should be that, even a fry cook. Like even if you have something that's like a medium skill or a high skill, you want to basically build yourself in such a way where if you're not there, you're missed. So like, what can you do that's beyond the fry cook that shows some type of value within your workplace? That's just kind of where we're at. And in a lot of cases, it's like, listen, if you can be a guy,
the type of guy you're talking about in that instance, he's not going to be there he's not even going to be there 6 months. He's going to work there for a little while, and then he's going to move on to bigger and better things. Sure. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people in America who have become so entitled that they believe that they should make $30 an hour dropping fries, bro. That is ridiculous.
That's the same people who
believe cost $30 a carton too.
That's the same people who believe in white privilege too. They're like, white privilege. This dude has privilege. He's making money. He's a doctor. I should get paid the same dropping the fries. Like,
I like your attempt with your accent. You're a terrible white preacher.
You can earn.
I'm finna steal out his offering plate.
You can earn your income, or you can work after your work. You can earn your income. You can continue to work after you get off work. You can earn credentialing. You can go to school. You can educate yourself. But it goes to the matter. You have to be viable. You have to be needed in your profession, and you have to be doing a profession that is viable and needed. Because dropping the fries is not it.
Right, but then we can recognize if there's nobody to drop the fries and the business doesn't operate, like it would be something that they can't even like put on a menu if we're talking about food in particular.
This is a terrible analogy. You just have to be a warm body, and let's
and if there's no warm body,
they just looking for a warm body. People quit McDonald's, Zaxby's, Burger King left and right. I got a nephew. Like people quit this on the regular. I went there for 2 days. I hated it. Like they know that. They're not looking at this person like you're the best fry dropper and we gonna elevate you. They like, look, let me get here to show up.
What would we do without you dropping these fries? I don't know.
It's getting far from the point, but it's basically
but if we stand on point, let's say the industries that count though, because we can't count these lower level positions where we know it's like, hey, whoever shows up. These people, look, when you're in a position where you can no call, no show, no call, no show 2 or 3 consecutive times and still come back and not get fired. That's a low level position. I think that's what we need to distinguish. Like, we don't understand that's what those positions are. I've seen it. That's what this generation of kids are. They were no call, no show. My nephew did it. I'm like, dang, you ain't get fired? Back in my day, that is not happening. You are out of there. So that lets you know the qualification for these jobs where people, I ain't go to work for 2 days. You ain't fired? Nah, I came the next day. I just told my boss, I was busy and had stuff. Like, what? Like, this doesn't make sense.
Do you think if they paid him something, if they, like, let's say Gemini, if they paid him we'll just say $30 an hour, just as an example, do you think he would show up otherwise if that was his rate?
It'd still be the same behavior because you haven't really earned that. You think you're entitled to that, but you haven't demonstrated the work ethic to really actually acquire that type of money. So you're still going to mess up. You're going to be like, hey,
I disagree. I think your attitude would be different.
Right, but I'm asking
and
you,
if we
like,
get
if
who not from a youngster.
Yeah, I used to do that when I was
different. There'd be different.
When I was in the dorms and I worked on the fucking dining hall for like a week. I did the same thing. There wasn't enough money in it for me to give a fuck. I assumed I was fired when I didn't show up.
Yeah.
And then when they called, like, please come back, I'm like, well, all right, I am not doing shit this afternoon, I guess.
If you can effectively be replaced by a robot within the next 10 years, you're probably not very skilled labor. We're not going to have very many fast food restaurant workers when we get machines flipping the fries because they're going to be cheaper, faster, more reliable, and they're also not going to forget to put pickles on my burger. So.
Maybe not, but right now. Okay, hang on. I've been going for like 20 minutes.
We have the WNBA, which is the dropping fries of sports. So if you think about this, at the elite level, supposedly we have an artificial elite. So even then, the argument fails then too, because if the WNBA goes away, there's no dropping fries on the sports level there. It's not going to to be missed. We'll never see this. The WNBA is supported by the NBA. So we have this pseudo thing that's happening right now when it comes to other industries as well, too. Oh, just because I can do this myself, I'm great at it. Even in what's artificially elite fails too. The WNBA is a good example of this. So
they just almost got destroyed by a bunch of 8th grade boys. It was hilarious.
If you give a teenager $30 an hour, okay, if he gets paid on a Friday and has Saturday and Sunday off, he's not going to be at work Monday. Tell you that right now.
That's not going to improve.
That might be the case, but it also might not be the case. I don't know. It's weird that we're like. I guess the first thing I want to address now that I'm finally back. The first thing I want to point to is why everyone here feels so sure that they get to decide exactly who deserves what wages. I think Dusty at least acknowledges like that's an economic decision. It's not something that you determine based on how you feel about whether or not their job is valuable enough, whether it's a high school job or whether the fuck you guys are talking about there. Like you guys don't get to make that decision. It's about like what
Ryan Fry dropping.
Well, let me talk about it, and maybe you can address afterwards, Mark Day. I didn't know you were talking about the fucking WNBA bullshit, but we got over it. Okay, we moved on.
Fry dropping.
Right?
Talking about Ryan.
I get it.
That's right now, Ryan.
Look, okay. All I'm saying is right now, if you guys go out and walk by any fucking Taco Bell or McDonald's or whatever, they have fucking hiring signs. Okay, and it's probably because they aren't paying them enough, right? Because people don't want to work those jobs, and if they paid them more, they would work those jobs. That's how fucking basic economics works. Everyone here knows that. I don't know why we're pretending otherwise.
Then they would need more.
No, it's the nature of the job.
That would pull up the whole.
What do you mean nature of the job? I love fries.
Hold on. I mean, realistically,
You're a consumer.
Right, you hilarious, bro.
But we look at other factors, right? If I have my master's degree and I have almost 20 years of experience in my
Flaunt
field
that
and
shit,
what
girl.
I'm doing, I will. Do I think that somebody who is just now entering my industry or even something similar should automatically make as much as me? Because that's actually, I watched that happen when I entered my industry a long time ago. I think the going rate was like $15 to $17 an hour. And I worked my way up. I increased my experience and also harnessed a lot of degrees along the way for it. And now obviously I make a lot more. But there was a time where the minimum wage, like there was this big boost in the hourly wage. Whoever's typing, we can hear you. And it got to a point where I had worked already like 5 years in the industry, and anybody walking in would only be making a couple dollars less than me. And I was insulted at this point because I was like, seriously? Like, and that's what we see happening with that whole minimum wage bump. If you're already in the industry for 3 to 5 years and there's another bump because, well, like people can't live this way. Those who are in that range already, like they're staying right there. You don't get the bump.
With all love, Sarah, like I'm sorry that you felt insulted that people were making more money, but like who gives a shit? Like frankly, like who cares? If this is not how we make economic decisions, whether or not Sarah feels bad about it. Like this is just not how it works, right?
The issue with your view on this is somebody has to train as an
would you run a McDonald's if you're paying fry cooks $30 an hour? It's not economically feasible, Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Tell that to McDonald's. Like they seem to be doing just fine. They seem to have been increasing their minimum wage every fucking year. Like McDonald's, talk about all these companies are paying more and more all the time, and they seem to be fine. They're not disappearing. They're everywhere.
They're doing bad right now.
Did anyone ever think so, Ryan, like the idea, like me, how I did it, and this is how I went about it, right? I was in my early 20s, barely making it, right? I made a very specific amount, and it was like, okay, that's not going to get me ahead of the game. So what did I do? I went and I picked up a second and even a third part-time job to make it fucking work, right? And I was able to stock away and do stuff and make maneuvers because I just had to put a little extra work. You have to be uncomfortable in order to get to comfort, right? It doesn't just, you don't just walk in and be like, hey, like I'm working this job that literally a 15-year-old kid could do. I should get paid enough to be able to live at a certain standard level that I want to live by. Okay, thanks. No, you have to do extra shit. You have to get uncomfortable. It's just, it is what it is.
Right,
you don't know how
this just sounds like, I mean, no offense, Sarah, this just sounds like your feelings about this. Like, if at the end of the day, people are not getting these, people are not filling these jobs, right? Then what are we going to do to make people fill the jobs if they are necessary jobs that people want? People want people who drop fries. People need people who drop fries because people go to McDonald's.
You want to pay $60
if they can't find people to do that, there's one easy way to find more people. Raise the wages. It happens. It's just how it is. Literally the most fundamental, basic supply and demand shit.
Good for your haircut right now, but I'm telling you right now, $50 burgers doesn't sound feasible.
Sarah, I have two things.
Ryan, the easiest way to do this is to allow the Mexicans to come over the border and give them automatic citizenship, and then they'll work for $10 an hour, and then they work for $5 an hour, or whatever that you need. That's
give them citizenship so they can have minimum wage. Sure, yeah, hell yeah.
I didn't realize McDonald's was more poor work.
Why wouldn't we just automate more system?
Sarah, I'm hearing two things of what you're saying, which I think is kind of important. Like, one, I think it's reasonable to say that we shouldn't have to work that many jobs in order to maintain a baseline of living. I think that if you had one job that was able to subsequently pay you in a way, you probably wouldn't need to or want to have multiple jobs in that. I was making that assumption there, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. But the second thing is, like, I live in a state that increased the minimum wage, and I saw it in real time. Like, every single restaurant and every single business that I saw that has high retention raised their wage above that. So they knew they had to progressively get to 15. So they said, all right, 19.5. That's literally the McDonald's down the street from me is paying $19.50 an hour for their workers. And then managers are making 32. Like, it's just kind of how it is.
And that's why, unlike when I was younger as a Gen Xer, you go to McDonald's to buy a freaking Happy Meal and you're paying $15 damn. Like, it's not economically feasible.
Yeah, who's paying that tab? Who's paying that tab? But not only that, Joe, people are living. Hold on, this is a materialism issue. All right. Sure. People want to still have their cake and eat it too. They want the fancy phone. They want the big TV. They want the Netflix. They want all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. So they sit there and they say, well, I don't want to have to sacrifice what I have in order to get ahead and make things happen. So therefore, the rest of the economy has to come and adjust to me. Sometimes you have to drive an hour to get to work. Sometimes you have to take a long train. Sometimes you got to take a few buses to get there. Like sometimes you might have to eat ramen noodles, right? Like sometimes there's just a lot of
old man stories.
I'm okay with old man stories because, like, guess what? It fucking works. It fucking works.
Sarah, hold on. Sarah, that was very eloquent. And I like your skill set. Like, she has a great skill set because you have to think about Sarah. No, seriously, I'm not talking about nothing provocative or nasty. Like, she's on this panel. She engages all these men from different nationalities, right? Different races, whatever. And the fact that she can do this at a high level and still have failed relationships, like, that shows that it doesn't always cross over like you needed to do. Like, we always look at skills and think they cross over eloquently. They don't always cross over. So I just wanted to point that out. So thank you, Sarah, for being great at this. I'm not talking about your relationships. For this, you're great at it. Joe Lewis, I love you. He has the traditional African-American. I've seen his afro on at least 4 Denzel Washington movies. I guarantee that. Joe Lewis.
I thought you were going to say 4 Danielle.
His afro has Oscars. Like, I understand that. Like, his afro, he might not be as talented as his afro, but his afro has Oscars, and I love it. Look, Marte, Ray, you are great, but I've never seen a human that's a mashup of who I want to think about. Who are thinking? Let's go with the Lakers. When I look at you and I see Rick Fox and Robert Horry combined into one human, I never thought that was possible. I don't know if you're shooting 3-pointers or swiping the ball, but you're very talented as well. Ezreal, I won't talk bad about you. Look, you're a good guy. I won't talk about it. All I know is you look like a dildo test subject right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's instead of being 50 shades of gray, it's 50 shades of, well, you know the word that rhymes with that. Anyhow, let's move on with that. So, and then, hey, Ryan, I refuse to speak back. Any guy that has his hair, it's Mattel. You're sponsored by Mattel. You and Ken got your hair done from the same situation. It has not flopped. It has not moved. This guy, you're not flamboyant, but you're close to it right now, right? And so, and then Def Not, I like you. You're a special woman. Right now, I don't know you if you're a test subject for you look like you were born in an old woman's knitting. Like they just doing this. This is all I see. Like you're a knitting project. Like I look at her, they knitted her, like not her clothes, like they actually created her. Like they did even her eyes. Everything is knitted. So I like that. I appreciate that for you. And so, hey, you know, Dusty Powder, I'm not gonna get on you. Get a slide right now. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a great dad, and I don't want to talk bad about you. Angry Man, I could disrespect you right now, but he went off cam, and so there it is. So we
perfectly timed.
Hey, we good.
Are you done roasting the panel, Gemini?
No, I'm done. But Mr.
Right.
Life, you are medium fat, though.
No, hold on. Gemini is talking right now, but he looks like Aaron Hall's double.
Medium fat.
I'm small fat now, man.
Yeah.
I lost weight. I lost 10 pounds. I'm small fat.
I'm telling you, like
Small
you're
fat.
the same.
Small
When I
fat.
see him, when I
Let me
see
get
Mr.
some
Light, I
logistics
see you.
before we lose the show. Chat owes one more dono to keep the show going. And you have 3 minutes to do it. Kizzy Cat says, I'm here for Spurg, Ryan. I think a lot of people actually have I'll allow it. A lot of people are here for Spurg Ryan, even though they like to send him to the back a lot. I think they truly have a love for him.
I couldn't believe he stayed back there so long when I sent him back the first time. I apologize, Ryan. That was way too long.
Ryan has a lot of patience. I will 110%. And he gets thrown back in line, and there's like 5 more people in front of him. And then he's got to wait until it's his time. But I give you all the credit, Ryan. All the credit.
Thank you,
Kissy Cat with the Big 10 says, if low-skill jobs are making as much as a job that requires credentials, then there is no incentive for people to do better.
Facts.
I 100%. I sit there and I think sometimes, like, why do all this stuff and you know, like, increase all of the things that, like, all of the hard work I put in, and then somebody can just walk in and say I did this, and then they just get, you know, the same thing I get. I think that's retarded.
Can I respond to that as well, just briefly? Well, again, it comes back to like the economics of it. Like, if there are jobs that less people are going into because there are other jobs that are paying more, well, guess what? Everyone deserves a raise, maybe, huh? How about, maybe a lot of us deserve a raise. Maybe it's not. Maybe
why don't we just give everybody $100 an hour? Let's just give everybody $100 an hour. And
nobody's saying that, but the reality is that living is inflation is a real thing. All the conservatives were fucking whining about inflation for years when Joe Biden was in office. Now it's all like, oh, we don't need to increase wages. Who cares? Obviously, there is inflation. Obviously, people have to spend more. Obviously, people need to make more. That's just the reality. And if they don't make more, they're not going to take those jobs. And those jobs aren't going to get filled. If you don't want to deal with that, if you just want to cry about it, that's fine. But I don't know what to do with your tears. I know what I know how to do is actually raise people's wages, and they will take those jobs.
I think the push.
Let me do one thing. Chat, you have 1 minute to get another $10 dono goal in, or we all say goodnight. I don't know. This has been incredibly entertaining. Just one dono goal and you're complete. There we go. Kissy Cat.
I was about to say one more.
Go ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead. The ladies are saving the chat tonight. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that, like, maybe I'm in the minority here. That, like, the reason why I try to better myself is just by the virtue of knowledge and seeking that out. Like, I'm not trying to make sure that every single skill that I have is applicable in society. Like, some of these things I just want to do for a better understanding of the world. That's even how I came to even like me, like, kind of viciously going against white privilege, is that I came to that perspective through books and time. And otherwise, like I probably wouldn't have not even like adopted that. I probably would have been the same type of liberal that doesn't really think about how society works and all this other type of stuff. So I think there is like something to say about like pursuing knowledge and skills for the sake of pursuing and making yourself better. Like that's where I think for college, like if you go into college and your goal should be to just be a better person than you were coming out of it and they were going in. But that's just me.
Man, I learned one thing, man. I learned one thing. The harder I worked, the less I made. And once I began to change my mindset, I came up with one thing: is work smart, not hard. And I believe in working less and actually getting paid more. And I began to change my life once I began to skill up. And once you begin to skill up and look at what you're doing with your life, you can change your life. And once you start to move up and you move up fast, and you find yourself doing less work, using less of your time to get things done from actually being paid. And then you change from actually getting paid by the hour, and they give you a salary. I get contracts sent to me for work. Nothing else. They say, sign this contract, and then we paying you so much. So you move on after that. Do I work 40 hours a week? I haven't worked 40 hours a week in probably about a decade. Do I work 30 hours a week? No, probably about a decade. But I probably work 20 hours a week and probably get paid more than most people. So the thing is what's your skill set? So you have to look at what you're doing, position yourself to get inside a place to where you can actually corner a market so that you can make money, and then you can make more and work less. Because if you're not using this or some function of this, you're going to get paid by your time. And when you get paid by your time is always limited. So I would suggest anybody else to skill up when it comes to this right here. Because once you get it up in here, they can't take that away from you, and you can go do whatever you want to do, and you can work less and get paid more.
That's fair. BB says, after all my education, degrees, and masters, I get paid more with one of my multiple trades. AI has replaced all my admin HR. You cannot replace human interaction. I think that's. True. I think skills and trades are very vital, and I think that we need to fill that industry. More people. I don't know why they pushed education so hard and left out the trades, because the trades are like that's what we really need.
You need both in unison. You can go get a trade, but if you're still dumb, you're not going to do the trade well. So that's the thing.
There's still a bar of entry.
Yeah. But college doesn't exactly equate to being intelligent in any cases. Exactly. I know a lot of people with doctorates who are dumb as fuck. And I know a lot of people who've never went to college who are some of the smartest people.
Well, they are
but a lot of jobs require a college education as a checkbox to get it. We just spoke about this recently. Like you have to have it just for that. It could be basket weaving bachelor's, but you have to have that box.
Yeah,
that is true. My job requires one, but I don't have one. Right, you got to be skilled up. You got to know how to move inside the arena. So I don't have a college degree, but I still get jobs and I get contracts that say that I need one. Matter of fact, they say that I need a master's, but I never had one. And see, that's the thing. Once you position yourself inside any arena, your name will get out there, and they're going to come seeking you. I don't have BG will tell you. My boss picked up the phone and said something reckless to me on Monday. By Tuesday, I had another whole job lined up. I'm just waiting just to see what's going on right now.
I hear you on all that. But yeah, it's also the case that on aggregate, like it is the reality that having a college degree, people with college degrees on aggregate make more money. It's just the truth. More than trade schools on average. These are just facts. I don't know.
The baseline is higher, but then the actual how that pans out might be misleading, right? Like
sure,
for some professions, like I'll just speak to music directly. You don't need a degree for that. You get the degree for the connections. That's really what it is. You spend.
Yeah, but if you go to like Berkeley or some shit, then you're going to be in a better position. You're going to be a way better position if you go I don't know. I mean,
all my friends went to Berkeley, dropped out. John Mayer went to Berkeley and dropped out. Like
Marte would like to make his exit from the panel. Marte, you want to give your final thoughts?
Gotta go raid somebody for getting high.
Yeah, my final thought is Brian has worst economics I've ever heard in my damn life. Also, Aaron Hall stunt double. I appreciate the kind words, by the way. I take no insult to these roastings.
They all look alike because Aaron Hall was bald headed. But thank you.
From the Proud Family. If you gonna say anything.
So everybody else, I appreciate Angry Man. I'm not fucking with you, by the way. Everybody else, you guys have a good night. I appreciate the panel. White liberal is an excuse. The whole thing is just made up bullshit. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Marshall.
Well, let me speak to because I was also added there a little bit. So first, I'll speak to the whole economics angle. Like, I don't. No one has contended with the actual like what I pointed out, which is that if you have jobs
and you ignored it.
Hang on. Well, we'll come back. I'll hear you out in a second. But just to reiterate my claim, I'm sorry if I missed it. There's a bunch of people saying a bunch of different things. So maybe I missed you. You were butting what I said, but I'm happy to hear you out, right? But all I was saying is that if there are jobs that people are not filling, then one way to make sure that people fill those jobs is by raising the wages. You can deny that or you can fight against that. I'm interested to hear your perspective.
Ryan.
But I also want to add with regards to the white privilege thing.
Yet.
Like, yeah, well, not yet. That's right. I want to, with regards to the white privilege claim, it's all like people using excuses, blah, blah, blah. There are plenty of successful people successful black people who agree that white privilege is a real thing, right? Like Tony's coach, Mexican, all these people who talk about white privilege, these are pretty successful people. They're not fucking failures, right? They're not failures who are like, oh, well, we're fell behind, and so it's kicking rocks. I'm so mad about all the white privilege around me. Like, these are radically successful people who are looking at this from a theoretical lens and acknowledging reality around them. So,
white
privilege is a thing?
Do you realize that there are black people that are massively successful, and in order to keep the poor black people from being mad at them, they have to play that game and pretend like they're always
is that your racism? Like, are you projecting right now? Like, what are you saying?
Like, of course, what he's saying is you can't wear your gold chains inside the hood or you get robbed. So yeah, I do. I feel him that, and that's why I wear a fake one. So if I get robbed, they can just have it. Hey, I'm gonna take it off and keep it moving. Go into my closet and grab another one. What you talking about?
Instead of dismissing those people outright, like why don't you engage with what they actually say about white privilege instead of just being like, well, they're drifting, they're race baiters. Like why not just actually engage with their argument?
Because the argument is the thing about this, right? It's just like it's just like people that are massively rich. There are people that are massively rich that act like, oh, money can't buy happiness. It's because they don't want people who don't have to be upset with them. It's like, oh, well, he said money doesn't buy happiness, so I guess he's miserable, so I'm not going to be angry with him.
Well, Joe actually wants to engage with the arguments, apparently. So let's hear out Joe, because you're just demonizing the people like off out of pocket, basically. So Ryan, I don't know what to do with that.
Come on, can I finish what I'm saying, Ryan?
Yeah, okay.
I figured it out, by the way. You're like Ryan. You're like Dane Cook, but less likable. Like, bro, I'm a little bit more likable. What I'm saying, please. Okay, look. What I'm saying to you is culturally, there are black people that have a lot of money and they're extremely happy. And in order to keep the poor black people on their side, they act like they're always oppressed.
Do you know this from them telling you it happens like the hive mind?
They just don't realize that they're being sold this lies. Unlike you figured out you were being sold the lies. But all the rest of the poor people, they're dumb, and they like the ones who acknowledge this stuff, they're just dumb. They just don't get it like you do, right?
Well, for one,
no, Ryan, they have a hive mind. They're tapping into the black people hive mind.
Here's the thing, Ryan. The thing about it is, number one, I've been on both sides of the fence. Okay. And the reality is this: I'm not the only black person that thinks this way, bro. I'm not the only black person that noticed this shit.
Don't I fucking know it, man? Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure.
Ryan, why did you think he was the only black person who thought that way? Why do you personally believe that?
Exactly.
I don't think it's smart.
Exactly.
I now believe in white privilege, actually, after listening to Ryan. It's fucking crazy.
So
you're in white privilege, whatever privilege. Ryan, it takes a massive amount of balls.
W.E.B. Du Bois that pointed this out years ago. It was either W.E.B. Du Bois or it was I think that's who it was that pointed it out years ago.
I don't
know.
Listen,
if Brian says black privilege exists, you can't say anything to it. Like, what are you, black or something? Brian knows best.
Anyway, Joe,
Ryan, do you want to hear my pushback?
Yeah.
Go ahead with the
either Dusty or Joe. Yeah, one of those.
Okay. Why not just make everybody's minimum wage $100 an hour and eliminate poverty?
Stop it.
Why stop at 100?
Do you really think that's
logical? Wait. Do you really think that's a logical?
He's right. No, we're going to go to $1 million. We'll go to $1 million. $1 million an hour, eliminate poverty. What's the problem with that?
What's the problem with that?
Yes.
I mean, there's a bunch of problems
because that will answer the reason.
Why is that a rebuttal to what I was saying? I didn't say anything about raising the minimum wage to $100. What I said was, if there are jobs that people are not taking and we need those jobs to be filled, that one way to fill those jobs is to raise the wages for those jobs. That's all I said. What does that have to do with raising the minimum wage to $1 million?
I can explain it to you in Barney's
That's exactly. No, hang on. No, I didn't move the fucking goalpost. That's exactly where I planted the goalpost, Dusty. Maybe you weren't listening. I reiterated it like 3 fucking times. But if you're going to argue with something like no one's saying, then let's hear Joe. I actually want to hear Joe's.
Hey, listen.
I think Joe's actually going to engage with me. So I want to hear from Joe.
Hold
Air is
on,
absolutely free. Take a
boys.
breath.
Can we make Ryan stroke out?
Yeah, he might. He might.
He already did, right?
Yeah, Ryan. So the issue
Going
with
for a run today, I'm feeling good.
raising low skill jobs to like 30 an hour per se. Who is making 30 an hour right now? Then we have to increase the wages of individuals making 30 an hour to like 50 an hour. And then we got to increase the wages of individuals making 50 an hour with like welding certifications and stuff like that to 100 an hour. And all we're doing is increasing the price of products. So if we pay low-skilled, no-skilled people more money,
instead of complaining about my solution, why not offer a better one? Offer a better solution.
Breathe. Air is absolutely free.
No, offer a better solution. You're just crying about what I said.
I know liberals like free stuff. A better solution is
nobody's talking about free stuff, dude. You're so stupid. No one's fucking listening to anything I say. It's so frustrating.
Azrael, if you want to talk about skilled,
hold on.
No, if we're talking about
free
skilled
shit, it's
labor,
economics.
No, if we're talking about skilled labor, garbage men, low-skilled labor, like garbage men, can make $30 an hour. So this is showing that Azrael's statement exists in the real world right now. It's not about the skills. At least solely, it's not about the fucking skills.
Supply and demand.
Hold on. But
Supply is
garbage
not
men
purely
also
skills.
are literally cleaning up, like picking
Yes.
up trash. Like you have
Yes.
to
That's my
incentivize
point.
people to want to do that because it's like minimal skill,
the
right?
national
But-
average.
Yes, that's my
But
point.
it
You ever
is
cleaned the
also-
McDonald's bathroom?
What the fuck? Do any of you have manners, gentlemen? Thank you. But in that factor, it is still like physically demanding, right? You're putting yourself at risk by riding on the back of a garbage truck, and then you
Looks
also literally have to work in stench all day. So it's skill level minimal, but also the risk and hazard portions are higher.
Yes,
And
that's my point. Really quickly, that's my point.
And physical
Using just skill
capabilities
level, if
as
you're
well.
just appealing to skill level, is highly reductive onto economic analysis.
And
Because there are a
physical
ton of cases like
capabilities as
garbage
well.
analysis
And
where there are
also
other
they make-
factors
hold on.
that weigh into.
Azrael, let Corinth finish, please. Thank you.
Because if we
He didn't
point
let
to
me
other
finish.
Sarah's the one who jumped in there, Azrael. What are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
gonna let anyone finish.
Pause.
Y'all can.
Any
jerk
guy that
yourselves
won't
off
let a
yourself.
woman finish is a terrible
Okay.
guy.
So,
If she wants to
just
finish, let her
the
finish.
really
That's the
quick,
best
like,
thing any guy will ever hear in his
Go-
life. Baby,
Go
finish.
I
ahead.
mean, what
Go
man
ahead.
don't want a woman to finish?
Go ahead, Corinth. Finish your thought, please.
This was the point. It's a
Corinth
really
is
reductive
the
view to just look at skills when doing economic analysis, because there are many other factors that go into supply and demand than just the amount of skills you can put forward. That was the
It's
point.
Are you
all
done?
supply and
Are you
demand.
done?
Yes.
Are you done?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead,
Also,
Azrael.
trashmen make $20 an hour, about $40,000 a year. So you're wrong about your assertion that they make more than that. And it
They
also
don't make
does
a
have to-
universalized wage, Azrael. They
See,
make
are
it
you gonna
different
let me
amounts in
finish?
different
Are you gonna let me
areas.
finish? Are you-
Hold on. Okay, speed
I'm
date
correcting the
preview.
false
You can
claim.
work-
Go Corinth.
Yeah, so it has to do with not with just regular skill level. In
They
addition
make
to
different
that,
amounts in different areas.
It also is
Different categorically make
it's
$20 an hour. is
also
incorrect.
a degree of labor. There's more than just skill, but it's going to have to come from
Yes, that was
something.
my
You
point.
can't just drop flies in an area and think that, hey, this is going to get me $30 an hour.
Okay, was that at all the point ever being made?
I don't know if that's a contention or not. I don't have my glasses.
No, it's
on
not.
for
That's
you.
why I'm not sure why you're fighting ghosts, Azrael.
I don't know why you're
who are
fighting
you
ghosts.
fighting?
So
Who
the
said
issue,
this to you? Who hurt you?
So I'm sorry that I didn't highlight every individual aspect that contributes to an
It's not just not
individual's-
highlighting it. It's when you make the categorical statements about low skilled jobs. If we paid them this, that would happen. If we're saying low skill, high demand jobs, you can make an argument that's going to exclude this category. If you want to say something like low skill, easy access jobs, or like demand things like this. There are a ton of other ways we can do this analysis. When you're doing an overly reductive view, that's just going to be completely wrong on its face because you're broadening the category to include things that it very clearly doesn't include.
So do you think it's easier just say no skill, or to be like, hey, one that doesn't take a large ability, one that doesn't take a lot of work, one that doesn't take a large risk, one that doesn't take a high
It's
buy-in
easier to
fee?
be wrong. I'm not denying that,
done,
Azrael.
bro.
It's a lot easier to say incorrect things than it is to say correct things.
It's a
The
lot
issue
easier
is
to
you're
say
just
correct
fighting on
things.
it being correct, despite this.
No, bro, it's not incorrect. I'm sorry that I didn't highlight every aspect that could be contributed to skilled labor.
So is it correct
Like,
the statement you made
so
that if we
an
paid
individual
low skilled
being good
wages
enough-
$30 per hour that this would happen?
an individual being in a good enough shape and an individual willing to be able to take the risk of any kind of employment is also a type of a skill. So I don't know what your contention is. It's
Okay,
pretty
so if the McDonald's
across the board.
workers in
People
enough
use low
shape, if they're
skill.
lifting the boxes into the building, they're unloading the trucks, that's a skilled worker too? We can pay them $30 an hour?
No, that's
We
one
give
skill.
McDonald's
It doesn't-
workers gym passes and they're in fit enough
So
shape.
are you
They
actually
have
gonna let me
that
talk,
skill.
or just obfuscate, talk over people, and be a dick like you normally do?
They have that skill then. The issue is you're saying things that trivially aren't skills in the economic sense that we're talking about. And then we isolate that out. We apply that to these cases and you're going to deny it because these things aren't the kinds of skills that get the labor. The ability to do some kind of work is. But then that's going to be true of even low skill labor because they're able to do that kind of work.
I was just waiting to see if this relationship ended.
Supply and demand. Labor is an
This is a
input to the
terrible
product.
breakup.
Nobody wants somebody working hard. Your effort doesn't matter shit to me. I want my trash picked up. It's an input. That's all it is for all jobs.
And Ryan, that quote was from Booker T. Washington, where he basically talked about how there are black people that literally get paid off of complaining about the struggle of black people, and they want to keep black people in a state of mind where they feel like they're always struggling, because if they don't, they'll be out of a job. So that
Sure,
is
and just
Ryan,
to
now
that,
that you
I
know
don't
Booker T.
disagree.
Washington said that. Do you
That
agree
sounds
that
like a
every
lot of
rich black
pastors.
person that says this is lying to you
Real-
to keep black
Real
people
quick,
down?
I don't disagree. There are people who might do this like as a grift. I mean, there's also a bunch of black conservatives like Candace Owens who run around saying the inverse, right? Like, so like there's a lot of yes, there's plenty of grifting going on. Like, but that doesn't mean that the fundamental critiques are wrong.
no, I'm not
critique
saying
is a
that
little-
it's not completely. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that exists as well.
I'm saying it's wrong. Like, so in the book, Case for Reparations, that book's a frustrating book, just getting that out of the way. Like, Coates basically says essentially that like the concept of privilege is tied to like economic theft and exclusion. And when you really think about that, that makes no sense. Because like I was mentioning earlier, we think of privilege as things, benefits and stuff like that, that are attached to good behavior, good conduct, some type of, not meritocracy, but some type of like working towards that. But to say that like essentially atrocities are tied to privilege is kind of ridiculous, because economic theft is an atrocity. Economic exclusion is an atrocity, and we shouldn't be calling atrocities privilege, because then it basically says that, oh, if I adopt these things, if I adopt economic theft, if I adopt economic exclusion, then I'll make it ahead in America. And low key, that's a correct analysis. Like, the way that you get ahead in America is to be a homicidal, genocidal maniac. Like, you don't have to, there's a level of tolerance of violence that you can just act out upon others that lets you get ahead in this world. And for me, I don't think that's a worthy route to go. Like, I think it's pathological.
That's not completely accurate, because there are plenty of people that try to go that route and they get locked up or even lose their life. So that's
Right.
That's not totally accurate.
Like all those J6ers that got pardoned. Like I mentioned earlier in the conversation.
Let me ask this question. Why is it? My bad. Go ahead.
BB Sends 10 to said, I'm pro kind motherfuckers. And Coco coming in, I think, on Dusty's side says, you've been on fire this week, man. Appreciate or is that Ryan's side?
My side.
Must be Ryan.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. You've been on fire this week, man. Appreciate the passion. I like it. I like it.
Why does
go ahead, man?
Why does liberals like? Because I noticed this with Ryan too. Why is it when you guys are making a point, you have like this sort of Tourette's tick where you have to throw a shot in there? It's like you'll be talking about something. Well, I think that, Great Expectations is a wonderful book. Donald Trump would never read it because he's an asshole. But, why do y'all do that?
I brought that up. The reason why I said that is because I brought that up in the earlier conversation that I was having with Sarah, is that what we do see is ideological privilege. Like what we do see is, we can say kind of like racist privilege. And basically what that looks like in practice is that if you adopt the pathologies that exist, the degenerate behavior, the homicidal mentality, the genocidal mentality, the individualistic approach that says, I will kill my wife if that means I get ahead in society, then you'll be generally fine in most cases.
Disagree.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's talk about one example that kind of like leans into the whole white privilege angle. I think is the fact that we have white people who make entire careers as influencers based on yelling the N-word at a black kid or talking about how sure. Well, I mean, sure. If we might not like using the word privilege,
it's an atrocity,
right? it is. Yeah, I agree. It's an atrocity. I agree that the word privilege is.
This is why you're not making more money, Ryan.
The problem. Yeah, for real.
No, it's like, okay, do we want a society?
Do you want to succeed or not, Ryan?
Well, yeah, like, do we want a society?
I got to do what must be done, right?
Like I don't want a society that says, hey, you can just call people the N-word with impunity and make a career out of it. That's pathological. Like that's degenerate. That's my point. Like we point to that and say like, oh, that's privilege. He has the privilege to do that. That makes no sense. Like we don't look at rapists and say they have sexual privilege. That makes absolutely no sense.
You guys, and by the way, screw you guys for making me have to make this argument, because I shouldn't have to make this argument. But you do realize that there are black comedians that make an entire career out of making fun of white people.
Yes, absolutely.
So
that's pathological too.
Like,
what is it?
What do you guys
It's
do?
degenerate behavior. We should not have a society that rewards dragging other people for the betterment of financial profit.
Or we could stop being a bunch of pussies.
Bingo.
That's another option.
Bingo.
Sure, there's
always
that.
So wait. So should we have white people? Should we have white identified people in society being able to call people the N-word in public, calling them dirty monkeys, and every single slur on a comedy special, and then make money from that? Is that what you want?
Yeah, and go on Piers fucking Morgan.
Black people do it. Black people do it, Joe.
Okay, great. Do we want black people to do it?
What I'm saying is, I grew up in the 90s.
Should be no.
Yes, we do want that.
And we were okay. We were fine.
We want to strive for a society that just says slurs to each other.
We want to strive for a society that is less pussified. And so if you have comedians, whoever, making money off of the overreaction, sure. It's all part of the equilibrium that brings it back to the middle and out of your vagina.
So is your argument, Joe, to make it illegal to do that kind of stuff, or just to disenfranchise individuals who do?
I'm about to have a fucking stroke.
Because you're going into the whole freedom of speech.
Joe, is your argument to skin all of these people alive and feed them to dogs?
Wait a minute.
I said what you demonstrated.
Wait a minute, because this is what you guys would do. If someone on the right, someone that was a conservative like myself, were making this argument, you would yell fascism.
No, I wouldn't.
How is it not fascism if you're not trying to control the way people talk?
We already control how we talk. We're doing that right now on YouTube.
That's not true.
Yeah, I don't think that's
that's private. That's a private company, though.
Let's all say the N word together all at the same time, over and over and over.
Don't do it,
and
Ryan.
see
Now,
one
with
is-
your-
First off, you look the blackest
And
out of
one
all of
see
us.
the
So it don't
video
matter how
says
many
Don't do
times
it,
we say the
Ryan.
N word.
Don't
Ryan,
do
do
it,
you
Ryan.
want
My
to
fine
succeed or not?
It's going down.
But hold
Ryan,
up, hold up,
see
hold
this
up.
Ryan, I'll do it. You do it, buddy.
Hold up. There is a very big difference between a private company and the general public, right? So
Correct.
I could go outside my door and
This is the
scream it at
moment
the
where
top
Ryan
of
dropped
my
the fries.
I could go outside my front door and scream it at the top of my lungs, and there's really, aside from being a disturbance, nothing anybody could necessarily do about
Sure.
it. However, if I say certain words on YouTube or preach certain things, they can shut me down because they don't want their company represented
Which is
by
my
those
point.
people. And Free comes in with a 5 gifted Raging Tomato membership. Shout out to you. And of course, Man Made TV sending his love to everyone from the panel. Says shout out to the panel and great conversation. Side note, I love white people. Well, some, not all. And Kazoom sends another 10, says words are not violence. That's fair. Sticks and stones, people. BB says, I always give the homeless person outside the store an iced coffee and a sandwich daily. Their favorite. So if I can, I will. Otherwise, work hard so you can
Those people hate you.
motherfuckers be kind.
Those people want money.
And that
they
thing
don't
about
want your
YouTube,
food.
the thing you're pointing, my bad, the thing you're pointing out about YouTube, the reason why they can't say certain stuff, that has to do with advertisers and
Right.
money.
You
It's
you
not
can't.
about it's not about our feelings.
Right. No, it is. It isn't about our feelings. It's about the feelings of wealthy people. And I think for all
It's
of
not
us,
even about their feelings.
it absolutely is the feelings of wealthy people.
It's about brand representation.
It's about the
That's
feelings
what-
of wealthy
brand
people.
representation.
Yeah,
It's
the
the
brand doesn't
feelings
want to
of
be
wealthy
represented
people.
because other people will feel bad about that brand if they see it next to this thing they feel bad about.
And that's
It's
my
almost
point.
like
It's
it's
just
all
the
about-
feelings of like take for instance Candace Owens. All she tried to say is that there is a small section of Jewish people that are kind of like in a lot of places of power, and they seem to kind of exercise their power in a particular way at the detriment of other people. And she just kind of teased that. Nick Fuentes goes the whole way and goes full anti-Semite, but she at least interrogates the idea, right? And guess what happened? She can't even have bank accounts. Like, guess what happened to Candace Owens? She lost her very cushy job at Daily Wire, all because she decided to critique Israel and Jewish people and essentially Jewish supremacy a little bit. And look, at the end of the day,
There
like
goes
all she
Josephine
had to
Jones.
do was not piss off wealthy people. And she
Okay, but
decided to piss off
not-
wealthy people and hurt their
that's not-
feelings.
That's not something that deals with I don't know why y'all think this is feelings. It's not feelings.
It is feelings.
It is not. It is about power. It's not about feelings.
So now it's about power. Let me hear it. I'm ready.
It's absolutely
They
about
have
power.
power
It is
over
power
Candace
dynamics.
Owens,
It
and
is
their
power
feelings. Yes, and their feelings take precedent over what Candace Owens has to say, which is my entire point. If they didn't care, they let her speak. This goes the same. This goes the same for like Brianna Joy Gray. This goes the same for Corey Bush. Is that for
I agree with Angry Man on this.
It's not
This is
about
power.
feelings. What it is about.
the
what
power
it is
that
about
wealthy
is-
people have over other people, and if you piss off those wealthy people in power, they can fuck with your money. And I think for all of us
The
on this
power
panel,
dynamics. If you
It is a
challenge the
power
power
dynamic.
structure,
okay. So let me
Sarah,
ask you
Sarah,
this:
Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
Sarah,
No,
can
Lord
you
have
express
mercy.
your power right now? If you can move Joe Lewis down low to the bottom and put all the white people up front, so we
Or I could do that.
Damn.
Like that. It's lovely.
Man, you
Hey,
felt
need to get
black
rid
in
of,
that moment,
we
didn't you,
need to get
Mr.
rid of
Ryan?
Best because he messing us up
Felt
right
black.
now.
In that moment, you felt
We
black.
need Joe Lewis down here. We need Joe Lewis down
First
here.
off, we won't do that to Principal Clark. Lean on me. First off, like I said, we won't insult the blackest looking person on this panel over all of us. Like I say, he demonstrates him and Dr. Umar would be great. Like just seeing them two sit next to each other would just be a great example of just the
Buffoonery?
new school of black power. Look,
the new
Sarah.
school of black politics, like he's a race grifter. Like, what are you
Look,
talking
see,
about?
I wanted him to speak on that. That's why I even brought that
Yeah,
up.
Dr.
Anyway,
Umar's
I'm
a
not-
race grifter,
Joe,
no difference in Candace
if
Owens,
you-
no difference
if-
in Uncle Coon Ass Thomas.
but
like they're all
here's
part of
the
the
thing,
same
Joe.
group of anti-black Negroes.
Joe,
Like,
here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the quote. Some say Voltaire.
Yes.
It's
I think I know
if you want to know who rules your society, just look at who you can't criticize, right?
Right.
Children with cancer.
That's not necessarily about feelings.
True,
That's
Corey.
about a group.
It's their right.
That is
but
about
still,
a group. That is about a group strategically positioning themselves to where you cannot criticize them to maintain their power.
Right, but that's. I think you're getting caught up with the idea of feelings, and we're kind of saying the same thing, which is when you have somebody over you, you are going to determine yourself in a way so you don't agitate them in some form of fashion. That agitation could be something as simple as making fun of the way they dress. Something that P. Diddy mentioned in one interview where somebody made fun of his Jordans, and then he decided to not only step on the dude's Jordans, but completely destroy them in front of him.
It was Mace.
Yeah. Was it Mace? Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's also a
I get what
situation.
I get what you're saying there, but check this out. Think about this nuance for a second. Because this does exist, right? P. Diddy is a bad example, right?
He's a predator, but yeah.
let's say for argument's sake that let's just use P. Diddy for an example.
Sure.
Separate the art from the artist right now.
There's going to be a situation where somebody may do something to him where it embarrasses him and hurts his feelings, right? That exists.
Yeah.
But there are also men that may not be as emotional as P. Diddy, where someone does something embarrassing to them in front of everybody. It doesn't hurt their feelings, but they realize and understand, I cannot let that person get away with this because everyone saw them do it.
Absolutely.
So now I'm going to do XYZ to solidify myself so that people don't think that they can do that and come at me a certain way. So what I'm saying is not everybody is going to base those type of things off of their feelings. Sometimes it's just power dynamics.
Well, right. They know they can do that. Like Diddy knew he can. The way that Diddy had power over people was through sex tapes.
Yeah, but he was in his feelings with that shit. When he makes his shoes, he was in his feelings.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but like again, think about it this way, right? If I had a sex tape of every single up and coming R&B artist who was male or a rapper,
why they gotta be male?
I'd be Hugh Hefner.
Diddy planting sex tapes on women? Was Diddy planting sex tapes on women? Diddy was planting no sex tapes on women. Diddy was planting sex tapes on men. And you didn't have to be there. You just had to be in the room. And then it's like, hey, you were in this room. You want to explain that? I could leak this at any point to the public and just have you deal with it. But you know what? I'm not, because I like you. And then he just dangled that over people's heads across careers.
So is that about feelings or about power? Because
it's both. Because if you move in a way that Diddy doesn't like, he can just release it.
But he has to have the power. I think that's the whole thing. Regardless, a lot of people have feelings. Everybody doesn't have power. That's the thing we have to distinguish. All of us have feelings of human beings, but when you have the power, that's when you can exert your will based on how you feel. So we all feel a way.
People that the reason why this is a difficult conversation, Joe, is because for one, people that are ruled by their feelings don't always reach certain heights of power. That's the point I'm making. Like if a person is ruled by their feelings, they're gonna find themselves hitting the ceiling when it comes to power, money, and influence.
Yeah, we're speaking to the same thing. I'm just using feelings not in this way of like that fucking bullshit of, hey, Carson, I'm trying to be better at this, okay? But it's like, oh, I can't believe he did that to me. That's not how those feelings work in practice.
More accurately, you're missing the strategy.
I could have landed the plane, but sure.
Okay, well, you can get in your feelings about it. Go ahead.
I'm not my feelings about it. It's just
terrible.
It's just I had a point, and then you cut me off.
Oh wait! Be careful about saying you're landing the plane. These are like black conservatives. They'll get mad about the DEI hiring.
I don't know. Well, it exists and it sucks, but like the point here is that like these people aren't moving in like these sort of, I don't want to say emotional angles, but I guess it's the way it is. Like feelings in this way is just a response. It's all it is, just a response. So in the case of Diddy, it's that, hey, I have these sex tapes over all these men. If any of these men come out of line or move in a way I don't like, I can just release it. And even in the case of like Donald Trump is a poor example because he doesn't do like that kind of bribery, but he does know and have like, hey, if you move in a way that I don't like, I will just replace you. Like there's not going to be a conversation. It's not going to be this deep discourse and debate. It's just going to be, I'm going to replace you.
You went to extreme power at that point.
Obama did the same shit. Like Obama did the same shit. Bush did the same shit. Like,
how do we jump from policing people's speech to talking about Trump? So I still don't see where you made the leap from policing individuals' vernacular and choosing who can say what and who can say another thing.
I'm saying when you're in a business with somebody, you are overdetermined by that person. If that wealthy person is responsible for cutting you checks, you are overdetermined by that person. You are going to be determined in some form or fashion how you behave, how you talk online, whatever the case may be. This is why I don't know if you're familiar with that side drama that's going on like the Democratic Party side of the internet, but they're all freaking out on this idea of Chorus, of like, it's this like side, I don't know, some startup program. And they're basically saying like, oh, well, we're not all bought and paid for. And it's like, well, in actuality, if you're getting checks from an entity, you are bought and paid for because you're removing yourself from this sort of ecosystem. Like take Sarah, for instance. Like, I think it's reasonable to say that there are people in her community that give her a lot of money. Now, in some way,
at my expense.
in some way, she is reliant on those people giving her money based on the content that's currently there. But if she switched it up and went full, just like, I don't know what Democratic person they're riding for right now. I don't know who they are riding for. So let's say they're riding for Biden again. And she goes like full Democratic Party shill, full straight up sim. And then on top of that, like invites people who like, I don't know, insert Democratic politician here. It would jeopardize her bottom line. It would jeopardize her financial line. It would basically say to the audience of like, hey, I'm shifting in a direction. Are you with me? Some might bounce. A lot, I would argue, would bounce. So
but this is YouTube though, Joe. Like a lot of people are finicky. Ultimately, whether she goes left or whether she goes right, Sarah has a pretty enough face, right? She always demonstrates her ability to like a man while not keeping a man. So they like she's available. So people will pay for that. It's like these third artists who are out here, and it's like, I know I'm dating this person, but I'm not gonna claim this person on Front Street. I know y'all gonna desire me more. So Sarah's smart how she does this whole thing, because ultimately, who gives a crap if she's left or right? All they know is Sarah brings this panel of God, and they like, yeah, she cute enough, you know.
Don't call out my game.
She got a nice smile, right? She get the pearly whites showing. Yeah. You just got game.
Yeah. She brings
speaking of having game, Free says, I need revenge thought is feelings, though. Having power and influence doesn't remove agency or emotion out of it. It usually brings out more. And speaking of power and all of that stuff, chat, you got about 23 minutes to finish up that goal, or you know what happens. Go ahead.
Yeah, and let me say this too, Joe, before you go, because it's like we have our mindset of what people like, what they don't like. Like if I look at a guy like you, Joe Lewis, right? Whether you're left or right, you got a lot of grandmothers that don't care about that. When they see that traditional black fro, they like, he looks decent, and I will holler at him, and I can be with a guy like that.
Their nieces.
That's what they see. They don't care who you rocking with. Nieces. They don't even care if you're straight or whatever. They like, when I see this fro, I feel safe with a guy like this. You got
looking at me a little too hard,
old school grandma, and they ready to rock with you. They will ride with you right now.
Yeah,
you got a conglomerate of women that play bingo. You got a conglomerate of women that go knit. You got a conglomerate of women that drive old school Oldsmobiles that they don't even sell anymore. And they will ride or die for you. So you have to know your audience. So that's all I'm saying. Like,
The point that I was trying to make here, and I got you, man.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Listen, I know. Never mind. But like, the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, in some form or fashion, Sarah's determined by the audience, not in like an overt way like some other people, but I think she would rather be reliant on individual donors giving her money than some type of like government entity. Like I think if Daily Wire came in and said, well, actually it might depend. I don't know. Let me just ask it very directly. Like if Daily Wire came here and said, I don't want you to change anything that you're doing, but we're going to give you, let's say $2,000 a show. Would you do it?
Hell yeah.
Who's giving me $2,000 a show?
We'll say Daily Wire.
I don't know if she knows that much about Daily Wire. I don't. Do you know about Daily Wire? Like Ben Shapiro.
Well, my question is everything that I do staying, right? Like
there it is. Like that's my point, right? Like I feel like if Daily Wire came and said, "Hey, don't change anything, just do your thing, and we'll just cut you a check," I think you would probably be generally okay with that, right?
If everything I do is staying and it what costs me like a brief commercial break every hour or something, I think it would be reasonable. But I also don't like people being in control of me either. So I don't know. This would like be a really strict contract review,
right? Well, that's the point that I'm knocking at. For some people, they'd be like. And this is why like I think David Pakman is the evil slimy pig, and I hope that he reveals how much he's getting made, or he gets to stay being a Zionist shill piece of shit forever. But that's beside the point.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, fuck David Pakman. He can go all straight to hell, lower than hell, actually. But it for most people, if they were asked a particular sum of money, they would probably say no. However, there are some people who don't care, who are more than happy to get bought, sold, and paid for. But for Angry Man, if the DNC came and said, hey, we need you to start talking about Donald Trump and critiquing him every podcast and make your podcast specifically about Donald Trump, but we'll give you, say, $2,000 a show.
$2,000 ain't enough.
$2,000 ain't enough.
Ain't enough.
I can tell you that.
So what's your number?
Well, I mean, also you have to think about this too. Like, technically, we get advertisements drop in on their own, right? I have no idea what's playing during that advertisement. The chat. I remember one person in my chat was like, they were like, Sarah, why did a Viagra commercial just pop up? And I'm laughing because I'm like, it's based on your
you're searching what you searching for.
Right. But people don't always know that. So they might think like, why is this ad playing, or why is she sponsored by this? People just don't know. But I think that a lot of, like, technically we are, like, I get paid because that ad played.
Right, but you're not like, the ads are not curtailed in such a way where I don't know how to word this thought clearly, but basically the ads are a little bit separate from your content.
You're not compromising yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I feel like, however, I do feel like if there was like a bunch of, I would take issue with this. Like if I was like going on my stream and doing my things, or even here, and then people were consistently seeing, let's say, because the Biden administration did this, but like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden ads during every single ad break, I would take an issue with that, because like it or not, like people are influenced in some form or capacity by the content that they watch, and you still have a say of like, hey, I understand that people are buying all these type of things, but I don't want these ads associated with my content. Especially if it's in a very like frequency. But
if they came to me, if the DNC came to me and they offered me like a $20 million contract, like, yeah, I'd have to seriously think about it. I would need numerous breaks during my stream so I could go throw up, but
right. But at the
I
same
hope they
time,
do it. I
like,
wish they would. That's what the Republicans do. They're fucking crazy over there.
Well, but the same,
that
like
would
I
be
bring
like
that up.
Anakin Skywalker turning into Darth Vader. Trust and believe.
You need to get some of that Russian money, that tenant media cash.
Well, I say though that to say, because I think that when it comes to when it comes to different types of content creation, we want to have some level of distance from wealthy people in our content. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, we create that distance in this space through super chats and stuff like that. We know that the stream keeps going because people continue to contribute. However,
speaking of, you only have 17 minutes to finish that dono goal, or else we stop. Go ahead.
And then in reality, like, if let's say Sarah was getting a check from, I don't know, insert group name here, and then she still had that dono goal, like, hey, we got to still contribute for this, there'd be a dissonance there, because it's like, wait a minute, you're getting cut checks, but then you're also asking for money to keep the stream going. There's a potential disalignment there. Or even just like the idea of how do we even know that the message that she's saying is actually hers? How do we know that, like, if somebody's getting a check from X entity, that it's actually your authentic views and opinions? We won't know. That's why Roland Martin is a fucking slimy piece of shit. Like, because that man man just wants to get paid, and just wants to get paid and paid and paid and paid and eat and eat and eat. That man has to fucking, he's just gotta relax with the food and the
I think that's a real concern about, like, people, like, if people are getting money from some entity, like, you don't know to what degree they're actually, like, their opinions are their own. But even if you don't know where their money's coming from, you still don't really know that. Like, you don't know if someone, you don't necessarily know if someone's grifting. Like, obviously the aesthetic of authenticity is very valuable in and of itself, because people do like that. It's an interesting thing. I was thinking about, because I've been thinking about the chorus stuff a lot, and like, obviously they didn't reach out to me because I got 15 viewers right now, so I'm not exactly a high value contact for them. But frankly, I feel like I'm someone who would very much fit the mold of what they're shooting for, like in the progressive incubators. Like, I do in many ways push the Democratic Party. I do fight against, like, the Trump administration all the time. I'm critiquing them constantly. I very much, like, fit that mold. And so I wonder, like, if I were to take a contract like that, like, to what degree would I compromise talking about certain things if I was afraid that they were going to remove that money from me? Because I mean, I am in a position right now where, like, that would be life changing if I got, like, if I got some contract with a company like that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
barely. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, I do it for the love of the game, dog. Like, I'm here. I'm having fun. But yeah, like, I would obviously do it more if I was getting paid more heavy for it.
So you promote somebody for free. If you want to promote anything, you promote yourself for free, not them.
Well, yeah, but my values align in many ways with or at least above the Republican Party with the Democratic
Well, you
Party.
need to brand your values and not theirs. That's what I'm.
Right.
And I mean, obviously I put my own, like, I'm in the forefront. I'm not like echoing whatever the DNC like wants to echo. And that's the point I'm making. Like, if I was getting that money, even if most of the time my values are aligned, would I feel that pressure to decide, like, okay, well, this issue, I don't know if like they might start to side-eye me, and they might be less likely to keep funding me if I do lean away from that, even if for the most part we are aligned. Like, that it's a real concern that I kind of wrestle with when I consider looking into these worlds.
Like, so I say that to say, like, to go all the way back to the white privilege thing, and the reason why a lot of these, like, race grift authors, like this whole corner of academia that just, like, wants to explain how white people are assholes in public, like, they, in a lot of ways, their content is curated by their response. Like, I've read all of Robin DiAngelo's books. She did not improve the more she cooked. It just got worse. It was like MasterChef, and, like, the dishes got progressively worse, but somehow she's still on the show. And the problem is that, like, at least for me with her books and critiques, it never feels like what she is saying is genuine, because I know she's making money from doing these lectures. I know she's making money from doing these seminars. So there's a certain corner an axe that she's trying to grind, a niche that she's within. And if I'm looking at her objectively, I have no way of discerning whether she's doing this for good intentions or not. Like, Cornel West is very simple. That man is broke, and he's a jazz man. He likes to remind everybody about that. And, like, there's no way that this man so behind financially is doing this only outside because he likes talking to people. Like, he's the most financially irresponsible black man I've ever seen in the history of leftists. And he's also a piece of shit for what he did to the Green Party. But it's
Jesus
like
Christ.
I will drag all these black folks. Trust me.
Anytime somebody takes money from an entity, even if it's not really related to their politics, like, I know that there's some YouTubers I really like that are, like, politically do political content, and they take money from like BetterHelp or something like that. And even if it's just kind of like a sketchy company that has nothing to do with, like, they're not going to change their political opinions because of this company, but it still makes me, like, kind of look at them a little bit differently, because if it's like a sketchy company, like, how are their, like, values, you know, if they're going to take money from companies like that, even if it doesn't change their opinions.
I feel that way every single time somebody has an R. Kelly feature. Like there is a sea of R&B artists that have these features with R. Kelly, like directly tied financially with R. Kelly, say all these nice things, and I'm like, damn, how much was he paying you? And I don't want to know how much he's paying you, but that man bought and paid off for a lot of folks.
Was that Andrew Wilson's long lost son? I'm seeing down there.
Yes, it is. It's his long lost.
Hello, folks. Good evening.
What you got for us, Sean and Brick? I don't know if you know you've been on stage for the last like 15 minutes, but you're here.
Yeah, I've chimed in a couple of times.
This man was born in a duffel bag, but I won't speak badly of him. Continue. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Before
John,
you continue, we're not going to be able to continue if we don't hit the dono goal. I haven't been setting the donos very high today. I've been kind of taking it easy on you, but you got 11 minutes to complete it. It's you know the drill. All right, go ahead, Sean.
No, I was just stopping in before bed. I was just tuning in. I won't lie to you guys. It's kind of hard for me to follow, being that you guys are in the midst of the conversation. But yeah, I'm just trying to catch up and see.
Well, I do have something for Joe. So, I kind of skimmed through the whole thing, was in late. So, just to kind of recap. So you do believe that white privilege is a thing, but it's more in a nuanced position, as
does not exist.
It does not exist. Because the way that you were describing it, you're saying that it's cultural and it's institutional, and like, because you were describing like the way that the institution is set up, that it can serve to advantage certain people in privilege. That's kind of what I was hearing, but then now you're saying that it doesn't exist at all.
It doesn't exist because it's not available to white people under all conditions. It also doesn't exist at the concept of privilege and the way that people talk about privilege. So the idea that it's like granted to you based on status or standing doesn't hold up, because the things that they speak to that they say is privilege is usually abusive conduct. An example of this is like January 6ers. Another example of this is people saying that, oh, Donald Trump is a multi-sexual predator and a manipulator and manipulate all these businesses. And now he has a president. That's white privilege. That's not white privilege. He's just committing atrocities. And then finally, that most things that we apply to this idea of abusive conduct as privilege are not things that we want a society to strive for. Like, we don't look at serial rapists and say that they have sexual privilege over other people. Like, we don't say R. Kelly has sexual privilege. We just call him a predator.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think that's great. I appreciate the recap. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just like, so when I think about like what white privilege is, like my understanding of it, at least, is generally that it's the absence of having to deal with racism, basically. Like that's generally like my interpretation of it. But I guess if we identify all those things that like I'm referring to as dealing with, like if we refer to those as atrocities, which I largely agree with, then it feels like we're just saying like privilege doesn't like quite capture how terrible what we're describing is. So it feels like Joe, you're saying like white privilege is that again, that term just doesn't do it justice, because we're talking about such horrible things. But it seems like a lot of other people on the panel are saying something fundamentally different, that like they're not saying we're not going far enough with it. They're saying we're going way too far with even calling it privilege in the first place.
I think that
it's more like bias. I don't know if I call it privilege.
Yeah, for me, it's about diagnosing disease, right? Like, if I go to the doctor and say I have cancer and they treat me for the flu, I'm going to die. If I have the flu and they treat me for cancer, then the cancer is going to kill me. Like, the cancer treatment is going to kill me. And when it comes to anything that you're trying to identify and define, you need to be very invested in the analysis of what that thing is. Like I mentioned before, there's like every single Black person in America has experienced racism, but very few Black people actually understand racism. Just because you experience racism doesn't mean you understand it. No different than like, hey, I mentioned with Sarah, hey, Sarah experienced pregnancy. That does not make her an expert in pregnancy. It just means that she experienced pregnancy. And what I think a lot of, especially Black people, get confused about is that they think that, oh, if I just because I can see racism and I experience racism, therefore I understand it. And that's just not the case.
What makes it
hold
the
on,
case?
hold
then?
on, hold on, hold on. Before time
Uh-oh.
out, time out. We talking reckless right now. Time out. The reason I'm gonna point out we talking reckless because I mean, does she have to have 5 babies for her to be an expert in pregnancy? Like who? Because I'm a guy. I know I'm an expert in pregnancy. So when we talking about
Do you think there are men who do have expertise in
Oh.
pregnancy?
Yeah, we call those
just 'cause she had a
OBGYNs.
child, that doesn't make her like how many kids is it like, you know, if Sarah had 10 kids, she would be an expert. Like
I'm pretty
come
sure
on,
what
man.
he's alluding to is just because you had a baby doesn't mean you know about the developmental process of a child.
But when we're
about any
talking
kind of-
doctors and experience, that's two different things. Because it's like a doctor, just because you know how, you know, all the educational aspects, the scientific aspects, right? If you haven't birthed a child as a doctor, I'm glad you can treat it and help and make this pregnancy as efficient as possible. But when it comes to the daily stuff that a woman deals with, guess who Sarah's hollering at? She's hollering at these other women that have been pregnant, not the doctor, because the doctor's education can only go so far. So when we talking about the black experience, hold on, time out. Because when we talking about the black experience, we talking about racism, just because you deal with that. What you talking
black
about?
experience
Yes,
is
that
not
does
racism.
make you.
The black experience is not racism. That is the limpest
No,
thing
no.
we've ever
First
said
off, the
tonight.
reason I'm saying that is because we're talking about when blacks experience racism, because
And that-
there
we're
are
not
different
special.
states, different cities.
We're not
It's
special.
not about being special. It's about if I experienced it, I can speak on it.
No,
See, you
can't.
talking about
you
being
can't
an
speak
expert.
on racism just because you experience it. You,
You
can
can
speak
speak
to
on
your
your
experience.
Yes, I can.
But
Yes,
you
I
cannot
can.
speak as
Yes,
an
I
expert
can.
on racism. You cannot.
See, you saying expert just because it sounds good, but I'm saying if I've experienced it, I can speak on it. If I never
Okay.
experienced it, I can't speak on it.
Gotcha.
You
So
tied in
why-
the expert aspect of it.
So-
my
so let
point
me
is,
ask you,
can I
why-
speak on something that I experienced? Yes, I can.
Yes.
Without
But-
being an expert.
Right.
Yeah,
but you're-
I can
but
speak on it
your-
because I experienced that.
Right. But your experience does not make it fact. It is just an
See,
experience.
you talking about
Well,
facts,
so
but
can
the
we
thing
say the
is,
same
what
thing about
people
everything you
do
just said?
is, yeah,
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
see, you talking about fact, but what we're talking
But
about
I'm
is
not like I don't understand like why
with
it's
10
like a
different
difficult thing to understand.
While you
Hold
guys
on,
are
Lord,
figuring
Lord.
out
Hold on.
fact versus whatever, chat, you have less than 5 minutes. You have 4 minutes to either complete the goal or we can all go
Come on,
night-night.
chat. Come on, chat. Complete
You
the
can
goal.
do- I
Sarah, I'm
believe
only
in
gonna
you.
use
You
one
guys,
If you don't complete the goal,
guys-
you're racist.
you got. Oh,
Thank you for that. Thank you.
So
Thank
typical
you.
Ryan.
You all are
The only
racist
reason he
pieces
can
of sh-
get away
Now
with that because
listen.
nobody can beat him up right now because he's
Dad,
in a different city.
Chat, it's significantly cheaper right now. You can either donate 10 or I'm sorry, 6 $10 donos, or you have to pay 100 once that dono goal ends if you want to see the
Dang.
continuation. So because I don't like to see you fail. So you have to be revived and you have to unfuck yourself. But I don't want to see that happen tonight. You guys have been taking a lot of L's lately. And I think we should just have a win night. Can we win tonight? Can we? It's been weird. It's been a weird couple weeks. Definitely
Sound
not
Jerry
from
Jones
the
right now.
panel. From the panel dropping $10. Yeah, we have 10 panelists up here. If everyone drops
Welcome to the
a
anti-racist squad.
How do
I am
you
officially
unf
not
yourself?
racist.
10.
I'm really proud of Ryan making it pretty much the whole night on the panel like that.
I know.
I've never thought I'd see it happen, but I'm super happy you finally made it on the panel.
It's been a long
Joe,
time. He
So,
got
Joe,
pulled
my
back
bad.
up on stage, and then he hasn't been booted since. So I'm actually impressed. Maybe they're finally getting used to you, Ryan.
You just
Maybe
like
they're
when I'm
just-
yelling at black people.
Maybe they just ran out of money.
I think that might be the case. They got 2 more minutes, and you still have 5 more donos to go. Like, it's breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. You had a whole hour. Anyways, chat can figure it out. No, Andrew already ended like 40 minutes ago. Andrew's show already ended. Anyways, you guys can figure it out, or you got to pay the big hundo to keep going if that dono fails. which is way more expensive. Now you only have $5, $10 super chats, or somebody just drops a 50 and that will complete it. But after that dono ends, then it's up to you to decide. Open panel time. It's literally open panel.
No, he's that's in my chat. He's saying he wants me to have one after the fact.
They don't know. Look, another panelist dropping their look. If the panelists are doing it, you can do it too, guys. You got 4 more to go. You can do it. You're almost there. Less than 2 minutes. Hurry, quick. All right, get back to how you were talking, and this could either be closing statements or we continue on. We'll see. But go ahead, chit chat.
By the way, I think anyone can speak on anything, regardless of whether they've personally experienced it or not. That's not really a good metric for how much somebody knows about something.
So, I got a question for Joe. So, what if you are a scholar
you have a specialty in a particular field?
No, I don't mean you have a specialty. I mean you're a scholarly individual that has read countless books from various sources and various scholars about racism, and you're basically well versed in it. What about then? Does that make
critical race theory?
No, hell no.
No,
it's bullshit. No, I'm talking about someone who actually studies the actual history of racism and race relations throughout the country.
Yeah,
throughout history.
You mean like a critical race theorist?
No. Critical race theory is bullshit.
You're talking about a curriculum. That's different. That's the curriculum.
One of the things that is really
Name a
important.
book in critical race theory. Somebody give me a book in critical race theory.
Critical race theory and introduction.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. That's bullshit. That's not what I'm talking.
Why?
Because it's bullshit.
Have you read it? It's too expensive. For one,
if you go to Encyclopedia Britannica right now and type down critical race theory, what you're going to find is what I said when I came into this panel, which is that race is not a biological construct, that it's something that, or rather, it's not a biological fact. It's a social and legal construct that was imposed on people of color across time, like space and time, and that's the core of it. Is that race is not biological, which is why there's so much. I think why there's so much war against that thing, and why when people go and say critical race theory is a lie and stuff, what they're telling that they're implicitly saying that they're race realists.
Doesn't critical race theory put everything inherently in like an oppressor versus oppressed dynamic? So there's no escape regardless of how you look at it?
No, it just listen, like the good ones are going to analyze certain types of structures and how these structures reproduce certain outcomes. An example of this is The Color of Law. It's a very good book that covers segregation and how different communities responded to not only desegregation, but the practices behind that. That's a really, really good book. There's a few that are kind of like super necessarily niche, like Angela Davis wrote Woman, Race, and Class. That's a good step off point.
Did you literally just quote a book? Did you literally just recommend Angela Davis? You really just did that?
Angela Davis, when she was a radical, was fine.
Angela Davis is full of shit. The same way I
agree with you.
The same way you feel about what's his face? Cornel West. Like Angela Davis is, never mind, I'm not gonna go on a rant about that.
No. Listen, we're in agreement here. Angela Davis is great in like the 70s, and then she just progressively went down this nosedive. So I don't think we're in too much disagreement there.
Wait a minute. So you wait a minute. So you telling me that people who study race can talk about race, but the people who actually experience cannot? That's like saying
that's not what I said.
No. Did I not miss that? Yeah.
Just because
what I was asking him, right? And you probably get where I'm coming from. I was asking him, what about a black person who has read most of the literature from other black people that are historians, like Booker T. Washington, W.B. Du Bois, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, like, you know what I'm saying? And all it is different viewpoints on the concept of race and how it's experienced. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic people. Well-read Negroes are the best kind of Negro. Like when because there's a next level to it. So if you're experiencing something and all you speak
I'm still
to,
baffled. And let me give you this example.
Sure.
You say that you're a car mechanic because you went on YouTube and watched people fix cars. But I actually fix cars and never watch YouTube. So you saying that you have most of the experience?
No.
No?
No.
Have you read a book on fixing cars?
Guys, I
If
think we're
you went
speaking
and read
past
the
each
whole
other.
car manual, right, and you know the car
This
back
is
and
a
forth
simple-
inside the book.
This is a simple idea. Just
So-
because you
so-
experience, I'll just say it again. Just because you experience something does not mean you understand it. So you can experience.
And I'm simply saying just because you
racism.
read it don't mean that you understand it.
I
That's
think
also
a
true.
more,
Fair. Also true.
I think a more direct point that would be more analogous would be if you were in a car and you experience car troubles, does not make you a mechanic
Car.
to be able to fix a car. Because
Right.
your analogy was a bit analogous,
Right.
but if you want to make it analogous, that's
Because
quite a
then
bit
there's
more.
also levels to
He's
that
been doing
too.
it all night, so I just been using it myself. So
I just thought I thought it was very simple where it's like, look, every black person in America has experienced racism, but that just because you experience racism,
But we're
doesn't mean
talking
you
about a
understand.
technical skill versus something you like this. We're talking about emotions. If it like technical skills, you go to school, you get trades, there's licenses, there's
Yeah, but
education.
it wouldn't
Like,
make you an
we
expert
can't. There's no
necessarily.
crossover in that. It's not the same. But if
Yeah,
somebody
it's
gets
a
punched in
hard
the face
analogy.
and gets
Joe,
called
you're-
the N word, he doesn't have to be the expert for him to be like, dang, I know that was racist. They call you the N word and
Joe,
punch
it's
you in the
kinda-
face. Like
it's
we
kinda
know what
like-
that is.
No, but he's not
Yeah,
saying
Joe,
that you
you're
can't
kinda-
identify. Hold up.
Joe,
He's not
you're
saying
kinda
that you can't
saying that-
identify racist things. He's just saying just because you're a black person, you've experienced it wouldn't make you an expert in racism. Like there's levels to it, right? So obviously, like there's a degree. If it's passive racism, if it's direct, hey boy, I'm gonna swing you from that tree. That like these are different levels of racism. And then how much of said sorry, Sarah, how much of said thing
Full
you
shock value, that's
experience,
all.
how often, and like so there's a lot of factors that play into it. That's why when you went to the pregnancy analogy, it was kind of great. Yes, any woman that's been pregnant or has had a child would in a way be an expert on pregnancy to a degree. But if let's say that someone's having an extreme complication, they have a condition where the placenta flips or something or detaches or something of that nature, would that person go lean on
pregnancy.
would that person go lean on a random lady that she knew was pregnant, like
They
the
probably
maid?
say go to the hospital.
Go to the
Like,
hospital and speak to someone that's now more well versed in it. Same thing with
Yeah.
Israel and the ICCJ
Yeah,
and the
but
genocide
there's
and
a-
all of that stuff. You could kind of tie it a little bit there as well.
Yeah, but
They say it's not a genocide, but the people that study
but
genocide,
there's the nuance that y'all are missing. Like him saying, because I get what Mr. Life is saying. It's like saying that you're a kid that gets bullied every day. You go outside and get punched in the face every day, but you don't understand violence.
You don't understand the bully. Simple as that.
You understand violence, though.
You understand violence, yeah.
a degree of violence.
That's the
a
act
degree
of
of
violence.
it. No, but
Racism
you
is the
your
act.
experience
Violence
with
is
it.
the
Your
act.
experience with it.
But you
Yeah,
only
there's
wait, hold
plenty
on.
of acts
But
that
you
you
only
would-
know one side of it, though.
Yeah.
The person that's
So
receiving
imagine-
the violence. There's a whole other side. Are you a person that could get violent? So if you're being attacked every day at school and then you don't flip it onto the other person,
You do realize that a lot of people who are bullied become bullies, right?
No, I get it because as it persists, those experiences will compound. I get that. That's not what we're not taking it to that degree. What he was simply saying is that just because you experience it one way doesn't mean then you're an expert to speak on it from all angles.
Well,
let me give it this way.
I disagree because I disagree because personally, when you really think about it, I think black people do understand racism because in order to practice something, you would have to understand it, right?
Yeah. No, I agree, but
Okay,
I wouldn't
in this-
understand
in this
racism
day
to
and
the same
age-
degree as my
in this day
grandfather.
and age, black people practice racism in this day and age.
And so they learn racism by experiencing racism.
Generally
Yes.
speaking,
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
kind of what you
Yes.
went
So
to, and,
walk me.
But
walk me
but
through
because
that.
we're
So
black,
how do
we call it
learn-
prejudice. That's
No,
the
no,
difference.
no, no. This argument is really bad, but maybe
That's
I'm
how a
missing something.
carpenter learns
I
his
hear-
skill.
you know
That's how
what, Joe?
I literally
One
check
at a
this
time,
out, check this
please.
out, check
One
this
at a
out.
time. You know better.
Check this out. I have literally been on panels that are all black panels, and darker skinned black people have told me you shouldn't even be in this conversation because you're not black. Light skinned nigga, that's racism right there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
and so do you think that
that's real?
So
it's like a subset of bro, but it's more specifically colorism, right?
So where did they?
That's racism. That's
See,
what it
this
is.
whole thing about colorism, that's trying to make a subsection of no, it's still racism. It is judging somebody solely on their skin color.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not what I
need.
think.
I need
racism
help
is.
here. Like, Angry Man, help me here.
You're
I'm
an
trying to
on-out
understand
on
this.
that one,
I'm
Ryan.
trying to understand this. So
Yeah, I
are
know.
you saying
know it.
that black, in this case, those black people that spoke to you experienced racism, so they were able to understand that by questioning your blackness because you are of mixed race is racism? Like, how did they learn that? Because they mentioned
easy. The same way right now, whether you know it or not, within the black culture, within the black community, there are black people that are darker skinned that are basically the Aryan Nation version of black people.
Sure.
The same way the Aryan Nation will point out at certain people that are classified as white and say that they're not the real white man. There are black people in black culture right now that will point out certain black people and say, you're not really black because you don't have the same level of melanin that I have. It's racial superiority. That is racism.
Okay, but I'm missing the education part, because you're saying that by them experiencing racism, they had essentially adopted this idea and are now outputting that idea towards you. I'm missing that connection point.
Okay, well, here's the thing. This is why you're missing it. You don't have to be taught something to learn it. You can learn something by watching it, experiencing it. James Baldwin said children rarely listen to their parents, but they've never failed to mimic them. You can learn things just by mimicking the behavior of someone else.
Okay, so the people who are racist towards those black people are saying they're not dark enough, therefore they're not black. So then they're doing that same thing to you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So a dark-skinned black person finds another dark-skinned black person that's in fact darker than them. They get questioned, and then somehow that ends up towards you. I'm rephrasing it. I'm just really trying to make sure I understand this.
Joe Luce,
I've
you're doing
never
that right
heard that.
now. You're the darkest person on here, and right now you question every black person on this thing.
I am
talking about
incredibly fair.
what
I'm-
racism is, what
I'm
racism is.
incredibly
You haven't
fair.
experienced it. You're not an expert.
I
You don't
am
understand. Mr.
incredibly
Light grew up
I
in
think I
North
know what the
Florida.
misunderstanding is here, guys. I really do.
No, hold
I
on,
think-
Sean.
I think-
Sean, you talking like this, but you smooth. You got on the new school hoodie. We don't. You ASAP Rocky and all of them. We gonna let you.
Yeah,
pause
you're
this
not black enough, Sean.
We Wu
Sorry.
Tang
I'm not
Clan.
black enough.
We Wu Tang Clan. You ASAP
am
Rocky. So you got to wait and respect Wu Tang Clan right now. Wu Tang Clan right now is gonna be Mr. Life. It's gonna be Angry Man. It's gonna be me. You know what I'm saying? And then, gosh, dog, I didn't know Chance the Rapper had an uncle. This guy pulls up in here. But anyways, I'm gonna let that be. That's not what I gotta stay focused. That's not what I'm on right now.
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
expecting
be. I'm trying to be okay. Back to what I'm saying. But
No,
anyhow,
no, but seriously, like we act as if it's not possible, but you got
I'm
to
just-
think. At the end of the day, we're all Americans.
Sure.
And whatever behavior that is in America, we all have engaged in it at some point or another.
Sure. My argument. Yeah. Like
So,
there's pathological.
the idea that you have one part of race, which is this idea that one particular group, skin tone or whatever, is superior to another group, right? This is going on in the black community right now. It's been going on for a while. We just ain't spoke on it, but it's been going on for a while.
Joe,
How can you cite? How can you? How can you
what being
cite?
an expert on racism is? I think that would probably kind of help this.
Why am I
semantic debate.
defining?
Because you were saying,
what is an expert rate on racism? That's just.
I was trying to figure that out. Like, what makes you an expert?
What qualifies somebody to be an expert on racism?
I'm trying to understand what's happening here. I said, just because you experience something does not mean you understand it. And somehow we're getting to experts. I never said that you are, like, by experiencing racism, you're an
qualify
expert.
somebody to understand it then? How about that?
It comes from a synthesis of reading, community with other people. God.
So you talking about by proxy, because nothing has been firsthand experience. You just mentioned everything is by proxy.
No, I think you would rattling.
Well,
yes, there's like
he's saying, like, reading what you've experienced in life, guys. It's really
like for me, right? I'm a clarinet. Like, I'll give you an example of this. Like, I'm a clarinet player, right? Just because I'm in a band or I went to wind ensemble in high school doesn't mean I know anything about the clarinet. When I went to college, what I found is that what I needed was a lot of experience, not only playing with other clarinet players, playing it in different types of ensembles, playing a lot of different music from a bunch of different people, listening to a lot of clarinet players I'm not going to hear you on the names on, and all that helped me contextualize my existence as a clarinet player. However, what I see with some of my students right now is I have some students bring up this idea that they think like, oh, by virtue of me just playing this instrument, I know what there needs to be as a clarinet player. That's not the case in any profession.
Yeah, it is. No, it is.
So wait a minute.
Some people don't know how to read music, but they're geniuses when it comes to music.
I'm a guitar. I play acoustic.
May I ask you a real question?
I play acoustic.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question to Joe and Sean.
This is painful.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell you that I am a guitar player. I play guitar. I play acoustic, and I'm self-taught. Like, I can play the thing. It's sitting right here. I play it all the time, and I'm self-taught.
What's the second? Let me ask you a very simple music question. You ready? How many sharps is an E major?
It doesn't matter. I can play it.
Doesn't matter?
It sounds great. No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, hold on. Not everybody. Hold on, because I play by sound too. I still know like face and all of that stuff, but like not everybody knows music. Like my mom knows music, but still can't. Yeah, like it's you don't have to know you're either one or the other.
You can absorb. Yes, you're absorbing.
You don't have to know musical theory to understand music.
Here's the thing.
Born
a guitar player, a clarinet player, from generations of clarinet players. You're born black or whatever race you are, experiencing racism with generations of that racism, with something to reflect on that gives you some level of understanding of the climate you're in.
Yes, but what you're displaying is different modes of analysis. Like, you are not just saying, oh, just because of my experience, I know this. You're looking at your experience. You are observing that, hey, some people in my own community are experiencing something that appears to be similar. So let me engage with those individuals. Like, my point here is that what tends to happen is people think that racism and like experiencing racism is this personal experience and that you only engage with it on the personal level, when in reality, like, the way that we can help understand these things better is through community, is through reading different texts about Black, especially in particular Black Americans talking about this thing, and then also different scholars. Because let me tell you something, there's a bunch of white folks that know more about Black people than some Black people, especially Democrats. There are some Black conservatives.
You always run to the extremes, but let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever truly experienced real racism?
Yes.
How?
Some Black woman told me,
like that.
Take your
And he brought up a Black woman, not even a white woman.
Aryan
going back to the first point we said. He's going back to what Angry Man said.
I never said that wasn't a thing.
Sarah, that was hilarious.
I'm sorry, Joe.
That's
Go
fine.
ahead.
All right.
I will give you something really deep. How about that? When my mom was on her deathbed, unironically on her deathbed, one of the last things that I did for her was play for her, because she always bullied me about how I don't play for her. I don't really play for her whenever like I'm practicing and stuff like that. So I played just a bunch of his like songs that she liked. When the next day, everybody on her nursing staff reassigned themselves. And it was a big deal. It was a whole side chat of like why this happened. Like why did like every single nurse that was taking care of my mother switched assignments? And I found out the reason why they did is because she was wondering when the N word with the clarinet was coming back to play for her. She's white. Crazy, right?
No. To me, that ain't real racism, man.
That's
you
not
can
real
experience it.
Wait. There it is. Hold on. Time out.
That's what I showed up for.
There is the literal point of Joe's argument. Mind you, I literally understand both of you guys, because I got uncles who speak the same way because they've experienced racism to a degree that I never did. I was born in '96. My uncles grew up where they chased around in Canada,
real racism.
being called.
My mom was born in 1933.
Right.
My mom lived where no black people until her 30s in Baltimore.
She experienced some real
and
this is kind of where
and
I'm
then she
getting at.
decided to in her late 50s to adopt me, who is black, and my sister who's Puerto Rican. Make sense.
And here's exactly where I've been wanting to get at you. Joe, you haven't mentioned two
Let me
key terms.
take a moment with the chat for just a moment. Earlier, you guys had a goal. Definitely not on panel. Made her contribution. Azrael on panel made his contribution, as did Andrew Wilson's long lost son from the Wilsons. Shirley JB made his contribution, and Mandy, of course, said just stop supporting the hard work you put into these panels. Thank you for your contribution. Bad Gemini on panel made his, and he said, I don't like all black people too. Only Mr. Bill had booted Ryan to the back and made him make room for the next black guy.
Thank you, Bill.
That was so great.
I wanted Ryan here.
I don't even know if Bill knew that there just so happened to be a black guy sitting backstage waiting to get in line, or if that was
so
just
great.
Oh, especially not because Bill hates me.
Sarah.
Especially the way he came on.
Sarah, you need to move the light skinned dude and the white lady up front and move.
Who you calling light skin?
Here we go again with the power play.
You can move Angry Man so we can have the racist line down at the bottom so we can have it right. Because we want to show you as being racist too. So bring Angry Man down here. And get Joe Louis down here. Get all the dark skin.
I love how we're telling the host what to do. That's amazing.
We got to keep Joe Clark up there. He's the blackest looking person on here.
BB says, be
He's
kind
a legacy
to each other.
You can't put me and Joe Louis side by side. We'll just go black. It'll just be dark.
BB says, be kind to each motherfuckers. It's simple. Yeah, kindness speaks well. And are you feeling the kindness of opening up your wallets and sending a dono? Because of the first fail, I kind of shortened the time frame to 30 minutes with the same dono goal. But now you only have 12 minutes. And this time Sarah's not messing around. Okay, it's been a slow night for all things, and that's fine. We're having a great conversation, but
this is fun.
You know,
hey, it was the start of Thursday Night Football.
Sarah, you're a high maintenance woman. I respect that. Like, she a high maintenance YouTuber. Like, y'all run her coins. Like, this is difficult. I couldn't date her anyway. First off, I would go on one date, give her a good meal, and realize that this is gonna fail. So, like, hey, I'm glad that you're who you are. Like, this is not gonna work.
Hey, just make sure you take it to Zaxby's, right? You got to keep it cheap.
Yeah, you gotta. I gotta talk to my wife and be like, I met somebody more high maintenance than you. She's a goon in these YouTube streets. But carry on, Sarah.
Run me my money, bitch.
To Joe.
Run me my money.
Well, I mean, it gets to a point where, like, am I doing this for free? You know, like I give them the first. I give them the first 3 hours.
You got baselines,
right? You guys have the first 3 hours, and that's like a given. But anything after that, like, I still have to get up for work in the morning. I still have to put.
And you got to pay for your lace fronts too, the white version. I got you. I understand all of that. Trust me, I get it.
But essentially, like, if I'm gonna be dragging my ass tomorrow, it needs to be worthy of me dragging my ass, right? So If it's worthy of
Yeah, it
that,
needs to be
then
worthy of that ass.
I'll
Drop
say
100. Worthy
Look,
of that
she
ass.
like
Drop
that.
100
She ready to
right
twerk
now.
on that type of crazy stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Drop
And don't forget,
500.
Ryan and
Yeah.
Asveron are still hanging out backstage waiting patiently. You're welcome to boot and whatever. Do what you feel the
You
need.
got fierce eyebrows.
All right, Sarah, I'm
too,
gonna see you.
Sarah.
Sarah, I'm gonna bid you do tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave y'all with this right here before I go. It doesn't matter. Continue to be you. And don't worry about what nobody else say. And to all those shiftless and niggardly people that want to bother you, tell them to F off. Toodles.
How long have you been waiting to use the word niggardly?
What?
How long have you been waiting to use the word niggardly?
No, we use that every Thursday night. Shiftless and niggardly. That's in our
It's a
lexicon.
real word. It's an lexicon.
Niggardly is in our
I personally like
lexicon.
niglet.
That's our word. Hey, I'm gonna get a shirt with it on there with niggardly. Right, Roselle? What you talking?
Well, I like
Here,
seeing the
you
age progression of Chance the Rapper. I never thought I'd have a chance to see this in real life, but like,
What'd you say, Chance with ball?
Yeah, like this is the age progression.
I'm glad
like,
you appreciate that. I got bars, but we're good.
Now I know what he's gonna look like at 55. Yeah, I just need to see that 3 hat. But anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry, Sarah.
So I was appreciating where Ryan was going with a lot of this, but there's something that like really hasn't come up throughout most of the conversation. The idea that racism is systematic now in this country. It's not just about a person. It's not just about how people treat you, because you can experience racism from individuals. It won't matter until it affects your paycheck, your ability to make money, your ability to get a home, your ability to do all these things. So then you have to look at the idea of implicit and explicit biases. So
Well, that was
like-
kind of what I was asking Joe, in reference to kind of what he was talking about. It really kind of the way that he was describing it, it sounded as if he was describing something that's systematic, but then he's saying that it's really not there, which I tend to agree with. It is, in fact, those who have those positions of power who just simply put over you whatever their biases are, and it could just be a simple thing like racism, but it could be nepotism. It could be various forms or fashions in which that they put their power over you. So I kind of understand what you're saying, that it is systematic, but it's only systematic because there are certain people in those positions of power who in their own
That's
life.
not what I was saying at all. But I
know that
you're chiming in on that.
Yep.
Well, I would say
Provide clarity.
So
Yeah.
to provide clarity, what I'm saying is we have systems that were placed in America by law, things like redlining, things like the justice system. All these things are systematic. So then on top of those systems that already exist, through governmental power, we have people that are in power, which is where I agree with them. Those people in power may have implicit or explicit biases. Implicit biases are biases you don't even know that you have. You just feel that way because based on the vibe you got there. Then you have explicit biases, which are ones where I just don't like black people. I just don't like Mexicans, whatever the case may be. You may not even know why in either case.
But wouldn't that make the explicit kind of in a way an implicit, because you don't know the true origins as to why you do feel that way? And if that being the case, couldn't one just say,
well, the implicit is you don't know you're doing it as you do
no,
it.
I agree. But even
though-
for those explicitly racist, I don't like blacks, they're da. It's like, well, then if you extrapolate one layer further, then essentially you could say that those in power who are weaponizing racism or all of that for whatever ulterior motives or reasons, or maybe they just like it. They just like to see the whites and the blacks throw shit at each other. Maybe that's why. But in a way, then that explicitly racist person is also implicit.
Well, I
and I
believe
would
all racism is born of ignorance. So it's
but here's the
based
thing
on
though,
ignorance in general.
so then here's the real question: is it that racism is truly systematic, or is it that it's just a reality of the world? Because on every continent across this globe, whether or not we want to admit it or not, there's racism. So the Chinese hated the Japanese, and then if you extrapolate even further, the Hans hated I'm not very well versed in my, Chinese lore, but essentially what I'm saying is it happens everywhere. Australia, it happened. They put prisoners on this island with a bunch of native folks, and the same type of shit that happened in America happened there.
So I'm saying
Well,
the
what
system
kind of prescriptions
is,
are we looking for?
well,
What are you looking to
not
do
gonna,
about
I'm
it?
not getting here. I want to outline the issues. Like, please keep in mind, when I say systematic, I'm saying that there were literally laws on the books against specific people.
Yeah, just to add on to that as an end cap to that conversation, I think that like I agree, Sean, that exists all over the world. Like, but like a good way to examine what we're talking about is it's like racialization. It's this process of racializing a group of people. That's saying this is a fundamentally different type of person than these people, right? And this process can be done, or often is done, using like legal structures that deny or allow access to different things based on that categorization, right?
100%. I agree.
And so yeah, yes, it's absolutely a reality of the world, but it's a reality that we should be actively acknowledging and deconstructing and trying to recognize where it manifests.
But it's like, but it would be like trying to deconstruct, you know, the fact that we're always going to war, no matter as much as we don't
Real
want
quick,
to have.
when I say deconstruct,
war,
I'm talking about internally. I'm talking about like understanding, like
no,
a
I get
mental
that,
model.
but we
of
have to
deconstructing
remember
it
that.
there.
But we have to remember that most of the population, especially in America, has an IQ less than 100. So,
they're perfectly
so it's
capable
like
of deconstruction.
Like for instance,
I don't think the average person is like stupid.
I'll use
a
an
lot of
example.
people say stuff like this.
No. Here's the thing. I'll use an example, real quick, anecdotal, but it can kind of tie this all together. My dad has a friend that her brother came up from Jamaica, the beautiful island of Jamaica. We're having a conversation kind of like this about racism, how it ties to things. Essentially, long and the short of it is, this man who said born, raised, all of this in Jamaica, had the audacity to say that he was not the derivatives of slaves, which wouldn't make sense, because if you come from Jamaica and you know your whole bloodline is Jamaican, then you would in turn be, more often than not, I'm sure there's outliers, of course, but you're probably the derivative of a slave, like how most Black Americans whose last name has been Johnson since, you know, the Mayfair, they were likely slaves. So I say that to kind of say these things are there, and then there's just some people who are just dumb. They're ignorant. They don't understand.
The reason why is because racism is like, it's like the #1 headband on Afro Samurai. Like, people are waiting for their turn to be racist. Like, literally.
Where'd you get that from?
Huh?
Where do you get that from?
Where do I get that from? Watching Black people literally try to take their turn to be racist now.
Are we talking about outliers of Black people, or are we talking
No,
about the
not talking about outliers.
majority of Black people?
I'm still not quite
talking about outliers.
So,
Sure.
So what majority of Black people are you saying are racist, and by what means are you saying they're racist?
A majority of the uneducated ones. I won't
don't
even lie to
see
you
it?
guys.
You're telling me like just random in the air
like,
things. I
just
need
to
to
kinda-
understand.
Just to kind of touch on, you know, there's the famous Morgan Freeman quote, right? As soon as you bring up the conversation, that's when it goes to racism. And to be quite frank with you, and this is my experience, white people that I go around aren't really doing that, but Black people are.
Yeah.
we
To be
have a
fair,
massive
I
rise
hear
in
more
white
racist shit.
nationalism right now.
No. Hold on.
No. Christian nationalism and white nationalism is different.
No.
Tell me where there's a rise of white nationalism.
Yeah.
Well, the conversation is not in the quote unquote white spaces. A lot of the
not at all
white
Yeah.
spaces.
You're talking about a very segmented group of races, but predominantly, to be honest with you, the majority of white people are pretty passive when it comes to the racial talk. They don't even want to go down that.
We don't want to go down it.
The everyday common person in North America, hell yeah, they're way less racial. And then
I'm happy to have the conversation.
Yeah,
It's just it
but
doesn't.
most of the,
you know,
some of the most racist shit I've heard in the last, entirety of my life has come out of Black people. If I'm being objective, now I understand where it's coming from, so I'm not going to sit there and be like, "Oh my god," I get it, but it's like you got to be aware of it, see it, and you can't just act like Black people aren't racist as fuck. Let's be real.
So I have a question here. We recognize, and again, the FBI data is kind of poor on this for a few other reasons I don't want to get into, but let's just use it for the sake of the conversation. Anywhere on any given time of the year, the perpetrators of hate crimes floats anywhere between, I think it's like 40 to 50%, but usually white Americans are on the top, followed by Black Americans somewhere in the 20s. If the FBI crime data was in an environment where it was 100% compliance, so every state and every municipality complied with reporting to the FBI, would we see the hate crime data skew in a way where Black and African American people are on top and whites are underneath?
I'm not sure
Are we talking per capita, or are we
they're
talking?
not reporting.
I'm just saying statistically.
I'm
like-
joking. I made a joke. I made a joke. It was a joke.
No. Oh, good. Oh, I didn't hear. I thought it was a real question.
Yeah, but
I'm saying that if the crimes statistical data was 100% compliant on all municipalities, who would be the top demographic committing hate crimes?
Well, that's based on the assumption that they're
Hate
not
crimes. What?
Yeah.
And we could
crimes?
just run a thought experiment on it. If I went into the hood or Joe went into a white neighborhood,
What?
who do you think's more likely to be crimed? Or Sean, whoever? Who do you think's more
Okay,
likely?
see, well, look, those are, see,
We
we
are
are
getting
hate
so
crime.
weird for
That
no
doesn't mean hate
reason. These are reported hate crimes to the FBI. And
No,
I'm
what is
saying
the hate crime, though? Problem with your premise is when
whatever the FBI says it is.
Whenever the
Black,
FBI says
yeah.
it's a hate crime, the categorization doesn't
Just
matter.
tell me
here.
if I know. It's not going to be considered a hate crime.
Sorry, what? Woman, I didn't hear you.
I know
If
if
a
you
black
if
person-
Sarah's if Sarah's cute white ass walks into the middle of Galveston, Texas, or some
That's ass remark number 2.
Houston,
Sorry.
Texas.
okay, Houston, anywhere, Baltimore, like in the ghetto,
Dallas.
somebody sees her, they're gonna be like, "Ooh, white woman," and then she gets robbed. Is that a hate crime?
It's
No,
not going to be
unless
considered
she-
one.
That wouldn't
It's not
count,
going to be
right?
considered one.
Hate,
That's
hate
the-
crimes as the FBI lays it out, because I don't know why
Yeah,
this
I
is
need
a
a
question.
definition
Why do you need a
It shouldn't
definition
be a
for this?
question.
so I can
I'm-
understand what constitutes something being a hate crime. By what
I mean,
parameters?
you can
Because
look
if I
up the
decide to
FBI
rob
parameters
someone,
of a hate
if I
crime.
if I
Yeah.
rob
Look up
Clay,
what the FBI parameters are.
if
of
Clay,
a hate
I'll do it
crime.
right
Clay
now.
is in my
Guys.
block and I rob Clay because Clay's this white dude in the middle of, downtown Atlanta, and
It's
I
going to
decide
be
to
considered
rob
a
him.
robbery. It's not going to be considered a hate crime.
Is that
the whole
omission,
thing.
Sean?
That's
Is
my
that an
thinking.
omission, Sean?
You have to prove that they're being
Got
targeted
you.
based
You
on.
ready?
Go
So
ahead.
apparently, I
rob
had to
Clay?
pull up the FBI's definition for a hate crime because apparently this hypothetical is that hard. So a
No,
hate
just don't-
crime is a traditional offense like murder, arson, or vandalism with the added element of bias. For the purpose of collecting statistics, the FBI has defined a hate crime as a criminal offense against a person or property motivated in whole or in part by an offender's bias against race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or gender identity. Hate itself is not a crime, and the FBI is mindful for protecting freedom of speech and other civil liberties. So I will
Except when
ask.
the victim is white. You
So
can
I
read
will-
that definition all day. You can read that definition all day, but at the end of the day, if one of these white guys was walking through a black neighborhood and some dudes saw them in there, some black guys saw them out there and decided to jump on them and beat them up, it's not going to be considered a hate crime.
Angry Man, there was an
I don't know about that.
instance pretty recently
Hold on,
in a bar.
why are we
We're not.
running
We're not.
from
We
this
don't need
question?
to. We don't need to. So, Angry Man. Recently, there was an instance where this white dude went into a black bar and got super wasted, was saying all sorts of racial things, and nobody did anything to him. He was perfectly fine. Then eventually came back and attacked the bouncer. Everybody in the bar beat the dog shit out of him and did some horrible things to him on the sidewalk. They tried to escalate that to a hate crime and shut down that bar. It was not a hate crime. So when it comes down to that, if it was based on their bias because this dude is white when he walked in the bar and they beat his ass, it would be a hate crime. Them beating his ass because he offended would not constitute as a hate crime.
Okay, but you're proving my point. Because if the scenario was the other way around, if it was a black dude that was in the bar cursing and acting a fool, and it was a bar full of white people and they left him alone, and then he left and came back and did some more shit, and they beat the shit out of him, it would be considered a hate crime. Al Sharpton would come out, they would be marching, and it'd be a whole freaking
They would
thing.
try. They would try. It wouldn't constitute a hate crime.
Would definitely be there. Let's be
They
real.
can try. It wouldn't constitute a hate crime.
No, it's Ben Crump now. It's changed. Ben Crump is the face.
Would be a hate crime.
Can you prove
check this out.
it's a hate
The
crime?
moment that dude get beat up, all that gotta happen is his mama come out there and do a press conference, and they have a bunch of black pastors out there complain long enough, it's gonna be a hate crime.
Why are you so myopic, my dude?
Okay, so here's
all
what.
my
Okay,
baby did was walk
hold
in
on.
that car.
This is what I'm hearing.
This is sad.
This is what I'm
So
hearing.
myopic.
This is
You
what
live in
I'm.
America, right?
This
I'm in
this is what I'm
California.
hearing. I'm hearing
And by
something.
the way, y'all, just so you know, what I just got through talking about a little while ago about people waiting their turn to be racist is being displayed right now.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you can't quantify it. Amazing.
Yes, I
see
can.
you, Joe. Please.
Okay, so
You're
again,
literally pretending you're the same way back in the day during the Jim Crow era. If somebody white did something to a black person in a certain way, white people would pretend like that ain't what it is, just like you're doing right now with black people.
When did I do that?
So let me
Please
ask
provide an example of me doing that.
When you're
Let me
pretending that
go-
under any circumstance, if white people jump on one black person and beat him the hell up, it's going to be considered a hate crime, and it's going to be a big deal.
Did
It
you
can
miss what
be
I said to you? I'm apparently thinking you missed what I said to you.
What did you say?
I said the dude walked in there saying all kind of M-bombs and stuff.
Okay.
And people partied with him and he had fun.
Okay.
Everything was copacetic until he attacked the bouncer. Then
Okay.
he got the dog shit beat out of him, like would have happened in any bar with any individual. This isn't a
Okay.
racial component.
So
you
you're
think-
saying
you
the
think-
whole or the attacking?
You think every time a bouncer gets attacked, the whole bar jumps him?
Is that if it was
This
a
happens
black
pretty
guy
often,
that
regularly.
did that in a white bar,
I go to bars,
and
that
he
does not happen.
ultimately got beat
No,
up,
I've
it
never
would be
seen that.
considered a hate crime, and you're trying to pretend like it wouldn't.
So
I've never
Angry
seen
Man,
where the whole
Angry
bar
Man.
jumps the guy for jumping on the bouncer.
Usually
I
the
didn't say
bouncers
the whole
do their
bar
job.
jumped him.
Hold
It's
on,
fine.
Angry Man.
That's all I'm saying.
It's
So
crazy to
here's-
watch everybody talk past each other. You
Yeah,
guys are
here-
all basically saying the same thing from different degrees, and then you'd hear the other person respond, and then you
And
guys
then-
are like flip flopping where you're coming from, and then just speaking past each other. It's crazy. It's like you guys are all kind of playing the same
I think
shit.
I've
I'm
been
also
pretty
kind of
direct.
annoyed because like I tried to ask a direct question, I didn't get an answer.
No,
but
okay,
Angry
we'll
Man-
answer your question. Hold on, because I feel like it's kind of my fault, but I was literally asking for the definition
Yes,
for
and then
a
we got
specific
sideways.
reason. No,
Yeah.
but the reason why is because I want to actually answer your question. I don't
Gotcha.
want to sit here and argue with you for no damn
Gotcha.
fucking reason.
All right.
But what I'm going to say just real quickly is my current perspective, and however I answer your question and everyone else answers, maybe you change my mind. I don't know. But my current perspective is, or how I see how things just go. If something happens to a black person, it's more likely to be considered a hate crime because it's easier to, I guess, walk down or prove said reason as to why the thing happened. If so, oh, they beat me up because I'm black. No, they beat you up because you're a gang member and you walk through their gang set. They just happen to be Mexican. Whatever, like it could be anything stupid. But if the same thing would happen to a white guy getting beat up by a bunch of black guys, it would not as easily be considered a hate crime. So that's why I wanted to know, well, what is a hate crime? Because your question, I may say, you know what, black people might do more hate crimes, possibly, depending
Is the
on what
motivation
constitutes it.
bias? Is the motivation bias?
Okay,
Can
so
you
what's the
clearly
motiv-
define that the motivation
right?
is
What's the
bias?
motivation? If a bunch of young hungry YNs in the ghetto see one of our beautiful non-melanated, co-panelists here, how likely are they to jump on that and go eat their food, go rob them, go
That's
see,
three
whatever?
They do that to
And
anybody.
because they're
Can
white.
you prove they wouldn't have done it to anybody else?
Yes, they wouldn't, because they wouldn't
but-
do it to me. Because I
So-
can walk down the street and they may assume that I have a gun or I'm a gang member or I might defend myself. But they see a white
Or
dude,
they may see
think-
your chain and just take your shit.
they may do that too if it's but I'll tell you what, they would rather do one of them than do one of me. if they don't get to assess the situation.
Quantify this.
We're speaking.
Yeah, because I feel like the number one victim of like crimes from black people is other black people.
Literally
Like,
gonna sit there. Look, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Are you literally gonna sit there and act like you don't know what this is? Like, seriously.
I mean, you can keep asking me the same question. If you can't give me an example or some rationale for it, I'm gonna just dismiss it.
I'm from the hood.
Incredulity isn't an argument, you know.
And a white guy walks through the hood, niggas is gonna be like, "Yo, who that white boy right there?"
The same way, if I walk through deep rural South Georgia and something happens to me, it's like, well, it's more likely to happen to me than happen to Clay. So if I walk through the deep South, middle Louisiana, swamp country, where every time they talk, they go that type shit, and it hits the bottle and it pings and it does all the shit. I'm more likely to probably be but that can happen anywhere. If I'm a Palestinian and I'm walking through the middle of Israel and then something happens, yeah. If I'm a fucking, I don't know, like, guys, it's really not that. All I'm saying is we're talking past each other. So now back to Joe. Joe, what's your question? I'm actually intrigued to see where we would all land.
So, as far as we know, the only from as I remember, there might be new crime data, but let's say for the sake of argument, the statistics stay consistent, where around 50% of the offenders of hate crimes are white, followed by anywhere from 20 to 25%. If we have 100% compliance from all municipalities, would those statistics, in your idea of what you've been observing in the world, change in a meaningful way? And when I say meaningful, that means any group is going to jump anywhere from 20 percentage points or higher.
No.
Oh my God, this straw man argument right here.
That was swift.
Man, you're getting too deep for me. Look, we got generations of this.
I don't think if you change anything, I don't think like you have to change the individual, right?
The numbers
Like
just gonna get higher.
it's not. I mean,
like for instance, like I'll take something like sexual violence, right? It's like 92% of the offenders are men. If we were to have like 100% reporting of sexual violence, would women even surpass 10%?
So that also has to do with classification. So what constitutes sexual violence? It's usually penetration. So you always got to look at
sexual violence constitutes penetration.
That's not true.
What classified as sexual violence? It has to constitute penetration.
That's not true.
It doesn't.
No, please stop.
It should, but people would say catcalling.
No, it should. No. That's not the bar.
Absolutely not.
That's not.
Okay, maybe not.
No, because y'all forgetting you talking to some liberals in here too.
Yeah.
You know, sexual violence can be whistling.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if I were to grab you by the pussy without penetration, would it be sexual violence?
Let's be real. He looked at her too long.
Okay.
Thank you, girl.
Okay, no, that's a fair question.
You could be dancing at a club.
That's a fair question.
Let me modify this because I missed. Let me modify this because Israel's
Joe,
like
Joe has a
really
headache now. Let's go.
okay. So
No, Joe. But hold on, Joe. Before you think, I
hold on,
agree
Joe.
with you. The sexual men would commit it more, but at the same time, I would ask you prior to that, because I really want to answer your question: is what is sexual violence? To what degree? Because to me
sexual
personally,
abuse, for example, like it's a myriad of different
catcalling,
things.
like
He's trying to answer you.
No.
He's trying to answer you.
We're talking about
Please let him answer you.
crimes. We're not talking about
Right.
cat calls.
Touching.
We're talking about crimes. For
I just wanted
example,
to check.
like
Yeah.
3/4 of the offenders in cases of that 92% involve child pornography. So statistically speaking, the crime that you're more likely to find of sexual abuse individuals among men is child porn. Like followed by, and then like when it comes to certain weird statistics, right? I think it's like the like white and black people split the difference of like 45 and 35% involving prohibited sexual conduct. And or like
What study are you citing, by the way? What study are you citing?
The FBI.
Yeah, he's on the
Do you need this? Do you really need this?
The
No, hold on though,
FBI.
because
Like-
no, but in your hypothetical, you're saying if all the if all parameters were the same, like like they're all
If
like
every I'm
but-
talking. When I say parameters the same, I'm talking about 100% compliance. Because
Yeah.
one of the problems with, just for context for the chat, one of the problems with FBI data, which is why it's not reliable, is because of the reporting. Some states have issues with compliance. There are very few states that are 100% compliant with reporting things, especially hate crimes and sexual violence. But anyway,
So the FBI
it's
stats
amazing.
actually don't say what you're saying. You want to drop it
Why
in
are
the
you
chat?
using
so I
it to
can review
underpin your argument?
You
I'm
trust the
using it-
FBI more than you do your own state?
I'm
Can
sorry,
you
Joe.
drop it
The FBI
in the bottom
statistics
left?
aren't good enough to deal with what's going on.
No
in the
shit.
room.
Sarah,
I
hold on,
agree.
Sarah. They got a lot of thoughts going on. Look,
I
I'm
got no
gonna tap
thoughts.
out because,
Zero thoughts.
well, I don't have any thoughts, THOTS either, but I do have a lot of. But you know the other spelling. Anyhow, look, Sarah, I'm finna tap out because I shout out to Joe Lewis. He's
I
in his
appreciate you.
bag. He's in his apartheid. He's in his Morgan
screw
Freeman
him. White
bag.
privilege
He's in
exists.
every bag that he's
And my-
landed. I can't
My
focus
fiance
on
is
that.
not even black. Crazy
Sarah,
work.
you are a good auntie to Barbie. Like I can never insult Barbie and say you look as good as her. But if you had to be an auntie to Barbie, you would be right on par for that. So shout out to
She
you.
had to get her looks
Like,
from somewhere, darling.
hey, but that's why you're an auntie. And we got a lot of aunties in the hood. So shout out to that. So I'm not gonna do all of that. So I gotta
But
tap
what are her
out.
greens like? What are her greens like?
Well, we know Sarah can't cook, so we're not even going to introduce that into the conversation. We're not going to do that. I won't insult her in her non-cooking skills. But anyway, Sarah,
time
so
I
I'm
bring
going
you
to
a
tap
sandwich.
out.
I'm just saying I ain't.
Well,
calling her
I don't want a
TT until I
sandwich
know
from
what the
you
greens is
because
like.
sandwich implies bad things. Typically, people like give me a sandwich after a certain act, and we know that's not anything I'm interested in from you because you got rosacea on your cheeks, you got cat in the hat, eyebrows. I won't get into all of that. You're a lovely woman for the people that like that. So
Hey,
anyhow,
Larry,
I'm gonna move past that. Like, no, I gotta respect her. This is her show.
Respect yourself.
It's like, Ezreal, you okay? Ezreal, you are
You
every
okay,
goon
too,
that I've
Oscar.
ever seen get beat up in a John Wick movie. So, hey,
Oscar
to
from the
your
Brown
next,
family. I'll see you later.
like I like you, like you all right with me. Just I want to see somebody take a gun out your hand, fist you a couple of times in the face. You do all the little funny looks. I've seen you. You're an extra in John Wick movies. So shout out to him.
And
Look,
yet I probably had a gun pulled on me more times than you have.
Look, Def Not. I like that you chose the proper role. You saw all the heat that Sarah's getting. You like, you know what? I'm just going to have a whole in
I
Creole
came
we
in
say
here
a
to attack Joe
mouchoir.
Lewis. I came here to attack Joe
Mouchoir.
Lewis.
She got this whole thing
He
over her
attacked
face.
everyone.
I love you. I like any woman that understands she has to protect her OnlyFans identity. Put all the stuff on you and do what you need to do because we don't want to mess up your bag. So on this, you're Def Not. You got some extravagant name on, OnlyFans. I don't want to know what it is because these guys will be on here in your DMs. So don't tell me. But hey, kudos to you in your career.
If I did OnlyFans, I'd
John-
probably keep the whole deal for that and save the face for the other parts. Wouldn't that make more
Right?
sense?
That
But
would
whatever.
110% make more sense.
First off, you
He's
got parents that are
not
probably
so good
watching.
at logic. That's why
No,
he
no,
only
no.
comes
The
here-
logic is she has
That's
a
why
parents.
he only
Her,
comes here to roast my people.
her
including
granddaddy doesn't
myself.
need to
He
know
has
she's
to
on
He
OnlyFans.
has to come get his little fix on to make himself feel better at the end of the day. So he comes on, hangs around a panel, and then gives his little brief roastings before he leaves so that everybody can think, oh man, that guy was funny. All right. Even though he contributes very minimal any other direction. Mm.
I like
You know, I
Gemini,
poured a
though.
whole
He's like
nother
a-
shot
All
for
women are on
you, Sarah.
OnlyFans. That's cool.
I like Gemini though.
love
He's
you,
like
Gemini.
It's
Gemini,
really
Sarah.
cool.
Wisdom has been chasing him, but it has outpaced him.
hey. Gemini's like a. He's like a
I like
alcoholic.
your roast, Gemini. They just take a little bit too long, Like it just takes a while to go through everybody.
If you did
Roast
that
one by
in
one.
bed, you would be more successful. So please take your time, sir, and have some endurance.
Appreciate it.
Thank
See,
you.
there we go. Now
You
that
are-
was much
let me
quicker
go
with
to-
it. That
I was
was
trying to
good.
be nice. I was trying to be nice. Y'all want bad. Y'all want gutter Gemini. No, this is bad Gemini. First off, I like that Sean Wick is uninterested because anything that's intellectual, he's like, I gave all my insight. I feel like I'm doing it. All while going on his what you call what
Sean,
what
put your shiesty on. Take care of this.
He can't do that. He's not capable of that.
I'm not going to do black on black crime tonight.
Thank you. See,
Gemini,
I like that.
Listen, I'm
Go
a
ahead.
yard boy. See, so I could
He
chat.
saw my Haitian. See, this is the thing. He's
This
saying
isn't the
he
right
yard
place.
boy Jamaican, and I'm Haitian Haitian. So we don't want this type of vibe. We don't need no island. We were just talking about
How about
this.
say?
Joe Lewis is trying to break us up. You know, he's a foundationally black. Look, we need to respect the yard boy. When la avec ou pas besoin parler comme ça. Anyway, all I said is I ain't got no beef with you. Thank you. Shout out, Sarah. I'm finna leave in a moment, but I have to. I have to address Lethe Water Kai. You know, like I don't have any problem with them. Like every time I look at it, reminds me of a wet band-aid. Like I like just when I see this type of guy right here, like when I see
he got
him,
in his bag with that one.
Like
he's warmed up a little bit.
Like
you're gonna have to just
I
sit
see
there.
his
and-
wet band.
Damn.
Like we ready to go ahead, dry off the wound, clean it off, and put a dry one on. But like, hey, shout out to him. Like I'm gone, Sarah. I can't because I'm drinking all this booze and I ain't got my senses right now. So
I
be
believe
easy.
you. I trust in that
Take
particular.
a shot of
judgment.
water next.
Finally, some wisdom.
Hey, Gemini, don't. Hey, bro, I like the jokes, man. You like an alcoholic life coach and shit.
And you don't want to drive on that. By
Can
the
we
way.
see your eyes though? Let's see.
That was the
Look, y'all
lamest
got
shot
me in
I've
trouble.
ever seen in my
I
life.
done woke up my wife in the background. She's like, "What are you
Uh-oh.
doing? Like, what kind of person are you?"
Boom,
She's
boom time,
"Boo,
right?
I love you." You know what? I'm on
Getting-
here. I'm degenerate.
Getting really unhappy with a light skinned dude.
So Gemini, is
He's
your
saving
computer
his
just
eyes
set
for
up
his OnlyFans
outside?
content.
Is your computer set up outside, or do you just wear sunglasses indoors?
Well, I like shades on my windows and on my face, so don't hate me. Sorry, like that's just how raw. Like, be mad at me. They gonna be on my face and on my window at the same time.
A lot of shade.
So,
Got you.
So hey,
He's always throwing shades.
hey, have a great
What's
night.
over under that he's cross-eyed.
I am.
I want to see Water Kai
cross
fight
eyed.
with Joe Lewis, man. I'm ready for that.
No, I'm not going to talk. That's Principal Joe Clark. He's the blackest person on this. Let me tell you, any guy that pulls off an afro like that, he should be like we need to put him in a museum right
I should
now.
have seen him when he had a pirate cap.
like, let's put him in the museum right now. Like, that's a traditional black afro. If I could go ahead and bronze that, we should just put him, bronze his afro, put him in the archives somewhere. I'm not. It's traditional. Like he doesn't even get the straight line for it.
I'm glad we can't get to any points while
Did you
your,
wear
your
glasses?
outro is going on.
I'm
Just
done.
wear your
Look, I'm
glasses because your
crashing
future
out.
so bright. But someone else said
You were
take
lying
your
to me,
contacts
sir.
to hide your laser tag. So it's a mixed bag.
I don't know what's funnier, him talking about his afro or Joe's reaction while he's talking about his afro.
The reaction.
I'm gone. Y'all take care. Y'all have
Alrighty. Good night.
God bless.
Bye. Poor Osron has been sitting backstage for like the last 3 hours.
Osman, wasn't that crazy? What an exit, eh? Holy, looks like he has
Yeah,
dementia.
20 minutes later, here we are.
Otis Driftwood says 5 to say thanks for nothing, patriarchy win, and follows up to say, hey, crying, why do you sit when you pee? Feminism, zum, zum,
Hey.
zum, zum, zum.
I only
And for
sit
the
when I pee when
record,
I'm
chat,
drunk.
for the record,
So-
chat, I'm just giving you until I finish a couple thumbnails and then we're shutting down. So I'm giving
Can I
you
attack
some
Joe then?
grace.
Can I attack Joe?
I don't know what's happening.
Joe,
Verbally?
you're
What's
saying
up?
white privilege does not exist. It is a construct of the liberal left or liberal Democrats.
Essentially, not liberal Democrats, but the idea that when I said liberal, it's just at how just the general parlance defaults as. So I think most people, without any type of
So
deep institutional intervention, they just kind of pop out as liberal.
So you're saying
That
the
can
term
be-
is bad. So you're saying the term is bad, or you're saying it doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist. And the
Okay,
reason
so when we're talking
yeah.
about prison sentences, when we're talking about outcomes in medicine, when we're talking about job outcomes, when we're talking about the systemic problems that stem from it, are you saying there's zero privilege going on?
It's not just the fact that they are white that these things are happening. So we also see disparities in health, in education, in economics, in medicine with white people. And their violence is very, very unique. Like, people want to always harp about horizontal violence between black people, but guess who the number one victim of homicide is for white people? Other whites.
That's at like 66% though. It's statistically, like, in proportion, it's very different. Because
it's still a majority. It's still a majority.
Well, we're 80% white rather than 15%. But yeah, you're right. It is typically white people.
So I feel terrible that the Southern strategy happened to disenfranchise some, I don't like to use this term, but lower class white people that were considered lower class by the system. That privilege doesn't necessarily equate to what their experience is, but they still get better outcomes than black people tend to, being in the same class structure.
Absolutely. I talked about this.
Is that not a privilege? If you're in the same class structure, you have better outcomes.
The idea that you have better outcomes because atrocities are being committed on other people is not a privilege.
So should it be a different term, or is it not happening?
We have to be correct with how we define phenomena. If
so
we
tell me
define
it's not happening, or tell me it needs to be another term.
Now you sound like Sean, Kai.
You sound like Sean. It's not happening because that's not how privilege works. What you are describing is happening, but calling it privilege does not make sense. When we recognize that not all white people are available to these privileges under all conditions. We also recognize when we talk about privilege, we're talking about special types of benefits, special types of things granted upon you based upon your status, based upon sometimes the work that you do. We don't ascribe those, we ascribe that as a privilege. For example, Taylor Swift has the privilege to be able to decide not to fly coach, to just fly a plane wherever she wants to. That's a privilege that she has that nobody else or very few people do. That's a privilege.
So I would think a privilege would be being able to walk into a doctor's office with the same medical insurance as somebody else that's in your same class structure and get the same care.
Right, but there's the third element to that is do black people want, if you knew that another racial group was being replaced for black people in the medical system, would you want that if that meant that black people's conditions are met?
No, this is the problem that the structure is.
There you go.
There is an implicit bias or an explicit bias going on
in
the medical structure, and black people tend to be the people that get the bad end of good outcomes.
Fantastic.
Okay, but you're acting as if the only type of when people describe white privilege, you're acting like it only displays itself when it's at someone else's disadvantage. That's not always the case.
That's the
why does the disadvantage exist?
That's your point.
So you're saying black people with the same insurance get a lower level of care than, let's say, white, Asians, and Mexican people?
Black Americans generally report poorer care, even with health insurance, than compared to other racial groups. They
report or receive?
Are they going to the same health facilities?
Let's talk about childbirth.
There's
black women in childbirth.
Yes.
Please, Joe, go ahead.
Yes. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that if you are looking at these things and calling them a privilege, I would argue that if I see somebody that has a privilege over me, I want to work and navigate my life in such a way so that I get that privilege. But if we ascribe that idea in practice, it's basically saying, I see that white people are receiving, we'll say, healthcare in a better fashion than black people. So I want to navigate in such a way where I'm at the same level as whites. That's not how that works in practice. There's going to be another group that's going to replace black people.
So can we just change the term to black deprivation?
I'd call it white aggression, white pathology, the white power structure. I think those are all great terms. Like one of the things that Like it's
So then it's
pathologic.
still
You just
white
made this
privilege.
harder.
It's pathological to say.
Y'all
No,
just playing
no,
semantics. Like
it's patho. Like
I'm
okay,
trying to get away from semantics.
Let me lay it down this way, right, Lethe?
This is a good convo.
Yeah, this is good.
I'm a jackass. My apologies.
Yeah,
Because y'all both coming from the same side, but now going.
Nah,
We've never been on the same side.
We're never on the same side.
You both believe that there is some sort of thing there that disenfranchises.
No, I had to make him admit there's a thing.
Or the
yeah,
reality
and
of it.
it's a great, I think this is a really,
We agree.
I'm really glad that Kai brought this example up or brought that point to attention, because that's what I was trying to point to that earlier. And I think one of the things that I was getting a little frustrated by throughout is that a lot of people who I think were agreeing with Joe throughout a lot of this conversation, or maybe nodding along, they don't actually agree with Joe. They were agreeing like with the idea that the white privilege doesn't exist, but they don't agree that the structures that Kai just identified don't exist. But Joe agrees those structures exist, and I think that it's a little frustrating that
I agree,
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
That was my confusion. Yes, thank you.
Which is why I tried to say this earlier in the conversation, is that there are. Well, were you here earlier, Lethe?
Oh, I've been listening
From the very
long, and I've
beginning?
been fighting the urge to jump in.
So
here
in
this entire time.
in the very beginning of the conversation, in the one-on-one, I brought up the idea of soccer, and in the rules of soccer, you forego your usage of hands, and that's what maintains the sport of soccer. There are exceptions to when you can use your hands, and there are entire positions that are constructed that can use their hands, like goalies. If we had a forward that just used their hands whenever they felt like, scored goals with their hands whenever they felt like, and nobody stopped them from doing that, the refs, the other players, and the coaches, we wouldn't say that he is playing soccer anymore. We would say that he is compromising the integrity of the entire sport by foregoing his uses of by not only forego using his hands, by using his hands while everybody else forgoes that. So when I'm speaking to that in terms of a structure, we see that in society. We see individuals who compromise the integrity of the game that we're all playing, which is America, and they get away with that.
Well,
that
life is not a game, and you're talking about breaking rules.
That analogy is off. I think what you really would mean to say, I think that what you would really mean to say is not that you have a forward that's using his hands all the time, but someone that's playing the game of soccer the way you normally play it, and occasionally they do something they're not supposed to, and the official doesn't call it.
Right.
That makes more
real
sense.
time, that's what happens. In the game of soccer, if you use your
Okay,
hand,
but that
it's
doesn't
a penalty.
But that
But would you
doesn't
say it's a
compromise.
privilege?
Wait, hold on.
No.
Let me say this. That doesn't compromise the game. What
Yes, it
that
does.
is,
Yes, it does.
is that no, it doesn't. This is what it is. He's playing the game, and he's occasionally doing something that shouldn't be done in the game. And because there's someone that's favoring him, he's able to get away with it. That doesn't mean he's compromised the entire game.
But does that not?
Did Barry Bonds compromise the
not
game of
privilege?
Did Barry
If you,
Bonds?
hold on, wait.
Barry
If you're,
Bonds,
check this out.
did
Check this out.
Barry-
If you're,
Just define privilege, angry man.
if there's been plenty of times we watch NFL football games, we watch
Mhm.
NBA basketball games where
Mhm.
we know someone got fouled and the official did not call it correctly. Right?
Okay.
They challenged it. They didn't win the challenge. The game continued on. Right?
That's not a. My point is that is not a
They didn't
privilege.
compromise the entire game.
No, but angry. Hold on, real quick. What Joe's example? So Joe uses a specific example to say if there was a player that in that game and throughout that season, so that week, those 3 games in January and all the way through the season, and they got away with it, that would be the privilege. But to say that in a game here and there, if it were to happen, he's not saying that it's not a thing that also occurs.
Well, the thing
I think
is
that's my
that's
So
understanding.
let me ask you this. Let me make it even better. I'll make it a much more cleaner example. Did Barry Bonds compromise baseball by his usage of steroids?
He was
I'm going
corrupted.
to say steroid users in general are privileged by the system.
He didn't compromise.
It's privilege. It's a
So
corruption.
wait. So hold on. What was
Yeah,
that?
I agree with you on corruption. It wasn't really a privilege because the league didn't allow him to do it. Maybe some people did who knew, but when it became news, it didn't boil down to, well, it's Barry though. Like
Right,
we'll just
so-
let him play. They
so-
reprimanded him.
So I'm
I'll give you a
asking-
real example of government corruption. Okay, so the police
Jerry
beat on
Rice.
someone.
Jerry Rice.
You don't
Jerry
hear-
Rice.
Yeah, I don't want to muddy
freely.
this.
Jerry Rice freely used stickum during his football career when that substance was illegal. Why is he still in the Hall of Fame as a wide receiver?
It's called corruption.
Yeah,
It's an atrocity. Thank
So
you.
there's
not a
two
privilege.
different things that we're talking about: privilege
Yeah, we're talking about
and
yeah.
flat out corruption.
It's not
But
a
he
privilege
didn't
because we
compromise.
don't want to have a society that says, hey, all I have to do is do this thing and not get caught. Therefore, I make it into the hall.
Hey, Joe, may I ask you, is there only one tier of privilege?
That's crazy.
Hold on. So what do you mean by if there's one tier of privilege?
Is
there
there
are
only
multiple.
one tier of privilege? Can you get the
There-
lowest tier of privilege or receive the highest tier of privilege?
Hey, I'm actually about to head out, so I'd like to just give a quick closing statement, and I'm going to go to bed. I got stuff to
Are
do
you going to
tomorrow.
attack me too, Azrael? God damn it.
No. Why would I attack you? I don't really care to do that. All I want to say is there are black dorms. There's all white There's no white scholarships, no white diversity hires, and no white lives matters. No racial protections for white people. All white people are blamed for minority problems. The only divide we have is a class divide, not a skin type divide. So I don't know why we're blaming issues on white privilege when I've never received any of this personally. God bless all of you guys. I hope you guys have a good night. But
all right,
brother,
Wait, one small attack to you.
Godspeed.
Yeah, the
Good night,
point that I'm trying to.
Azriel. Thanks for coming on.
Beautiful name, by the way.
Thank you.
I
God bless
really
you guys.
wish you would have brought that up. I really wish Azrael would have brought that up earlier.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, no.
what he's talking about, I have to experience the same thing to a degree. There's black folk that say I get privilege because I'm light skinned.
Yep.
Fuck
You
yeah.
guys
that's
get
real.
privilege.
Stupid. Can you stop that?
Shit doesn't even exist. What? Say what?
It's stupid. Can you stop that?
And
Yes,
if being Kyle,
there's a level
I
of
said it's
maneuverability.
stupid.
It is stupid. Yeah.
no, he's
Interesting.
agreeing with you. You're saying it's stupid. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
Never
I
mind.
know what he's saying, but does he know what he's saying?
Yes,
I
you know
didn't
what
know
I'm
what you're
saying.
saying,
Yes,
but
I
I
do.
know what you're
So,
saying.
like, look,
Yeah,
Anchorman,
it's
I'm just
got
going to
me.
ask the question because you've been kind of teasing it. Do you think hate crimes against white people is systemically underreported in the United States?
Hate crimes towards white people, is it systemically underreported?
Systemically underreported.
By, ooh, by the institutions who serve.
That's why I'm saying systemic.
Are we
Systemic.
hiding them? Are we
So
sweeping them under the rug?
are the institutions structured in America in a way where crimes against white people are ignored because they're white?
No, they're not. I don't think
I'd say
they're
the culture would in a way,
classified.
though. I'd say
I don't think they're
culturally, white
classified
people are like they'd be belittled or told shut the fuck up, or we don't.
So what does it
believe you."
mean to be culturally white?
Not well. I mean culturally white. I mean like the culture of like people. I don't think the system. I don't think the government necessarily might have a system to that degree, but I feel like people
Sure.
in America culturally are less willing to accept that plea from the same way. Like if a man were to go and say, "I got abused by my wife," more often than not, people are just not going to believe it. Just
They're not
culturally,
gonna
we're
take
like,
it serious.
shut the fuck up.
It's like, you know what? You know what it's like? It's like this. It's like this, right?
Being a bitch,
like
you know?
ever since Bill Clinton signed the Violence Against Women Act, right?
Oh, I thought
So
you were
if there's
saying
a,
Monica Lewinsky.
if there's a domestic if there's a
Look who
domestic
signed it.
issue, right?
Mhm.
If there's a domestic issue, right?
Sure.
What?
I'm saying I'm listening.
I'm
That's what
listening.
saying.
If there's a domestic issue between husband and wife, right?
Mhm.
If the husband assaults the wife, it's considered assault on a female, on a woman,
Sure.
right? Which is stiffer penalty than just assault, right?
Okay.
If the woman assaults the male, if they even take it seriously, it's just assault, right? So those are two entirely different classifications. One that favors the other and makes them kind of unequal in the law, right?
So would you describe that as a privilege?
Definitely.
I would call that not a privilege because I would not want to reward society.
How is that not a privilege?
I love it.
It's not a privilege because I don't want society to think that's something women ought to do to their male spouses and their male partners. I don't want a society that tells women, "Hey, women, you have a privilege."
Are
that
you
can
sure
beat
about
up-"
that?
Who made this a
I
law?
absolutely do not
last time I checked, when you watch a movie, if a woman, last time I checked, when you watch a movie, if a dude punches a woman, everybody's like, oh, if a woman kicks a dude in his nuts, it's funny. Last time I checked.
Finally, me and Angry Man are
other people in the room right now? Or just
we
me?
do live in a society
And
that
I'm saying
literally
we
tells
should
women.
not.
Wait, we do live in a society that literally tells women and little girls that it is okay to hit boys.
And
But that's funny as hell, though. That's funny as hell because guys always act so tough, right? So getting hit in the nuts is supposed to be funny, right? It's not just getting hit in the nuts. It's the guy going, oh, and falling down and everything.
Supposed to be funny, and it has absolutely nothing to do with a man being tough. That's bullshit.
Has nothing.
He has a point.
A man
He has
taking
a point. It's played for laughs, and so it's not only hang on. No, not only is it played for laughs to kick guys in the nuts or for them to get hit in the balls. It's also played for laughs for them to be sexually assaulted, which prison assault is actually like it's.
Yeah,
sure, but it's memed it's memed across like all sorts of media, including fucking SpongeBob makes
that's
jokes
all
about dropping the
culture
soap.
versus law. The law does not agree with the culture in that. So when we're talking about the legal aspect of it and what is privilege, right? The only thing that really matters is the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. So equal protection of the law. So it's funny that people are talking about hate crimes. You know that hate crimes are actually unconstitutional on their face.
What 14th? What 14th?
Yeah. So, and just to add on, Clay, just real quick.
And let me ask Clay this. Let me ask Clay this real quick. From that standpoint of the 14th Amendment, how is it if a man assaults a woman as opposed to a woman assaulting a man, they got two different charges? That's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional at all.
Which is why he said that would be privilege. And which
And
that
I'm
would
saying-
be.
Yeah, I think I agree that would be like a privilege on the women's part. There is a
Def,
little
before you go
little
on,
caveat there that women
let her
can't
go
probably
on.
do as much damage, but that
Mhm.
is still privilege because if it's the exact same thing that you've done, but you get treated differently by the law, that is a privilege.
So
Well, it's
should we
privilege
teach?
because of nepotism, right? So it's
Should we
because
te-
the
oh,
judge
gosh,
is going to take
degeneracy.
favor for you, and the police are going to take favor for you. That's why it's privilege.
Okay,
but
great.
it's
So-
also called corruption because the government or the agency could be the game football, right? And the ref's not calling calls correctly. That's corruption. So you know that you're privileged, and you're going to play a certain way. That's also privilege. It's both.
So the question I'm trying to ask here is, should we promote a society that tells girls they can beat up men and get lesser sentences and charges because of it?
No, feminism.
They have
Who's doing that?
When I was arguing against privilege, that is what I was talking about.
Listen,
I'm saying none of that has anything to do with the reality.
Joe,
So
check
when
this
some
out.
have to be
So if a chick
portrayed
got
as
control of
Joe, check this out. The
But
woman
there's
and man thing.
pathology. There's a lot of pathology behind male abuse as
Yes,
well.
it's
So
yes.
this idea that guys just wake up and beat up a chick, like this is complete bullshit.
We should call it pathology. We
Yeah,
should
but
call
see,
it
I'm not
that's
saying guys
pathological.
do beat up chicks.
That's where the
Instead
that's where the BS comes from. The dynamic of men and women in society today is similar to is parallel to the dynamic of white people and black people. So because men have always been considered in the position of power and considered the aggressors and all of these different things, it's like we give a pass to women for doing things to men and say, oh, well, they should be allowed to get away with it because of the simple fact of look at how men treated women in the past. And it's the same thing with black and white. Black people feel, oh, we should get away with doing certain things because of look at how we were treated in the past. It's the same shit. It's someone trying to receive a privilege because of a certain
I think you are running to identity so fast though with this. I don't think that there is like
It's
a
pathological.
male disprivilege in society. Like how
okay, so
not all
if
men suffer. Not all men are granted the same thing. Not all men are granted these privileges.
If 90,
Yeah,
if
not all white people are
90%,
granted the same
if
privileges.
90% of my life
my
is
point
determined
earlier.
by the fact
Yes.
that I take
Yeah,
a
that's
risk
why he
after
said it's
college,
the same parallel.
Yeah.
it's different. It
Right,
is
so
a little
in
bit
reality,
different. Right?
so
It's
Lethe,
not
Lethe,
right.
What's the
but-
difference?
Lethe, if I were to use a different word, I would call it pathology. I would say that there's a
works.
male pathology. There's
What does pathology mean?
degenerate, dangerous, harmful beliefs, ideas, and practices
idea.
that society
Only
grants
dangerous?
and allows.
Only
Absolutely.
dangerous? It can't be like regular thoughts, ideas. That would make it
well,
that's
they're
incorrect,
regular.
Joe.
They're
That's
regular.
incorrect. Joe, the problem with what you're saying is that your First Amendment allows you to believe what you want to believe, and it allows you to
Yeah,
speak.
and congratulations, it's degenerate. It's
It
pathological.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So what you're
It
describing
absolutely matters
what you're
because I do
describing
not
is
want a
culture.
society.
Look, the problem here is
great.
you're describing culture,
Great.
right? And then a lot of people are looking at you and saying, "Yeah, but you can't make that law because it's unconstitutional." Are you going to stop us from believing what we want to believe?
So understand that Angry Man was saying all the right things, but then like for some reason took sharp left turns constantly when he got there. He was pointing out power structures and tiers of power structures.
I'm not taking
that have privilege over different power structures.
I'm not
And
taking.
all I'm saying is that we shouldn't call it privilege because privilege points to things that people want. I do not want a society that tells women they can beat up men with impunity and get lesser sentences. I don't want a society that
you
says,
personally might not.
When did
Okay,
that
but
happen, Joe?
you're talking about you're coming from idealism, right? So
idealism.
Yeah.
So we should
Yeah, you
teach
said
girls to beat up guys in impunity.
No,
Wait, I want to
Should
speak
we
to the
teach
girls.
our
Yeah,
should we
yeah,
teach
yeah.
women
Hold on, Angry Man,
that
go
they
ahead. I'm sorry,
should
sorry.
in society?
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You're jumping to conclusions. Like when I
I'm
say something,
asking
you want to
you.
jump to the opposite, right? And to I cannot pronounce your name for nothing in the world. I'm about to start calling you Krillin. Like,
Just
bro,
call me Waterkai or Kai.
Mordecai.
whatever
Okay,
you wanna
cool.
do.
Mordecai.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying I'm taking sharp turns. No, I'm not taking sharp turns. I'm merely pointing out from my perspective where some of these things are coming from and where they have ended up in our society. I'm not saying, Joe, that we should be promoting that. I'm saying that's what it is. That's
And I'm
what
saying your
culture
vision
has
is clouded.
become.
Your vision is clouded. That's all I'm telling you.
No, it's not.
So
Clouded
what's
how?
so like?
Please explain.
So when you
So
sit
we
there and
shouldn't
talk
sorry.
about no, go ahead.
I was saying, so we
Joe,
shouldn't teach girls that it's okay to beat up men, even though they might get a lesser sentence. We shouldn't tell black people, oh, they can just bully white people and call them every white racial slur. But when the minute it comes to what we ought to do, y'all seem to get a little cagey about it and just think like, oh, it's just society. It's just kind of how things are, so we're just gonna have to roll with it. If that's what you believe, own it. I'll be glad. I'll feel good. I can sleep easy at night. But like, I'm not asking y'all that like. Yeah, like, and see,
No,
exactly.
I just don't think that I'm the moral authority that should be telling entire swaths of people that they should believe this or believe that.
Aren't you a red pill content creator?
No, what I'm
I'll do that. I'll do that. Wait, I want to tell people what to believe.
I think we should absolutely socialize our girls so that they don't hit men. We should also socialize our men so that they don't hit women. I think we should socialize black people in such a way so that they don't antagonize white people just by virtue of them being white. I think we should also socialize white people to be in some way in community and collaboration with their non-white counterparts. This is
You know what's crazy is after our Monday night show, I went and I raided. I had my chat raid Lemon's show. That's the beef sector. Okay. We raided, sent maybe 100 people over. I've been on Lemon's panel once before. We're kind of like our groups are semi intermingled, and his entire chat like started calling me a racist for even raiding his show, and they were mad that I raided his show, and they were,
how dare you, Sarah?
Kidding.
They were
All that
mad that
racism.
they said, like, why would you send a raid here? Why did you're racist. Why would you send, like, is it like, why would you do this? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm showing support. Like, I don't know what to fucking do.
Well,
right. And it's like,
Well, you know what? I've seen that happen a ton of times with black people. I've seen a older white lady reprimand some kids, and then all of a sudden, the shit blew out of proportion, and now all of a sudden, this bitch is a racist. It's like, she was just saying, like,
well,
your
I wasn't
son
even
shouldn't pull his
even
pants
at
down
that
in the middle of the
though.
store.
I
Like,
was like
can tell you why if you wanna
contributing. I
know.
was contributing, and then all of the people in my chat got like called racist, and I definitely got called a racist. The mods were not welcoming to the, and I'm just sitting there thinking, I'm like this is what we do. We help raid. I have such a large network, so like when I try to send raids around, I try to like hit whoever's live, number one, but I try to make sure I'm doing different people all the time. And I was just like, why would you be mad at? Why? Why
I could
would you be
explain it
mad?
to you if you want to know.
Sure.
but-
It seemed like they wanted to
Okay,
like.
so the reality is your
under
chat,
100 IQ.
Your chat is
Simple.
more right leaning, and the views that they're going to have are going to be viewed as racist by the people that are in the chat that you're rating into, and that's not a fault of your own. I think we should be willing to hear out other views and be willing to contend with other views. But a lot of people are going to say, "Hey, my hug box just got invaded by views that are totally recalcitrant to mine." And they're attacking us now.
No, that's
I
fair.
Actually,
No,
funny,
that's fair.
No, hold on though.
If they were doing racist
hold
shit.
Hold on.
They do.
Hold on.
Sarah?
My chat is so much of a variety of people,
I was about to
left,
say,
right,
there's
center,
a lot of
atheist,
lefties in this
religious.
chat.
I do have a lot of left. Like it depends on what the show is and who's showing up. That will kind of like determine which way the chat leans, but it can go all sorts of which ways. So
But
I
the
see
same with
what
their
you're
chat though.
saying.
If they rated her, then she could be like, "Oh my God, they're anti-white because look at how this white woman is speaking to these black guys on the panel."
Right,
And all
but
of a
No,
sudden,
all the
Sarah's a
same. I'm
racist.
saying that's the juxtaposition. It's
Yeah, isn't it
absolutely true.
crazy? Yeah, 60
No,
IQ.
but I don't get it. I don't get it because just the other day people were calling Joe. They were saying he looks like Fat Albert and stuff. And to me, like that's really inappropriate when we're talking about topics like race, right? It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with Joe, but like I don't blame people.
But is that a racist joke or is
go
that?
to other chats?
I don't
in the
think
same
that's
time. I'm not
racist.
done.
Hold
Give me
on.
one
Is that a
second.
racist?
Give me 1
Is that a
second.
racist joke though?
I'm not done. If you go to other chats in the same sort of space, you see people dropping the N-word and all this other stuff in chat all the time. How is that like so? How is that
different than
inappropriate? to
someone
have some
calling
level
Joe
of
Fat Albert.
It's somewhat different
skepticism?
because like we've been memeified in these
Skepticism.
spaces. In these spaces,
Brother.
we've been memeified. You have to understand. We don't always understand the roots of the memes that we get, and some people may understand those memes a bit differently. And when they get projected into communities, they're viewed a certain way. I don't think this is an implicit thing. I think it's
explicit. It is explicit.
I hear you, brother, but it could just be a bad joke. The same way the dude was on here for 10 minutes making jokes, and there's some people who are sitting here like, is this guy dissing me? Like, I don't get it. Then after a while, he went on long enough for like, oh, he is the joke. The long exit is the joke. Ha 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 ha. And we all got on par. But not everybody got there at the same time. Angry Man actually pointed out really rapidly. He's like, bro, I like you. Well, everybody else was triggered. I was triggered at one point. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? Is he silly? But then as I caught on, I saw, oh, so that's, I mean, someone comparing Joe to Fat Albert, no, it's not even like an insult, Joe, but he's a husky, he's a bigger frame guy, and he's black, and he has a small afro. So for some
He's not
idiot
fucking
to be
Fat
like,
Albert though.
Hold on, I'm not saying it. Listen to me.
Okay, no. Hold on. Everybody shut up for a second. This is the same thing as me getting called Cindy Lou Who, the Grinch.
The man just called her Barbie.
No, it's not.
Literally, yes, it is. Literally,
because Barbie's supposed to be a
same
tramp.
exact thing.
Remember, her body's not
exact
proportional.
fucking thing.
It could be any negative could be associated. Now, to me, if someone said that he looked like Fat Albert, or to me personally, I wouldn't even see that as an insult because I know that Fat Albert was an iconic figure in the black community at one point. But to a white guy who hears someone call him, they may, oh my God, that's racist. Why are you saying? So people just are going to interpret things differently.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Okay,
like
either
more so.
way, I am sorry that happened to you, sir, and I guess
I'm sorry.
that's
No.
really-
But what I'm saying
Joe.
is like the idea of somebody calling somebody the Grinch could be like a Jewish term, and it sucks. So like what people read into specific memes and ideas.
You said my mind is clouded. You
no, Grinch is crazy.
I don't ever take
like,
it's because I have the nose, I have the Whoville nose, and I have the big green eyes.
So if I say somebody looks like they, if I say somebody looks like they're from Whoville, this is news to me. If you're saying that if I refer to someone as I have a friend, he's the blackest person on the planet Earth. He's dark. The nickname used to be African Mamba. It's now Grinch. That's what he goes by. So like, in a way, I'm calling like, holy shit, that's crazy. That's
a lot of people read different things into different statements.
I've never heard
different communities will read different memes different ways.
I mean, okay, I'm just saying if someone is in chat and they're asking if a black panelist anywhere sells crack or sells marijuana or something, it's like, well, that's
dog
okay.
whistling. Yes.
Yeah, it's not just dog whistling. It's like that is the best. Isn't that that's the best? That's the best tool that person has to handle that situation, to handle their disagreement, is to say someone sells crack. Like, ha ha ha, that's so funny, right?
It's an insult.
I don't get the comedy there.
It's a racialized insult. A lot of this stuff is racialized. You guys live in specific bubbles, okay? In your bubbles, a lot of this stuff is hyper normalized and you don't recognize it, but there are other bubbles where they've done a lot. They are much more hyper attuned to these sorts of things, and they recognize it and they see it, and they know that spaces adjacent to this one have a lot of that shit, and they know that you guys, for better or for worse, look, I am amicable with Andrew Wilson, but that sphere has a lot of hateful shit in it. It's a lot of bigoted shit in that sphere. A lot of people who are say really fucked up crap, all right, and people know that you're associated with them, and people understand that your audience has a lot of overlap with that, and they're aware of this, and they recognize that as a threat to their. We can say it's a threat to their hug box. I'm just, and I'm not. It doesn't make you bad for rating them. It's not like a horrible thing, but I know it's worth being aware of, and you don't have to be like, how dare you not appreciate me? Like just understand where they're coming from.
Fuck we were.
Yeah, no.
Most of them in the chat said, "Who's the tomato? Who's the raging tomato?" And there was only one person who said, "Why would you raid over here? You guys, don't you do intellectual debates? Why would you raid people into this shit? Like, you must be a racist if you want to do that."
So why are you focusing on the one person?
It was because we do smart stuff over here, so therefore I raid what they consider to be dumb drama. Like, why is that?
I think it's reasonable.
Mine.
I think it's reasonable to say that certain communities might not jive with others when they mesh. I think some creators are just kind of more sensitive to that than others. I've been very open about the fact that, I'll talk to conservatives. And unfortunately, I'm in decent community with a lot of them. So when I have conversations, people get confused.
You're dealing with a racist community that tries to justify its own racism by being racist, bro. Look,
is this to me or to the?
Or it could be more like what I said.
Can I ask you a question?
And to be fair, Lemon had nothing to do with it. Lemon wasn't even paying attention. Literally had nothing to do with this. This was his mods and his chat doing
but
all
Andrew
of this.
Wilson's not a racist, but you know what? There may be some racist people in his chat because Andrew Wilson likes heavy metal, heavy metal.
He has a true sense of goiper.
You know what I'm saying? There'll be, but I know, but when I watch Andrew Wilson, I can see Andrew Wilson's not a fucking racist. So when he goes and he's not a racist.
I'd say he's a little.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Angry Man, I wanted to ask if somebody came into your chat and said, "Hey, I need to put on my Burger King crown," what would you think?
I wouldn't give a shit.
Do you understand it's a racist dog whistle?
I don't give a fuck.
I'm glad you don't give a fuck. I'm asking you what.
Bro, hold on. Check this out, bro. Check this out. I'm a Gen Xer. When I was in high school, my friends consisted of 2 white guys, 1 Mexican guy, and another black guy, and myself. We would literally see. He can't even let me finish my statement. Like, no,
I didn't stop you. I just said I don't care.
Please let me finish my statement, bro.
Please continue. I never stopped you.
When you're saying stuff, I'm trying to hear what you're saying too, right? And now he's gonna do it.
Please continue. I'm saying, please continue.
I got you. Okay. So we literally would hang out with each other and go in on each other. Like Like all kinds of jokes, racial jokes, all kinds of jokes, bro. The amount of shit that me and every other guy I know used to give each other, bro. Like there's nothing anybody can sit up here and say that's gonna have me like that hurt my feelings.
I got like
get
5
outta
lined
here,
up
bro.
for you, and I know you're black, and they would be kind of like Asian focused because you kind of look like you may be mixed or something. Are you mixed?
That would be
Kai?
to you guys.
I'm mixed for sure.
Yeah. See, and it was an assumption. It was a safe assumption. But what if I was wrong? Like, what if you were full black and I assumed that you had Asian in you, and I start rattling off some Asian jokes, and then
I'd
like,
laugh at you, but I'm extremely black, so like,
yeah,
what
fair
do you
enough.
want to do?
Yeah,
I'd just say
enough.
your address.
I think your what address?
It's a joke. It's a
Some of these jokes are just go over my head. So this would be like a Chinese person calling me hard R in China. I don't speak Chinese.
No,
It's
yeah, like if somebody was
I'm gonna
saying like
keep
a bunch of slurs, I would just
And
say their
that's like-
government name. I would just say their government name, their address, and start naming their known affiliates until they stop talking.
I was on a panel. I was literally on a panel with a guy.
Play with fire.
I was on a panel with a white guy that jumped up there and literally tried to come at me super racist. I'm talking about blatantly racist. Talking about N-word, hard R, all of that shit. And all I did was roast the shit out of him. In fact, I roasted him so bad that somebody sent me a box of cigars for roasting him. Like,
so
I'm not gonna sit up here and start, I'm not gonna call for a freaking march because somebody said some racist shit on the
nobody
internet.
asked for a
It's the
fucking
internet.
march. All I'm saying is certain communities may be recalcitrant to the ideas that are being put forward by people that come into the chat. Joe and I we're regulars on Prime's panels. In Prime's chat, he didn't really moderate his chat, and people would come in talking
Moderate
1350,
shit.
all kind of madness, and the chat itself would start getting pissed off because they're super racist in the chat when we're on an all black panel, and they would show up just to do that, to say, "Oh, black people are racist."
Okay, but here's the thing. If you come, first of all, I don't know why people don't understand this. When you come to the internet, you are literally you have to be mindful that you're exposing yourself to a harsh reality that there are people in the world that are racist. In fact, there's some people in the world that aren't even racist. They're just going to say the shit because they know it's going to trigger you or piss you off or throw you off of your game if you're having a debate.
Do you
No,
want
that's
that in your
not.
chat? If you don't foster that in your chat, is that what you're going to accept?
You said what?
If you don't foster that in your chat, are you going to
No,
ban
we're
the
not.
person?
He's not
No,
leaning to whose
nobody's
responsibility
gonna-
it is. He's just saying
Well,
you're going to come across
look at
it.
my chat. I'm one of the few content creators that moderates my chat a little heavier. I don't let people just come in there and just say anything they feel like saying. I'm like, if you want to do that, go somewhere else and do it. Because I try to have a regular conversation with no distractions. You feel what I'm
Well, that's what I'm
Or the
getting at.
people
with
who
you.
don't
That's
find
exactly what I'm
who
getting
don't
at
find
with you.
fun in being shit disturbers. There's some
Yeah.
there's some kids who just find it funny to literally go places or say and do things that they're not supposed to, and that's the joke. To me personally, to see somebody in a chat being like, it just looks out of place because like, why are you? There's a debate going on. This is intellectual. This isn't I Show Speed or some kiddie channel. It's like so obviously there's time and place. So when you have people that are misplaced, like they're coming in with childish ass memes, it's like, is it racist or is it just somebody being? I'm not gonna use the word.
Okay, no, but if racism is so dead, where are the
Once it is
philosophers, right? Where are the politicians talking about Black thought or traditional American thought or any of the shit anywhere else, right?
Where
Racism
have
is
you
obviously
been?
with such a big problem. Where the fuck is everybody then?
Where have you
Racism's
been?
dead. Bullshit. Racism's dead, and bullshit. People actually gave a fuck in the first place. That's all I have to say.
I don't think anybody's arguing racism's dead.
Can I ask you a question? Are
Why
we
you
seeing
mad
the
at
current
us?
administration? Are we seeing the current administration literally attack colleges and schools over curriculum?
Oh, they need to.
Yeah,
They're explicitly attacking Black thought. Yeah.
On the state level and on the federal level, both primary,
They're not
secondary,
attacking Black
primary
thought.
and
Yeah,
collegiate.
indirectly.
You're being
They're
goofy.
attacking
You're
that.
being
Under
goofy,
attack
dude.
for sure.
communist hippie crap y'all got in.
Yeah, that's. have you actually read into the stuff that they're actually attacking? Because
turns out the
no. So can you So what's an example? This is the first time
critical race theory, DEI. These sorts of things.
How about this, guys? How about this? How about an Oklahoma school board member jerking off in his fucking office while they're ranked 50 in 50th in education?
That has nothing to do with
How about
anything.
that?
So like Joe, I wanted to ask you about the current
They jerk off
administration
at private schools
trying
too.
to remove the Tuskegee Airmen.
Weirdos are weirdos.
Is that an example
of what?
Of the administration trying to erase Black information?
Yeah. Pause.
I don't.
What about the Smithsonian thing with all the? He's like, oh, Trump's like, oh, they make slavery out to be like it was some horrible thing. Like, all the. Are you kidding me? Like, come on.
The most current
I struggle.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I struggle.
Send me the link.
I
You
struggle
link?
with
that.
Send me the
Go get
link
it for you.
Go get it for me.
I struggle with Donald Trump. I'm gonna be real with you, because on one aspect, I don't think he's exactly traditionally ideological. I think he's very self-interested and very worried about his image when he moves. And I think different people within his administration see the holes in his ideology and then fit what they want within that. That's something that I thought was an opportunity for quote unquote left-leaning people, of like recognizing, hey, he doesn't really have an ideology one way or another. So maybe we can get some concessions while he locks up these fucking immigrants.
It fucking amazes me that none of it amazes me how we have so much of a problem with Donald Trump that seem to not have any problems with any previous presidents.
So I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna read this quote. I think Waterkite posted in the back, but I just want to please can I just read this quote that I referenced earlier? Okay, the Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, I guess like so with that,
the statement that you just made, you took completely out of context.
It's not out of context.
That statement that he just said.
Explain the context then.
The context is we're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're trying to focus more on just the bad part of the country and not the good parts of the damn country. Like how the moment he came out and said, let's make America great again, everybody automatically assumed, oh, he wants to put black people back in chains and bring back Jim Crow.
I don't know about you, but one of the things that I like about America, one of the things I really like about America is the fact that we do face our tragic past head on. A lot of the horrific things in our past.
Tragedy, bro. Did not have no sunshine, have no stars in the sky. All I see is this tragedy when I walk through the halls of Smithsonian. That's gonna.
I'm so sorry that you have to learn about slavery, dude. Imagine people who have to like live with the fact they're descending from it.
I have two questions now. I have two questions now.
We had slavery. I don't need the walls of Smithsonian to show me this.
Question. Two questions. One to you. One to Angry Man. Motherfucker, when was the last time you went to the Smithsonian?
This would have
last week.
Yeah, this would have
and
been
to Angry Man, the fact that this information is sitting
7 years ago.
Okay, and so to the idea
that last week, I go
to the
once
idea
a week.
that there are exhibits about slavery in a museum, is this problematic enough for you to need to remove it?
I don't want any of our history removed. None of it.
Except
I don't want
this
our statues removed. I don't want our history removed. I want to know that it's there.
How many displays about racism
told
are
about
there a
it
year?
every single fucking day. I learned about it in the
every
first
single
day.
exhibit in the Smithsonian is.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing.
I'm gonna guess that's what they
You know what? You know what you did instead, though, Clay. You know what you did instead. Clay, you elected Clay. You elected people that wouldn't tell you to go.
I
fuck
didn't
yourself.
elect any fucking buddy.
Bullshit. All the fucking MAGA people did was elect people. Who wouldn't say go
let
fuck
the
yourself.
Muppet speak.
When you're talking about all my
Biden. I didn't
selfish
elect
wants
Ron
and needs,
DeSantis.
all my desires.
The fuck are you talking about? I didn't elect these people that you're talking about. I elected. What the fuck are you even saying right now?
Did you
Explain
not
it.
vote? Who? Yeah. Who are these? Okay,
I don't-
so
I don't
your
discuss
representative are
my
supposed to say
in my
that these
private
backwater,
life with
these
you
backwater
or anybody
hicks
on the
won't
fucking
educate
internet.
their
Why
own
the fuck would I
kids.
do that? You're gonna make an assumption based on what? Based on
Based on the dumb fucking thing you just said.
So on the dumb fucking thing that I just said. What is that? What is that exactly?
that you don't want to walk through the Smithsonian and feel sad. That's a really dumb thing.
I don't want to
not
go through
personally,
this.
not personally.
What the fuck is wrong with that? If I want to see
It's fine.
history,
It's not
I
a
wanna see
political
history.
opinion.
If I
That's a
wanna see
preference.
history-
That's a
Look, if I wanna
subjective
see
preference. That's
history,
not a
I wanna
political
go to the
belief.
Smithsonian. I'm going there to learn history. I'm not going there to feel like shit. That's stupid. That's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever fucking heard. Hey, go to the Smithsonian so that you can feel like shit for the rest of your fucking life.
Okay, so where is that for the ICE detainees getting ripped out of high schools?
What the fuck
Where
are
is
you-
that?
not-
Where
what
is
is
that
this
for people getting arrested by the National Guard?
I don't agree with ICE. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're a retard. What is your context?
fine.
What the fuck are you arguing with me for? You're just saying stupid shit. This is what you do. You
I
literally
thought that's
just
what we did here. I thought we drew connections and told stories.
say the stupidest shit. And this is what you do. You just say stupid shit. You're quacked.
Yeah. But you know, to me saying I subjectively don't want to feel bad, but then I'm willing to
No, I
I'm willing
don't
to
want
put
to go to a
these
place
xenophobic,
about
hateful
history
people
just to feel
on the
like
television while I just don't care.
not
While I just sit there, I just sit
Smithsonian
in
is,
my ego.
bro. It's
I'm just
not. It's never
dripping.
been that.
I'm
It's
dripping.
So that you can learn history. It's so that
I
you
got
can
the
literally
drip, bro.
learn history. That's what the Smithsonian is for.
It's,
you
but
had
it's
no
the
idea
drip,
what
man.
the fuck I was
People,
talking about.
okay,
You just
okay,
assumed
people
all of a
gotta
sudden,
have that
because
line in the
I don't want
sand.
to feel like shit every time I go to the Smithsonian that I
That's
voted
fine,
for
but you-
somebody that you say I voted for. What a fucking
But
retard.
you can't. But you and me
I
will not
apologize,
agree
man.
if we don't agree that there is a limit to that. There's got to be a limit to it. That's it. There's got to be a limit.
You Muppet doofus. What are you asking me? Ask me something.
Okay, so why isn't it precarious that Donald Trump is erasing American history? And this seems like a continuation, by the way, of this weird idea that people can't vote statues out of office, and it's this unbroken sort of the craziest, richest people in America wanted America to be a certain way, and they eventually convinced Americans that if you're greedy enough, you get that. You get exactly what we asked you to get. It's not that complicated of a story.
Questions you just asked, do you want me to answer?
My question for you is, would it make you upset if you were putting a son, daughter, nephew, niece's future in the hands of a Christian extremist billionaire? And if that didn't work, they just passed it over to Donald Trump.
What? Bro, can you clarify that? Because that was just so fucking whacked out.
Okay, here's another question. Who's actually representing your interests in Washington right now?
Me, motherfucker. I'm representing my interest. Yeah, I go to my fucking city council meeting every 2 weeks. What the fuck do you
That's
do?
awesome.
The fuck do you
that's
do?
sick as
I go
fuck.
out film the police all the fucking time. I teach people the federal rules of civil procedure. What the fuck do you do? What do you do? Who represents you?
I wrote Ruben Gallego about PBS. I don't do that much.
You wrote a letter? Good job. I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate your activism. Now, do more, please. Because I'm saying that I have a candidate that I would vote for governor or president, whether he'd run or not. And ultimately, I'm waiting. I have my candidate. I have my candidate in mind. And he would actually change some shit. He would actually make some policies that are in line with the Constitution, right? Not only in line with the Constitution.
I know that. I do know that. Yes.
Rights.
Okay. I know that. Yeah. Yeah. It's just insane to me because even if you are civically engaged, it doesn't seem to me that the general political movement you're pushing into actually considers the Constitution or considers other Americans. And so that's why I'm skeptical of your political stance, Clay.
That's fair. However, if I can literally just ask you a question, do you know the 5 elements of the First Amendment?
What's the First Amendment?
God, so this is the difference right here. So I actually do know the law, you don't, right? This is why we can't have a reasonable conversation when you come up saying stupid shit, bro. You got to actually have
So my understanding is the Constitution has an original intent, and it's also largely had to been interpreted over the last 200 some odd years, however many years, 300 years, just
not
because
according
of
to Scalia's.
Yeah, but that guy wrote some of the worst Supreme Court decisions in history.
So you say. And actually, you know what? You're probably right. And in fact, we could talk about all of the justices and how they all make horrible, horrible decisions sometimes. But you don't know the First Amendment, and that's a fact. That's a fact, right?
So you freedom of speech, to me, doesn't imply that that you ought to abscond responsibility. And that fact, I think, is a political fact. I think it's also legally relevant in the way that we talk about the First Amendment and we talk about the Constitution and law writ large.
So the thing is, my friend, if you knew the First Amendment at least, then you would know that the movement that you talked about, that you say you don't believe that they're really engaged the way that it should be. If you know that, then you would know that actually what I'm doing is I'm actually fighting for your rights. I'm actually not fighting. I'm actually defending your rights by doing what I do. My activism is
you don't have to do that. So this I do know. Let's end it here. You don't have to do that. Please never try and do that.
Well,
don't
it's not
do
an
anything
option,
for
bro.
me. Ever. If you think about doing something you think will help me, go the opposite
You don't even
direction.
understand what the
from
Declaration of
direction you're going.
Independence is about. Look at the last line. Look at the last line in the Declaration of Independence, and then you'll understand why.
Why do I need to do that? Right.
Clay, people want to know who your candidate is.
I can turn my. I
People
can
want to
turn
know who
on
your
the
candidate
TV.
is. Who's your candidate?
I can read a headline.
Yeah,
right now, I can read a headline. I have Donald
schizophrenic
Trump
rambling.
sitting on my desk.
He asked
Clay, who's your
you to
candidate?
define it because he didn't.
You want to
believe
see this
understood
racist piece of shit?
Oh my god!
Look at that! Look at this right on my fucking desk. This piece of shit. This rat.
That would be like you having Mein Kampf, right? Wouldn't that be like you having?
There's literally in the
Amendment.
years to come, we're gonna have to open up mental institutions for all of you that hate Trump, because
Well, we shut those down because of Trump 1.0.
I never said I hate Trump.
Was it Trump that shut them
Like
down?
y'all are
it was
like
Reagan.
damn.
Reagan was Trump.
The
1.0.
amount of you that have Trump living in your head rent free is crazy.
I don't think
I have
Trump's
a
really.
Bro, he's the
president.
So my issue with Clay.
He lives rent free in the White House.
It's
My issue
crazy.
with Clay
y'all be waiting to
are
see
you-
if Trump wipes his ass sideways. Like this is
Are
getting
you
sad.
slow in the head? The fact
You said
that
what?
you don't want to feel.
Damn.
I said, Clay, are
No,
you
he's talking
slow
to
in the
Clay.
head because you don't want to walk through a museum and feel sad because you're seeing reality in front of you?
Wait,
See,
hold on. Wait, real quick.
Would you walk through a Holocaust museum and be like, "Wow, this is a real bummer, guys"?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Let me say something.
The Holocaust Museum is kind of a real bummer.
This is the goofy shit I be talking about with black people. Instead of worrying about a damn exhibit in the damn museum, why don't you worry about the current black people, especially boys below like 8?
We can all do both.
If you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it, motherfucker.
Yeah, but our blacks aren't nothing like the ones back then. It's a whole different thing.
History, you niggas is making a slave movie every year. We remember.
I don't know who we. Wait, hold on. Like,
I love you.
Stop making movies about slavery,
I thought
Kai,
Django
Joe.
was, I thought Django was a banger.
Hold on. Does anybody vote Angry Man needs his own Throwdown Thursday feature? I vote for that.
100%. Yeah,
I think he
I'll
just
come
needs,
fight him, no doubt.
I think he just needs.
I'll be
I won't
reaching out to
I
you.
won't
I'll be his
here, but I'd
Robin.
like a one-on-one.
Ooh.
I don't want no one-on-one, bro. I promise you.
Wait, hold on, real quick
See
though,
me
real quick.
I
Hold
just
on, back to the
challenged you.
Smithsonian. Hold on, real quick to the Smithsonian, because I don't know much about it. So talk to me like
Okay.
I'm dumb, okay?
Okay,
Just
so
how old is the Smithsonian?
that's a misleading question. So the Smithsonian is a compilation of museums that are in
Fair.
Washington D.C.
Okay.
They all were.
How long has it been running?
constructed- Oh my God, for a very long time. There's like over 20 of them.
Okay.
So
Now
you have like there's
Just
a
real
bunch,
quick.
but yeah.
So
Some are
when
kinda
Clay's
sad.
saying when he goes to the Smithsonian, or what's happening at the Smithsonian is nothing but a bunch of slavery like exhibits, right? Is
Okay,
that all of them?
That's very misleading.
Okay.
As somebody who's been to pretty much all of them in some form or fashion, even in the African American History and Culture Museum, while there is a section on slavery, it's not exactly like sad. I think the one that's probably going to be the most miserable. It's sad. There's some parts that are pretty brutal.
I mean, because
like,
at a Holocaust museum, if it's a slavery museum,
okay, if I
cool.
Yeah, like if I had to rank if I had to say like out of all the museums I've been to, the one that was just like maybe close to his point, probably the American Indian Museum. That one was it's a lot.
Is Trump talking about shutting that one down?
I don't know what he wants to do.
He's attacking funding for the Smithsonian in general.
Overall.
Yeah.
But the Smithsonian exhibits a ton of different things, maybe like King Tut when they have traveling
This is what
exhibits.
I'm saying. This is an anti.
So is it really a racist thing then? Or is it more
yes, he's using racism to attack the institution.
Yeah, like when he mentioned, for instance, when he mentioned slavery, it's like a little. I don't know how to word this thought. I don't think Trump
like
pays
when
attention
Kanye
to
said that
these.
slavery was a choice.
What do you mean?
He's an idiot and mentally ill.
I know.
Racism
No, I
is
don't
anti-intellectual, by the way.
Yeah, but like the thing for Donald Trump that I still don't quite understand is that I don't know what he's doing when he says and targets these things, because there's like people
Question
who
to Sean when you get done.
Yeah, there's like people who go to these things. Like I've been to these museums, and then like he talks about these things, and it's like I don't think he's ever actually stepped foot in one. And even if he did actually step foot in one, I don't see a world where we wouldn't know about it. So it's like. And also
he's
too, like
probably gone in the 80s, and when he was prominent figure. I'm sure he's gone to a Smithsonian exhibit. What I wanted to know, I wanted to know is because from the question initially, or how it was stated, it seemed like the Smithsonian was dedicated to Black slavery history. Are there exhibits about jazz, maybe?
Yes, in the African American History and Culture Museum, they relegated African American history for its own individual building, and they have different exhibits that come in there in and out every year. One that was there recently, which was kind of cool, was Afrofuturism, as an example.
Does he want to get rid of the jazz exhibit?
He doesn't. I don't think he even knows how to wipe his ass anymore.
We're just defunding it. We're just defunding
he was a racist.
Oh,
If he's a
I
racist,
never said that.
Hold on.
Get
rid of every black exhibit in the damn museum.
I never said
Yeah,
he
it
was
sounds
racist.
to me like he's just trying to cut the budget to the Smithsonian as a whole. Now, what I will say,
Under what
I'll
pretense?
shoot you guys
Under
down.
what pretense? Under what pretense?
Whatever. Listen, I the same way you guys can't tell me explicitly.
I need you to
what
answer
thing,
that
I
thing.
can't. No, I don't know though. But I could.
He
I'll tell you
stated it.
this.
He stated it in words.
What did he say?
I put it in the side chat.
Oh, beauty. I'll pull that up. What I was essentially saying though is, if someone were to, maybe his gripe isn't with the blackness or the slaveryness exhibits, but maybe it's stuff to do with the entire, I guess, historical education system. Maybe he wants Americans. Maybe he wants more exhibits that pertain to the Bolsheviks, which most Americans don't even know what that is. Let's just say,
What it is he's not. It's this thing where nowadays everyone wants to focus on the worst parts of American history, and basically what
they want to erase them.
Basically, what he's saying is like, come on, evil Ryan Seacrest, let me finish what I'm saying, bro. So, here's the thing. He doesn't want to focus on the worst parts of American history. He's trying to rebuild the morale of America, and it's not working because so many people hate his ass, right?
No, he's trying to put us through new worst times. He's trying to make the new worst times of American history right now.
No, he isn't. Look, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing, bro. This is what y'all
attack
do.
it a different way.
Look, I've sat back and peeped this over
No,
and over
angry
again.
man, you're so delusional, dude. I don't know why people listen
please.
to this whole
Let him
thing.
finish.
No, you guys are
Let him
delusional.
Let
You
him
guys
finish.
are
Doug,
guys
Bro,
can't
let
even
him
control
finish.
Bro, check this
reality.
out, bro.
Doug,
bro,
listen
if
to
you
hear and
wanna- If you want
understand.
to hate Donald Trump, you be
The
be
fuck are
my
you talking
guest,
about,
bro.
bitch?
Doug,
Be my
chill
guest.
the
Fuck are
fuck
you?
out.
Be my
Chill.
guest. You can hate Donald Trump all day. I don't care.
Yeah,
But look,
fuck you people.
here's the thing.
Ooh, fuck you people, and then he logs off. Like,
No, you're interrupting him, Sean. Let him go.
Ooh. So
Yeah, go
look,
ahead, Angry.
here's the thing. This is one thing about Trump, right? He is not an eloquent speaker. So when he says things, he says them a certain way, and oftentimes y'all take shit that he says completely out of context. You do it all the time. all the freaking time. And I sit back and watch it. That's why I asked you to put the thing in the back, because I knew what you were talking about. I knew exactly what you were talking about, because it's the same narrative. Every single time Trump says something, the left takes it, they twist it into what they want it to be, and then they run with it, and all of you repeat it like a bunch of lemmings running off of a damn cliff. It's ridiculous.
So I want to ask you directly about the Smithsonian quote, okay? I'm going to read the full thing because I only read half of it earlier. So the Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. So I want to know, do you think, you said you go to the Smithsonian a lot, do you think the Smithsonian does, like, in any exhibit, even relatively close to these horrific exhibits about slavery, you don't think anything there has anything to do with the success of the downtrodden, with the success, the major wins of Black people throughout history, especially in regards to ending slavery?
If I had the Infinity Gauntlet, I would snap my finger and erase the memory of slavery from every Black person that exists in this damn country.
So can I ask you a question?
It has been the crutch. It has been the crutch of Black people for so many damn years that it's ridiculous. And by the way, critical race theory,
nothing to do with what I asked, by the way.
The bigotry of low expectations. That is literally teaching Black children that they're always going to be disadvantaged and at the bottom merely because white people exist, which is ridiculous.
You're goofy, but I'm going to ask you a quick question. Do you believe dinosaurs are fake and gay?
Goofy.
Do I believe what?
Dinosaurs are fake and gay.
And what? What was the last part?
And gay.
He asked you if dinosaurs participate in homosexual sex.
Bro.
So hang on, Angry Man. The question I was asking that I feel I'm frustrated because you didn't engage with it. Do you think the Smithsonian?
No, please. Let me ask you a question, Mordecai. You from California, right? I fucking knew it.
Now that we've settled that, seriously, do you think the Smithsonian?
You got a pair of Birkenstocks on right now, don't you?
That's
Angry
all I
Man.
wear.
I know you do.
Angry Man, please. Trump saying that it has nothing to, that the Smithsonian does not have exhibits about how, or I'm sorry, he's saying that it has exhibits about how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Is that true in your perception of the Smithsonian, that they don't have exhibits that demonstrate successes of like the quote unquote downtrodden? In this case, we're referring to Black people.
Of course not.
Nothing at all. I don't know. I haven't been to the Smithsonian. I was there. I'm doing once. I've been there once.
I'm saying I don't agree with that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying you don't agree with what Trump said?
Here's what I don't agree
I don't
with.
agree to that.
Okay, thank you.
That's
what I was trying to ask.
3:30 in the morning.
Fuck.
And we have just gone. I got some thumbnails made.
That's good.
So I was going to be productive if I was going to let the film keep rolling. But I think I've had my fun, and I think it's time for me to go to bed because I have to get up in 3.5 hours.
I agree, Sarah. Let's go to our bed.
Oh
Good night,
my
everybody.
God.
Angry Man, this was a pleasure. I actually need to get to bed, though.
Shut up. We're going to do closing statements. Shut your mouth.
Okay. All right.
All right. Def Not, I'm starting with you, my darling. If you'd like to kick us off with your closing thoughts, please.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of hard to get a word in. I'm gonna work on that. Still figuring this whole thing out. It's my second panel ever, I think. So thanks for having me. Thanks for listening to when I did have something to say. I'll try to figure out how to maneuver the speaking part better. But yeah, I think I've kind of made my points earlier. Y'all all around for that. So I don't really have anything new to add at this time, but thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you, definitely.
But yeah, I have a channel, so yeah, it's
I'll drop the link.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Wick, to you, please.
All right. So, real quick, I really enjoyed this talk. I feel like at first people were kind of talking past each other. I think there's a lot of similarities in a lot of the understanding. I think culturally, guys, we're all the same. Like, we're all North Americans. I'm someone who grew up in South Florida and Canada. So, and I can tell you guys, like, explicit. I know, Canadians, they suck. I get it, but I could, like, there's a lot of similarities in a lot of things that we're saying. It's just the perspectives are slightly different. Varun, it's been awesome watching you on this channel or on this panel. Yeah, you're awesome, dude. Stay never changed, bro. You you make me laugh. Clay, shout out to you. Kai, absolute. Yeah, I mean, very intelligent guy. You and Joe, you guys have great points. Ryan, you actually didn't piss me off today. A lot of times when I used to watch Ryan before I was a panelist myself, Ryan, I won't lie, you'd get under my skin, but I like you, Ryan. You're a nice guy. You're a cool guy. Angry. Your fucking setup is crazy.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that's thousands of dollars. I need to get on your level. Definitely, I'm going to put in my vote for Angry getting one of these, as well as Joe. Joe, I'm going to definitely check out your stuff moving forward, brother, man.
Sure.
I love the analogy used with soccer. I agree. I honestly think, guys, we're so close yet so far, only because everybody wants to pick a side. Fuck both of the sides, to be honest. Now, I'm not saying you guys do, but I'm just speaking to the masses. Like, fuck both of the sides. We're a lot more alike than we are different culturally. I've never experienced picking cotton or thing. There's some black people I know have experienced extreme racism, but like being called things, but they didn't experience it like how our grandparents would have. And that being the case, really and truly, who cares? I think what Angry was saying later on, what Trump is trying to allude to, which Trump's an idiot, so who knows? But we just got to look forward. Where do we want to go now? Look at our community as black people now, where we're at. Let's compare ourselves to other communities. Is it good? Are we happy with where we're at? Probably not. Let's do better. White people, you guys don't have to be victims and feel bad and guilt and all that shit. Anyways, good night, everybody. I think that wraps up everything. Shout out to everybody. Y'all tap in with me, follow, like, all of that shit. Have a good night.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. Angry Man, to you, sir.
So I appreciate the offer. I definitely look forward to that. Sarah, always a pleasure. Clay, salute. Joe, great conversation, great intellectual back and forth. Ryan, we don't always agree, but I think you're a cool guy. You're a good sport. You feel me? Varun, I hadn't really been on here with you that long, but you seem like a chill dude. And Water Kai, yes, sir. Me and you are gonna tango, buddy. For real. I was gonna make an Asian joke, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna reserve it. You know. But I did love you in Big Trouble in Little China. But with that being said, salute to everybody. Appreciate y'all. That's all I got to say.
I'll reach out to you, Angry Man.
Cool.
We'll get you set up for a Thursday. Water Kai, to you, good sir.
So, no issues with my dude's draw line because we can't see it anywhere to be found. I looked everywhere. I didn't know it existed. But all the same, I think he's a goofy that wants to ignore the realities of the world we live in and placate to what gives him money. I think he's a grifter. I think he's kind of a piece of shit in a lot of ways, but it's perfectly fine. I'm willing to listen, and I'm always happy to be here whenever I can. I came to attack Joe, and I found a new target for my ire.
Guys are all such dicks to each other. I love it. Fair enough. Thank you, Water Kai. We appreciate having you. I know this isn't your first time being here, but you're always welcome.
Appreciate it.
Ryan, to you, good sir.
Yeah, this was fun. It's actually like really refreshing. Like a lot of this was like compared to a lot of yelling matches. Not that this one was not one. It was a pretty constructive conversation in a lot of ways. I really appreciated that. As for the kind of that last topic, the last word I wanted to get in about that is Angry Man agreed with me. It seems that Trump was misleading with his analysis. of the Smithsonian, which I appreciate. But moments before that, he was accusing the left of twisting Trump's words and turning everything against him and taking them out of context. But really, I think it's possible maybe Trump is just saying a lot of really absurd things all the time. And if you actually look at those things in context, they're pretty crazy. As for the topic of the night, I wrote down some notes. I think my understanding of privilege, because I don't have like the proprietary definition, right? But I try to how the word is used, as I understand it in like academia and stuff, is that privilege is referred to as is referring to an unearned advantage. So if Group A doesn't face a barrier that Group B does, the absence of that barrier is a privilege in that context. We might not agree with the word, but like, for example, I'm white, so I don't have to deal with systemic racism in America. And that's what white privilege is generally referring to. I understand some of Joe's concerns here, like the term kind of blurs the violence of white power and stuff like that. Like, I hear you. I think that's like, we can refine the language. I encourage that kind of deconstruction. I think it's based and awesome. But what I took issue with was how tonight, like I touched on this earlier, I felt like there was a lot of nodding along at the claim that white privilege doesn't exist from people who are hearing that the structures that we're pointing to don't exist. And as Joe and I both know, in terms of policing, housing, courts, capital, those obviously do exist. So I think we should keep the diagnosis. We can call it whatever we want. Just focus on deconstructing those ideas that uphold them. Because I think if we identify all of that and understand it properly, then we can work on breaking them down. But yeah, I appreciate it all. I'm Ryan, Radical Coder, youtube.com/@radicalcoder. We are I'm edging 1K, just 100 or so away from 1K subs. It's a milestone I've been pushing towards for a while now. And it's time to push.
Oh,
all
shoot
right?
me a friend if you can, like on Discord.
We'll do water. Yeah, I appreciate you. I've been watching you guys on like Prime Kai panels and stuff for years. So it's cool to interact with you more often now. So appreciate you. Thank you for having me, Sarah. Later, Joe.
Azran, to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me on your show, Sarah. I wanted to say this. I feel that white privilege is a myth because my own relative, actually, his name is Ganesh. He is deceased now. He came to the US in the 70s and 80s and became one of the richest people in Detroit. He was a psychologist. So Indians actually have the highest earning income in the US. So white privilege really existed. How on earth could Indians earn so much, actually? So it doesn't make sense. And America has property protection rights as well. So I guess the rhetoric that white privilege exists and white people are keeping everyone down is a myth. That myth has to be dismantled, actually, because if you see Indian Americans, they aren't. They're not. They are a totally different race as well. How is it that they're able to come into the US and they're making great strides in their career as well? So taking this into consideration, we can't say that white privilege is hampering everyone's progress. It doesn't make sense. Those are my final words. Thank you for having me on your show, Sarah.
Oh, talk to Britain, my dude.
Yeah.
Thank you, Azran. You're always a pleasure to have. Mr. Brick, to you, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, always a pleasure to be on your panel. Absolutely, hands down, the best moderator is Sarah on all of these social media spaces. So I know probably most people are already subbed up, like all that good stuff. But if you haven't, make sure to. And as far as the topic tonight, Joe, I feel like you did a very fine job of defending your position. As far as the white privilege goes, I actually don't believe it's really a thing. I believe it's just corruption. I believe it's just corruption, ultimately. And that is because racism itself is a social construct. And it's stupid. The stupidest idea, well, it's probably not the stupidest idea, but one of the stupidest ideas ever invented was bigotry. And people have been using it for years, for centuries, as a way to gain power. And I do believe the U.S. is doing a fine job of, as Verone mentioned, dismantling that stupid idea. We've done a fine job of dismantling it. In fact, the 14th Amendment doesn't actually allow for it in the law. Even as a criminal statute, hate crimes are unconstitutional on their faces. So I really do wish that the states would align with what our Constitution says. And I actually do stay active. I am an activist, and that's what I do with a friend of mine. We do activism. We actually speak at all of our council meetings. And if you'd like to actually see that, it's on his channel, Potter's Rights Media. And I produce the content. So we work together in that. And as far as Duck goes, the thing is, Duck, you just come to say stupid shit sometimes. And I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to talk about some pretty cool topics. And you're kind of dumb. But I
put something in the side chat for you, by the way.
Oh, cool. All right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Is it cookies? If it's cookies, I want cookies. Cool. Joe, to you, sir, the feature of the evening.
Yeah, I think.
What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think this worked out pretty well. I think Lethe said it or Coder said it, and I wish it was caught a little bit sooner. That when I'm talking about privilege, I'm talking about essentially that these things are given to you by virtue of your status, by virtue of some type of earning of it in that capacity. Like you earn a privilege. And something that Coder mentioned in the back end, he talked about the idea of an unearned right. I wish I caught that sooner because like privilege, I've never understood it as something that refers to an unearned advantage. And that might have been the disconnect in the first place. Because when I'm looking at this thing, I see that, yeah, there are individuals who commit harm towards others, but I don't want that harm to be ascribed to privilege. And that's the thing that I'm really sort of pushing back against. So while there are certain disparities that come about from race, I don't want people to think that, like, when I hear privilege, I think that's something that we should strive to have. We should have the privilege to do X, the privilege to do Y or Z. But in reality, which is why I think I asked Lethe and a couple others, I don't think we want a world where like women are just kind of taught by virtue of the fact that they're women, they can just get away with beating up their partners. Because that's that cultural and social element to it, where I think that we can recognize that in America, there's like, it's pathological. Like there's certain behaviors that we've adopted that are just harmful to each other. And I think we need to try to the best of our ability in engaging with those pathological behaviors that we might even think are normal. Like, but we shouldn't think of them just because we go through every day and it's like, oh, this is just the normal thing that happens. We shouldn't be okay with it. And sure, the law is not going to catch up with these things. So we're going to have to make sort of like a deeper societal claim. I think one of the problems with liberalism is that we are just sort of taught and enculturated to just like, oh, this is just a thing. And we just ignore it. A thing that just happens and we ignore it and we just move along with it. And I think that's where conservatives are correct. Conservatives are like, no, like there's certain aspects of society that we argue are degenerate. They go a little too far for me, obviously, but at least they have some type of content and recognizing that exists. And then as we saw in the conversation, I think today, is that there's like particulars that we can disagree on and have a discussion about. And I think that's really important. But I'm just tired of calling it privilege. I think privilege needs to get like go on a vacation, get like the cucumbers underneath its eyes, because the intellectual left has like butchered that word and misappropriated and misused it. And I think that's an important it's an important thing to acknowledge that privileges exist, but we shouldn't like strap onto the idea that privileges come about due to like unearned things. But I think privileges come from things that you earn. And that's probably where, if I caught that earlier, that would save a lot of time.
I agree with that. I think that clarification really makes a big difference.
Yeah, because like if we think of like unearned, it's like, okay, I think privileges are earned. And then it's like, oh, I think privileges are unearned. Then it's like that could have saved a lot of time and energy. And listen, like you have a really interesting space of folks that clash and engage with each other. But I never thought that like anybody was coming into this in malicious ways. So that was kind of refreshing. So yeah, this was kind of cool. I have a Cash App. Send me money, okay? It's underneath here.
Why
Listen,
didn't you
y'all
do that throughout the night? We could have
I
done
don't know.
it that way.
Just keep it to myself. Listen,
Anyway,
listen.
till the very end. Oh, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, send me money. I don't start my new job for another 3 weeks, and then it's training.
Oh no.
And it's that like, it's like icky stuff. So I gotta pay my rent. All right. So
I feel you there. I feel you there. Everybody, if everybody in the chat, there's 155 of you. If everybody sends Joe $1, like we can make this work. You know what I mean?